Chapter 278. Cripples are not bandits in the usual sense. When Danny asked what cripples meant, Monk Marabad had a complicated look on his face as if he was deep in his memories. After a while he sighed. They were once simple commoners who never left their huts, not even 3 kilometers away. Until one day the suzerain summoned them. They bid farewell to their wives and children, wore tattered shoes and tattered clothes, and set off under the suzerain's beautiful flag. They carried sickles, sharpened hoes, and perhaps a hatchet. Or worse, they could only use leather ropes to tie rocks to sticks to make simple hammers. Brothers, father and son, and friends embarked on the journey together. Although they lived in the countryside, they had all heard the songs and stories of legendary heroes. When they set off, they were all eager, dreaming of witnessing wonders, winning wealth and glory, and even fantasizing that they would one day become the main character in the story. Unfortunately, war was a noble game that seemed noble but was actually cruel to the extreme. Most people woke up from their dreams on the first day they set foot on the battlefield, their dreams shattered, and they did not even have the chance to wake up. Those who were lucky enough to survive had mental breakdowns, but most of them persevered numbly. Day after day, year after year, they had participated in countless battles. A brother watched his brother die, a father lost his son, a friend's stomach was split open by an axe, and he still tried to stuff his own intestines. In such a scene, even those who survived the 100th battle might break down in the 101st battle. They saw the suzerain who led them on the battlefield being cut down, and another suzerain loudly announcing that they now belonged to him. Their injuries were only half healed, and then they were inflicted with new injuries. They never had enough to eat, and their shoes gradually fell apart during the endless march. Their clothes were tattered into rags, and many of them fell sick from drinking dirty water, shitting and peeing in their pants. They wanted new boots, warmer cloaks, and it would be safer if they had rusty iron half-helmets. The suzerain would not provide these things, so they went to loot the corpses. Not long after, they became accustomed to stealing from the living. In the land where the war was going on, there were commoners just like them in the past. They stole from these people, stealing chickens and dogs, slaughtering cows and sheep, and snatching the daughters of the commoners. Even if they were discovered, they were not afraid. They were soldiers, and in their hands they even held the notice of the Lord's grain requisition, while the other party was just an ordinary person. One day they looked around and woke up from their daze. All their friends and relatives had passed away, they were surrounded by strangers, and the flags on their heads were unrecognizable. They were so terrified that they did not know where they were or how to return home. They even forgot their home, thinking that it was another person's memory. They fought for their Lord, who did not know their names, and would only shout in a commanding voice to them to form up, and to take up spears and scythes and sharpened hoes, and to stand their ground. Then the knights attacked. Those knights were fully armored and their faces couldn't be seen. When they charged, the sound of metal clanging filled the entire world. Finally they broke down and decided to escape. After the battle, they would crawl away from the corpses and sneak out of the camp in the dark night to find a place to hide. They deserted the army and became disabled. By that time, all the traditional values and glory had disappeared. Kings, lords, and gods were not even as good as a piece of rotten meat, which could at least let them live for one more day, or as good as a bag of bad wine, which could temporarily drown their fear. The life of a deserter is like that of a wild beast, not a human being. Silence filled the cabin. Only the sound of the river flowing outside the ship could be heard. Finally, the old monk took a few breaths and said sadly, "At this time, there are many disabled people in the area of the 3 rivers. We should be vigilant against them. We can also execute them after they commit crimes, but it's best to understand and sympathize with them first." Disabled people do deserve sympathy. Danny's expression was complicated. The peasants in the Westeros seemed to have it worse than the slaves. The reform must be very strong. I have to think about it. Bang. The pockmarked young man knocked her on the head again. Before Danny could summon a megalosaurus to spray his face, he choked and said, "What's there to sympathize with? 3 northerners entered my family's manor. My father thought they were allies, so he took out bread to entertain them. But after eating and drinking their fill, their beastly nature flared up. They hacked my father and big brother to death, and raped and killed my 10-year-old little sister. Is that something a human would do? All disabled people deserve to be killed." "Forget it, Blackie, you don't have to come down." The ferry made many turns in the river and finally swayed into a dense reed bush. The Brotherhood took out a leather hood and covered Danny and the others' eyes. Then they took them to the shore. A few horses were waiting there. They were helped to get on the horses and wandered in the wet and cold forest for more than an hour. In the end, the headgear was removed and they arrived in front of a low cave. There was a forest all around them. The leaves had fallen and it was completely bare. Only a withered finger-like tree trunk could be seen. The air in the cave was cold and gloomy. There was the smell of mud, insects and mold. Above their heads were rocks and roots emerged from the cracks. Below their feet were gravel and yellow mud. It seemed that there were caves, cracks and gaps everywhere. The roads extended in all directions like a dense spider web. The Brotherhood held a torch and led the way. Along the way they met many guards who were guarding the entrance. Why did we come to a place like this? The cave is narrow. It's not safer than the wilderness, Professor Peristan complained. His buttocks and thighs were injured. It was difficult for him to move. He was carried on Barristan's back. Danny understood his reminder. But even though the old professor had seen the process of her true dragon roar killing wolves, he did not fully understand her trump card. The Megalosaurus could not enter the cave. But in a narrow space her true dragon roar was more powerful. With Barristan and Valeglia's steel armor as a meat shield, Danny was confident that she would be safe. Well, if the worst happened she might not have time to care about the old professor. His worries were reasonable in some ways. After passing through a short tunnel, they entered a huge cave. It was a wide space of 400 to 500 square meters. It was filled with bandits. Cough, cough, cough. Before entering the cave, Danny choked on the green smoke that floated over and coughed. The bandits had dug a big fire pit in the middle of the muddy ground. Many people crowded around the fire to keep warm and resist the cold air in the cave. But in such an enclosed environment, the smoke did not float out. The air quality was too poor. The arrival of Danny and the others woke up the people who were sleeping on the straw mats. There were men, women, and even a few children. They hid in their mother's arms and poked their heads out to look around. All of them looked pitiful and sallow. They did not go down to disturb the refugees. They followed the wall and came to a rock crack on the opposite side. In the long and narrow space of 30 square meters, there was a wooden table. A woman in gray sat behind it. She was wearing a cloak and a hood. It was too dark to see her face clearly. But the eyes under the hood shone with a cold light. They seemed to be more terrifying than Danny's when she was in the state of Dragon Soul fusion. It was late at night. She did not rest. She was playing with a bronze crown with a circle of black iron swords around it. She looked at it and touched the blades with her fingers as if to test how sharp they were. "Madam, I brought them here." Lemon, who was wearing a dog's head iron helmet, shouted. The big man guarding the door glanced at Danny and the others. He pointed at Brittany and said, "Judge the bitch who killed the king first." What did you call me?" Brittany was stunned. "You're a lion." A young man with a northern accent came over with Brittany's Oathkeeper sword and placed it on the table in front of Madame Stoneheart. There was a golden lion head at the back of the sword hilt. The ruby eyes shone like two red stars. "And this?" A gray-haired old man put a piece of parchment beside the sword. "There is the seal of the little king on it. It says that the bearer is working for him." Danny paid special attention to him. He was wearing a tattered old robe, pale red and white. His gray hair was long and messy. The skin on his cheeks and chin was loose. His face was covered with coarse stubble. He was not handsome. However, there were two clusters of raging flames in the old man's eyes like volcanic eruptions, which were only slightly inferior to her 9-colored vortex. He was actually the most powerful wizard she had ever seen, and also the most powerful red god priest. Well, except for Benello. She did not know much about the supreme priest. This man should be Murtheros. Madame Stoneheart put the sword aside and began to read the letter. Brittany also began to argue. "I'm not a lion. I serve Lady Caitlin Stark. The sword was given to me by Sir Jaime." "He swore, Hound of the Third," Lemon interrupted her. "Who in Westeros doesn't know about the Kingslayer and his oath? He promised Lady Caitlin to return her daughters. But when he arrived at King's Landing they were gone. Then Jaime sent me out to find Lady Sansa." "If you find the girl," the northerner asked with a mocking smile, "what will you do with her?" "Protect her. Take her to a safe place," Brittany said with certainty. The big man laughed. "Where would that be? Cersei's dungeon? Even we know that Cersei has a bounty on the girl. 100 gold royals." "No, I'll take her to Riverrun, to the Vale of Arryn, even back to the north. I swear to keep her safe," Brittany said hurriedly. "Liar!" the big man shouted. "You have Lannister's sword, a letter from the little king and 2 lions by your side. How stupid would we be to believe your nonsense?" "Bring them here," the big man said, pointing at Hayhunt and Bodrick. "This boy is the imp's squire. he sneered, pointing at Bodrick and then at the scar-faced knight. He's Blue the Bloody Snight. He's on the lion's side. His hands are stained with blood. That bastard Tali has already hanged 20 of our brothers. Do you admit to your crimes? Yes, I'm Lord Tyrion's squire, Bodrick said in a panic. But I have no enmity with the Brotherhood without a banner. Being a lion is a sin. Hayhunt sighed, looking defeated. These bandits don't abide by the sacred oath at all. Freyr was hanged even after paying the ransom. My family is poor to begin with. I can't afford to waste money. The big man announced, 2 hangings. Then he walked up to Merabad and frowned in disgust. Why did you bring this old bastard here again? Don't you think it's troublesome? Let him go. Let him leave with his donkey and dog. You? The big man looked at Dany for a while. Your face is oily, your cheeks are fat. What? Dany was furious. You said I'm fat. Chapter 279. The big man was shocked by Dany's sudden outburst and took 2 steps back. When he came to his senses, he was abnormally ashamed of his momentary cowardice. He pointed at Dany and scolded, Look at you, your face is red from eating. Your cheeks are fatter than ours. You must be a heartless scoundrel. Are you blind? My cheeks are fat? Dany placed her right hand on her left waist but felt nothing. She turned her head to look at the old professor who was leaning against the wall. He was hugging 2 long swords. Am I fat? She asked the old man. The red-nosed old man looked around and pointed at the refugees nearby. He nodded and said, Compared to them, your little baby fat is indeed too eye-catching. Okay, I'm fat. Dany's face darkened as she questioned the big man. I don't believe it. During the harvest season in summer, do you also look like skeletons? Were you also heartless at that time? You're poor, but you blame others for having enough to eat. What's the meaning of this? The big man was stunned. He recalled the carefree days of drinking and eating in Winterfell and could not refute her words. Let me ask you, have you ever killed anyone? He asked again. Of course I have. I killed a few blood tricksters at the Black Inn at the crossroads. Do you appreciate each other and want to avenge them? This? The big man scratched the back of his head. He was a little muddle-headed. Why are you talking so much to her? The young man from the north walked over and asked, Do you have gold royals? Yes. Then it's fine. You have gold royals and we lack gold royals to save lives. This is a sin. Hand over the money and hang yourself. The young man announced. She's a good person. Friar Merabad could not help but defend Dany. Miss Knight was the first to rush out to fight the blood tricksters to protect the children in the inn. She also intends to buy food to help the poor in Hedgian. If you want more people to live, it's best to let her go. Really? The big man looked at the long-legged Jenny. I think she did say that, but I'm not sure if she can keep her promise. Jenny said hesitantly. The big man thought for a moment and sighed, Then you stand aside first. Wait for Madame to finish judging that lion, then we'll see how she deals with you. Madame Stoneheart moved her gaze away from the parchment. Her right hand reached under her chin and grabbed her neck, as if she wanted to strangle herself. Her voice was intermittent and hoarse as she gasped for breath. It sounded very much like the sound of someone dying. It made one's blood run cold. What did she say? Dany asked. She asked the lion the name of the sword, said the young man from the Northern Territory. Oathkeeper, Brittany replied. Madame Stoneheart's eyes burned like 2 charcoal fires in the shadows. She appeared extremely angry, and her throat once again emitted a sound like a blade scraping against glass. Jenny said, Madame said that it should be called Sword of Broken Oath, or False Friend. It is used for betrayal and murder just like you. Who did I lie to? Have you forgotten that you once swore to serve her? The Northerner pointed at Madame Stoneheart. Even though she had already guessed it, Dany couldn't help but exclaim, How is this possible? You actually resurrected her. Brittany exclaimed almost at the same time, Impossible, Madame Stark is already dead. Yes, death is the right of a guest, Jenny murmured bitterly. From then on, their meaning was different from before. Madame Stoneheart glanced at Dany with her glowing red eyes. She reached out her chicken claw-like hands to lower her hood and untied the gray wool scarf on her face, revealing her bone-white dry hair and mottled gray-green forehead, mixed with brown rotting spots. Strips of minced flesh were attached to her face, from her eyes to her chin. Some of the gaps were covered with dried blood clots, and some even revealed the white skull underneath. Madame Caitlin? Brittany and Barristan exclaimed. 7 gods above, Dr. Peristan looked as if he had seen a ghost. His face was pale. You are dead. You died at the Red Wedding. Soros said, that's right. Fry slit her throat from one ear to the other. When we found her by the river, she had already been dead for 3 days. Harwin asked me to give her the kiss of life, but it had been too long, and her body had already rotted and deformed, so I refused. Perhaps Count Bailey had been resurrected too many times, and every time he was resurrected, a part of his soul would be lost, and his memories of the past would decrease. There were even more serious side effects. He was once young, handsome, and strong, but in the end he was emaciated, his hair was white and his body was covered in wounds. I could feel that he was living in torment every moment. So, he replaced me and placed his lips on hers, passing the flame of his life to her. Then, the King of Light blessed her, and Madame was resurrected. This shouldn't be true. The old professor's worldview had collapsed. This world was so unreal. Was there any point in us thinking about exterminating the Megalosaurus? The belief that had supported him all his life suddenly collapsed, and the old professor despaired. Madam, I didn't betray you. Brittany cried. Harwin translated Madame Stoneheart's words. Words are like the wind, prove yourself with actions. How do you prove it? Kill Jaime Lannister and use this sword, the Sword of Oath. Brittany was stunned and stammered as she defended Jaime. Madam, it's not what you think. Jaime, when we were captured by the blood dancers, he saved me from being raped. Then he came back for me and jumped into the bear pit with his bare hands. I swear to you he's not an oath breaker. He sent me to find Sansa to protect her safety. He couldn't have been involved in the Red Wedding. Dany could see that this silly girl had fallen in love with Jaime. Every word she said for the Kingslayer was from her own feelings. He saved me, protected my chastity, he saved me twice from the giant bear with his bare hands, so he's a good person, and a good person wouldn't go back on his words. Madame Stoneheart's fingers dug deep into her neck, and with a voice that made one's scalp tingle, she spoke intermittently. You have to choose, either use the sword to kill the Kingslayer, or be hanged as a traitor, the Northerner translated. Brittany shook her head firmly, neither. Madame Stoneheart was silent for a long time, and then spat out a word, hanged. Everyone understood this time. Wait, Dany stepped forward before the bandits dragged Brittany away, and looked at the monstrous Caitlin. It's obvious that you're pushing your responsibility onto someone else. Hiss hiss hiss. Madame Stoneheart hissed like a venomous snake. The Northerner immediately rebuked her, you have no right to speak here. We'll judge you after we hang these 3 lions. Madam, you're not even afraid of death, are you afraid of hearing the truth? Don't you want to know how your family ended up in such a pathetic state? Dany crossed her arms in front of her chest and said calmly, Stark's family style is the best among the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. There's no mother who cares more about her children than you, and no father who loves his family more than Ed Stark, and no father who is more righteous. Your children are also very smart, but how did they end up in such a state? Caitlyn's charcoal eyes dimmed, and she pushed away the Northerner who came to pull Dany and spat out a word, you say it. Because you trusted the wrong person. Dany sighed and pointed at Brittany. Take her for example, anyone with a normal brain and a little experience can see at a glance that Miss Brittany is sincere, kind, loyal, and brave. It's a perfect match to have such a person as a guard, and any king can sleep peacefully with a guardian knight like her. Miss, you flatter me. Brittany blushed and twisted, I'm not that good. Yes, you're not that good, your brain is not good, and you're naive to the point of stupidity. That's your weakness. Dany rolled her eyes and continued to speak to Madame Stoneheart. Madame Caitlin, do you know how she found your daughter Sansa? She asked everyone she met on the way, have you seen a 13-year-old red-haired virgin, very beautiful? So, do you understand? You shouldn't have sent such a simple-minded person to deal with Lannister. Not to mention the Kingslayer, what kind of ruthless characters are the imps and Duke Tywin? For the purest person in the 7 kingdoms to accept the task of negotiating with the most treacherous person in the 7 kingdoms, there's nothing more ridiculous than this. That makes sense. The big Harwin muttered. Jenny, Soros, and the young Northerner nodded in agreement. They didn't think there was a problem before, but after this female knight said it, they suddenly felt uncomfortable in their hearts. How stupid is our boss to make such a choice? Madame Stoneheart's expression changed a few times and finally said unwillingly, the Kingslayer, swear to me. Dany face-bombed, the heavens have pity on you, you already called him the Kingslayer, a white knight who killed the king, you expect him to keep his oath? You know, when he put on the white robe, he swore a sacred oath, it's 100,000 times more valuable than your oath with a sword on your neck. Brittany couldn't help but say, Sir Jaime didn't break his oath, He arranged for me to, idiot, don't make a fool of yourself here. Dany scolded her unceremoniously. She asked the brawny woman in return, were you arrested by Roose Bolton? Yes, Jaime saved me, and Dany waved her hand and asked again, did Loth Bolton betray Robb Stark and collude with Tywin and Wald Fry? Yes. Brittany was honest and didn't say any more nonsense. Did Loth Bolton's men cut off the Kingslayer's hand? It's the Blood Dancer who betrayed Duke Tywin and turned to Bolton. In the end, Loth Bolton arranged for his men to escort you and the Kingslayer to King's Landing? I thought Loth Bolton listened to me about the negotiations and obeyed Lady Catelyn's orders, Brittany argued. Yes, with your intelligence it's normal to be fooled so easily, but now? Now you already know about the Red Wedding, you know that Loth Bolton has already betrayed Stark, and now you still think that there's nothing unusual about what happened in Hellenberg? Brittany's expression changed dramatically and said with a trembling voice, you mean Sir Jaime knows? Whether he knows about the Blood Wedding I'm not sure. But at that time, Jaime must have negotiated the price with Bolton to betray Stark in front of you. From that moment on, Bolton will participate in the Blood Wedding without any scruples, and the tragedy of the Northerners is doomed. Dany looked at Madame Stoneheart and said, you shouldn't have let the Kingslayer go in the first place. After knowing that his heir is safe, Tywin lost his only concern about the Blood Wedding. With his intelligence he must have guessed that Jaime had an agreement with you. But even if he fulfilled his son's vow, it would have been meaningless to you, because the dire wolf would have been finished by then. If you let Sansa go, where can she go? The Northern Territory already belongs to Bolton, and Fry of River Delta City won't let the remnants of the House of Stark go. If I were Tywin, I would definitely fulfill my son's reputation as a man of his word. I would even make this matter known to everyone and release Sansa in public. I would let everyone in the Seven Kingdoms know that Lannister's words were as good as gold. Then I would use Bolton and Frey's hands to get rid of the problem. Sansa can never decide the direction of the situation, but Jaime and Robb can, but you chose your own daughter. You, Dr. Peristan pointed at Dany and said in horror, you're ruthless, even more vicious than Tywin. The bandits couldn't help but take a step back, looking at Dany in horror, as if she had really become Tywin, and then carried out the above vicious plan. Chapter 280. 7 Levels of Hell. Seeing Madame Stoneheart glaring at her, Dany stomped her feet and said, can't you be more reasonable? I'm just analyzing how I failed for you. I didn't do anything bad. I still don't understand. Since Bolton has already joined forces with Tywin, why did he cut off the Kingslayer's right hand? That's his sword hand. Without his right hand, Jaime is almost a cripple. Barristan was puzzled. The one who cut off the hand was the Blood Troop? Dany looked at Brittany. Yes, Wager Hort, the leader of the warrior group. The warrior group was originally hired by Tywin from the other side of the Narrow Sea. Later, when they saw that the Northern army was strong, they betrayed Lannister and joined Roose Bolton. This kind of behavior is normal in the Free Cities, but it greatly offended Tywin. Dany rubbed her chin and smiled bitterly. It seems that even the Blood Troop has guessed that Bolton is secretly siding with Tywin. The reason why Varg cut off the Kingslayer's hand is most likely to cut off Bolton's path of siding with Tywin. Madame Stoneheart scratched her face crazily, blood staining her scarred cheeks. Looking at her painful and regretful look, Dany sighed and comforted her. Madam, you don't have to regret. You love your daughter and it's a maternal instinct. And a mother's love for her child should not be considered a sin under any circumstances. Although she also thought that Catelyn was too stupid, what was the use of regretting and blaming herself now that things had come to this? She was not the only one who was stupid. Robb, the self-proclaimed king of the North, was even more wrong. When he returned to Riverrun City and found that his mother had wasted his only bargaining chip, Robb actually heaved a sigh of relief and comforted his mother. I can understand you. It's all because of love. We both made mistakes. I also broke the sacred oath and married Jenny because of love. Then the mother and son looked at each other happily. You have forgiven me and I have forgiven you. These two things were easily forgotten. The faces of the dukes of the northern region and Hedgeon County were twisted. They were furious and at the same time, they were completely hopeless about the future. In his despair, Stark killed 2 members of Lannister's side family. In the end, Robb and his mother announced righteously that he had made a mistake, and that he should be punished for his mistakes. What the fuck? Apart from Bryn, a blacksmith who was given the job of a carpenter, you have misplaced your trust. Who is it? Catelyn asked hoarsely. Your biological sister. Mrs. Lisa? Barristan exclaimed. She didn't betray Stark, did she? The others were also confused, but Caitlin seemed to know something that Dany didn't. Her face was gloomy, but she wasn't too shocked. She did nothing in the Battle of the Four Kings, and that was her biggest mistake. Barristan shook his head and sighed. You're not in the Westeros, so you're not familiar with the people of the Seven Kingdoms. Mrs. Lisa is delicate and sensitive, and she spoils her only son Robert. She probably didn't participate in the battle because she was worried about hurting her son. There were also scholars in the Eagle Nest. The City of Knowledge had inquired about the reason why the Aran Valley was so slow to react. Dany had a strange expression. She looked around at everyone. Were they all affected by a halo that lowered their intelligence? Her biological sister's family was destroyed, and her biological brother's family was destroyed, but she was unscathed. Is this normal? Okay, even if she loves her son more than anything, but even a fool knows that if the three dukes of Tully, Stark and Aron work together, they are almost the strongest force in the Westeros. Because Dorne won't work with Lannister, and neither will Bella and Theon. Goding and Dorne have a feud. Simply put, the other four kingdoms have many conflicts, and it's almost impossible for them to form an alliance. What's more frightening is that on the young Wolf Master's side, the three territories are connected, and they are controlled by the siblings. There won't be a conflict of interest like the one between the young Wolf Master and Fry. Mrs. Lisa, Ide, and Duke Mu don't seem to have ambitions for the Iron Throne, and the matter between Stannis and Renly won't happen again. As long as the three sides have the intention to cooperate, they will be close and united. Even if Robb lost everything in Hujin, there's Neck in the north and the Blood Gate in the east. The most easily defended and difficult to attack natural strongholds in the Westeros are in your hands. How can you lose? According to the young Wolf Master's talent on the battlefield, not to mention finding Lannister to avenge his father, he is even the strongest contender for the Iron Throne. In fact, the young Wolf Master has never lost on the battlefield. Lisa is really worried about her son's safety. She can wait and see for a while. After witnessing the great victory in the Forest of Ravens, she should be relieved. Send at least a few thousand cavalrymen to the Blood Gate and station them in Heron Castle. Bolton won't dare to rebel even if he has 10 guts. Even if Mrs. Lisa is extremely timid and terrified of Duke Tywin, she can also arrange for soldiers to take a boat to the north. White Harbor is just beside the Aran Valley. Help your nephew take back Winterfell and guard your home. There shouldn't be any danger now, right? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. If you really want to help, you can always find an opportunity to do so. If you don't want to help, you can find 10,000 reasons to refuse. Dany poked her chest. That's the key. It's obvious that the madam's sister doesn't care about you at all. Why, Lisa, why? Mrs. Stoneheart pinched her throat and said with a gasping voice, Lisa wrote me a letter telling me that Jon Arryn was poisoned to death by Lannister. She wanted us to help her. That's why Ide went to the King's Landing to investigate. What? She's my sister. Did you know that Mrs. Lisa loved Littlefinger very much? Dany glanced at the old professor. She wasn't telling him the truth. In fact, the documents in the City of Knowledge library contained detailed records of letters from the noble scholars of the Seven Kingdoms. The point was that Lisa didn't hide her relationship with Littlefinger at all. The two of them had officially registered their marriage. Everyone in the Seven Kingdoms knew that Littlefinger lived in the master's bedroom in the Eagle Nest. The old professor thought for a moment and said, Indeed, Mrs. Lisa was very infatuated with Littlefinger. She couldn't even wait for him to go to the Eagle Nest to marry her. She hurriedly led the monks to travel thousands of miles, crossing mountains and valleys, to the desolate Five Fingers Peninsula to marry him. I have a question. Why didn't any of you think of Littlefinger as a big player in the game of power? Dany asked curiously. Barristan thought for a moment and said, Because he's small and skinny. He's not a knight and doesn't know much about military affairs. Because his family background is weaker than his military strength. They can't even afford to raise a clan soldier. Aha, you haven't been to the Five Fingers Peninsula. There are only rocks, cliffs and sheep dung there. The castle of the Baelish family is a 3-story tower built by the sea. The master lives on the top floor, the second floor is the living room and servants' bedrooms, and the first floor is a sheep pen. It is said that when Mrs. Lisa and Littlefinger consummated their marriage, the guests on the second floor could hear her high-pitched screams and the bleating of the sheep downstairs at the same time. They were so embarrassed that they had nowhere to go. The tower was so small that the guests didn't even have a bedroom. Yep, Lisa's cries were also unique and impassioned in Game of Power. Some of the male guests couldn't hold it in anymore after hearing her screams. They even pressed Sansa against the wall and wanted to hold her hand. Paristan gave Dany a mocking smile that said, "You're so ignorant. Not everyone has the right to participate in the game of power. You should know this better than anyone." The real situation of Littlefinger's family was even worse than what the old professor said. There were only 3 servants, an old butler, an old nanny, and a guard captain. Well, the guard captain could only take care of himself. He was the only guard captain, and he also had to work as a shepherd. When Littlefinger and Lisa got married, there were only 23 sheep in the house. In order to feed the feudal lord, the old butler and the old nanny had to go to the river to collect seaweed, shells, and bird eggs. Every time Littlefinger came home, the old butler would ask him worriedly how long he would stay. He was worried that Littlefinger would stay too long and finish all the food. He couldn't even get enough food for his status. How pitiful. It could be said that Littlefinger was the poorest and most shabby feudal lord in Westeros. Because Littlefinger's background was too shallow, Tyrion, Tywin, Varys, Lady Olenna and the other big shots in the game of power all knew of his ability. They also knew that he had ulterior motives and had evil intentions, but they never treated him as an opponent. Catelyn and Littlefinger grew up together, but her evaluation of him was that he had been very clever since he was young, but being clever did not equate to being wise. For example, now that her family was ruined, she became Madame Stoneheart. She was still looking at Dany with a look of confusion and disapproval. "Sigh, my lady, tell me Littlefinger's current identity." Without waiting for Catelyn to answer, Dany counted with her fingers and said, "Duke Hellenberg, the 10th Duke of the 7 Kingdoms. He is one of them. Lady Lisa's husband, the guardian of Duke Robert Arryn, and the regent of the Arryn Valley. At the same time, he has been the finance minister for more than 10 years. The customs and finance personnel of the 7 Kingdoms are all his subordinates, and he has accumulated a lot of wealth. By the way, more than half of the brothels in King's Landing are also his property, and every prostitute is an intelligence agent. Did you notice? Now he has a title, an army, money, and a perfect intelligence network. Only 2 or 3 dukes of the 7 Kingdoms can beat him, and that definitely does not include the King of the North, Stark. Facing someone with a higher status than you, why do you feel superior?" She looked at Madame Stoneheart and asked. Seeing her expression gradually become serious, Dany sighed and looked around at everyone. She asked, "Who benefited the most from the rebellion of the 4 princes? The King of the North's family was ruined, excluded. Lannister was only protecting what they already had, excluded. Theon Bella was a loser from the beginning to the end. He lost so much that he lost his underwear, excluded. Looking at it, Gao Ting benefited the most. And Dwayne had been hiding and watching the show, and he was also suspected of sowing discord and taking the opportunity to take revenge. But everyone knew that Gao Ting had bet on Lonley first and suffered a great loss. Dwayne's pace was slow, and his actions were completely going with the flow. He did not have the aggressiveness to lead the situation. Thinking about the Red Viper who died tragically at the hands of the Demon Mountain, it was clear. Was that something the mastermind behind the scenes would do? Littlefinger was different. At first, he was just a small feudal lord on one finger of the 5-finger peninsula. Compared to his current benefits, his wealth was more than 100 times greater. More importantly, the situation in the 7 Kingdoms is too chaotic now. The kings have fallen one after another, and it is very likely that someone is behind it, deliberately leading it in a more chaotic direction. A chaotic political situation is actually disadvantageous to the great nobles, because they are the ones with vested interests. The only ones who can profit from the chaos are the smart nobles. No. The red-nosed old man pointed at Dany and shouted in realization, "The chaos in the 7 Kingdoms is more beneficial to you. Are you the mastermind behind the scenes?" Dany. Chapter 281. Why her? Who is she? Harwin was puzzled. She is. Facing Dany's cold gaze, the old potion shuddered. She is the heir of an exiled lord. Then the old man slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh, I got it wrong. It has nothing to do with her. She is only 16 years old. Although she is more cunning than Tywin now, she was still young and weak back then. She should not have been able to interfere with the affairs of the 7 Kingdoms. I wanted to send you directly to the Great Wall, but now it seems that I have to take you to the northern frontier to see the snowy scenery. Yes, I will let you have a good talk with the real master of the northern frontier." I still don't believe it. The old potion knew nothing about his future and continued to talk. Maybe it is all a coincidence, an accident. I don't believe that Littlefinger can cause chaos in the Seven Kingdoms by himself. It is hard to believe. Hale and Barristan nodded in agreement. I have seen Littlefinger. Harwin glanced at the gloomy Madame Stoneheart and smacked his lips. I can take on 10 of him. Dany could not be bothered with these fools. She asked the old potion, don't you know the power of wisdom? How does the current situation compare to the dance of the blood dragon? The scholar was weak and did not even have half a territory. How did he manage to kill the powerful Targaryen with his schemes? The old potion's expression changed drastically. He fell silent and began to think slowly. What did Littlefinger do? Madame Stoneheart's voice was as cold as a viper's. How did Littlefinger deal with Duke Stark? Dany looked at Barristan. He was involved in the palace coup after Robert's death. The old knight thought for a moment and said, I don't know what Littlefinger promised Prime Minister Stark, but he did betray the Prime Minister. At that time, Ed Stark thought that he had bribed the Golden Robes, the garrison of the capital. But when he gave the order to capture Cersei, the Golden Robes killed all the Northerners. Obviously they had joined Cersei long ago. Peter himself put a dagger to the Prime Minister's neck and said with a smile, Didn't I warn you not to trust me? You are. Catelyn stared at him for a while. Barristan? What? Fearless, Barristan? Everyone was shocked. Harwin and the third hound drew their swords and looked at the old knight warily. Are you really Ser Barristan? Brittany could not help but ask. Barristan nodded and took off his helmet, revealing his face completely. He came to Madame Stoneheart's table and bowed. Madam, I am Barristan Selmy. I am deeply sorry for what happened to you and Prime Minister Stark. Dany face-bombed with a helpless expression. Barristan, who was deep in thought at the side, revealed a gloating expression. You, Madame Stoneheart looked at the White Knight with hatred. Why are you complaining about him? Dany sighed. Joffrey even stripped him of his white robe. The White Knight has never been humiliated like this since he was born. Do you think he is Cersei's confidant? I dare say that neither Ed Stark nor Cersei wanted to rope him in. He was just a confused passerby the whole time. I still know some things. The old knight blushed and said awkwardly. And you, who are you? Madame Stoneheart turned her cold blood-red eyes to Dany. Yes. Madame Stoneheart looked at the old knight and then looked at the delicate girl under the firelight. Silver hair and purple eyes. Barristan can't leave. King, you are Targaryen, Danyless Targaryen? Madame Stoneheart's hatred was overwhelming. In an instant, the stone cave seemed to have opened up. The cold air penetrated into people's souls along with her voice, freezing their bones. Everyone who was shocked by Dany's identity did not dare to make a sound. Did I offend you? Dany was puzzled. Madame Stoneheart stood up for the first time. She held her throat with one hand and pointed at Dany with the other. She said a long sentence with hatred. Dany did not understand it all because she spoke too quickly and too long. Madame said that you cursed King Robb. About a year and a half ago, after the Battle of Babbling Forest, King Robb dreamed of you. The big Harwin had a strange expression on his face. He hesitated and stammered. He stole a few glances at his madam. Seeing that she was still determined, he had no choice but to continue. You cursed him in the dream. It was a horrible dream. In a hall, there were cups and plates in a mess and there were dead people everywhere. King Robb himself was beheaded and sewn with the head of a tundra wolf. Didn't that happen at the blood wedding? Barristan said in surprise. Robb Stark actually predicted the blood wedding? What is going on? Madam, you are not lying? Did your son really dream of that scene? Barristan stepped forward in shock and said in disbelief, We also. No, it's Her Majesty Dany Rise. She also predicted the blood wedding. What? You also predicted it? The old professor almost broke down. The world was so mysterious that everyone could predict the future. How could the City of Knowledge plot against them? What is going on? The big man muttered. Let me calculate. When Her Majesty saw the blood wedding prophecy in the Immortal Hall, in Westeros time it was probably. Barristan thought for a while and said a date. Madame Stoneheart's pupils suddenly shrank when she heard that. It was that day. Someone wanted to change history and failed. Dany's face was gloomy. Damn it, that bastard actually connected the cause and effect to me. Who wants to change history? Why are you talking nonsense? Isn't that the future? The red-nosed old man said in confusion. Standing at the point of time after the blood wedding and reminding Robb Stark before the blood wedding, it was changing the future for Robb, but for that person it was changing history. This? The others were confused, but the old professor's intelligence and knowledge were enough to understand Danny's words. But because he understood, he found it even harder to accept. Foretelling the future was not the first or second time, but the person in the future changed the present, the past. Wasn't it too mysterious? How is that possible? Who is he? Who else could it be that wants to save Stark? Danny asked. It must be another Stark. Could it be the son of the young wolf master? The red-nosed old man was puzzled. Son? Madame Stoneheart's eyes widened and asked anxiously, Jenny is pregnant? The Jenny she was asking about was definitely not the female bandit beside her. Longlegs Jenny? No, I mean illegitimate child. Does the young wolf master have an illegitimate child? My son clean and good. So your son has no descendants. Danny shook her head and said, Your wife will never be pregnant with Rob's child. Her mother won't allow it. Why? You still don't know that your in-law is a spy for Duke Tywin? Danny was shocked. No, Reynold is very loyal. He would rather die than surrender. Madame Stoneheart took a deep breath. Reynold was Jenny's brother. He had attended the blood wedding with Robb, but he didn't know that his mother was in cahoots with Tywin. During the incident, Fry had been persuading Reynold to surrender. He even told him that his mother had a part to play in the blood wedding and that they were all on the same side. But Reynold still refused to surrender. After Grey Wind, Robb's Icefield wolf, died in battle, he jumped into a river filled with despair and shame to commit suicide. He was definitely a very loyal subject. That was why Madame Stoneheart had never doubted the Westland family. Danny sighed. Maybe Reynold didn't betray you. But his mother, your in-law, only received benefits from Lannister. She didn't receive any punishment at all. For example, your daughter-in-law's uncle, Robb Spicer, has been promoted to Count of Castine. A mere merchant became a count in a single step, and a Count of Castine at that. You can see how much effort he put in for Lannister. No, that's impossible. Madame Stoneheart shook her head. Jenny wouldn't betray Robb. It's true. The old professor sighed. You're uninformed here, so you probably don't know. Just a week ago, Rapid Flow City's Jaime and Lannister were taken down. Your uncle Blackfish's whereabouts are unknown. Your brother Eyed Mull was stripped of his fief and title. He will spend the rest of his life under Casterly Rock's watch. On the other hand, Madame Sebel, Robb's mother-in-law, and her 3 children were not punished. Instead, they were rewarded generously by Lannister. Apart from a title and marriage, even Queen Jenny's life was saved and she can remarry. He. Madame Stoneheart slumped in her chair and laughed like an owl. Betrayal, traitor? Madam, aren't you forgetting something? Danny reminded her. The Westland family of Cliff City is actually Lannister's vassal. The Northerners pillage and burn in the western region and are the enemy of all the nobles there. Don't you even know the relationship between us and the enemy? And what kind of person is Tywin? Everyone knows about Castine's reign. What gave you the misconception that the Westland family would rather give up Cliff City, which has existed for thousands of years, and risk being exterminated by the ruthless Duke Tywin to side with the Northerners? They were captured by the young wolf master. That's true, but captured nobles can be ransomed. Everyone knows that. Being captured doesn't mean losing your title or land. And even if there's no bloody wedding and Jenny Westland goes to the north and becomes the queen of the king of the northern region, what can the Westland family get? A new land? Everyone knows that's impossible. There's no land left in the northern region. Giving up the title of count, giving up the rich and historical Cliff City, and going to the north to become a jobless knight, the Westland family will be cut off. No one in their right mind would do that. Danny said a lot of things and the others nodded in agreement. But Madame Stoneheart didn't listen at all. She only scratched her face and pulled her hair, cursing in a terrifying and cold voice. Betrayal, betrayal. Danny finally understood that no matter how good Stark's family was, they couldn't hide a fatal flaw. They were used to thinking about problems with their own heads. Seeing Madame Stoneheart go crazy and almost go crazy, Danny felt like she was watching a horror movie. Damn it, she was dealing with the dead. And the dead were mentally ill. It was scary just thinking about it. So she decided not to provoke her any further. She had to say something nice. Madam, you don't have to be sad. After all is said and done, only one of your 5 children died. What? Madame Stoneheart looked up. We saw your youngest daughter, Arya Stark, on the river this morning. Oh, yesterday morning. Which river? Madame Stoneheart asked anxiously. Chapter 282. Each of your 6 children has a dire wolf? Danny asked. 5 of them. Snow is a bastard. All right. Jon Snow is a bastard. Dany nodded happily in agreement. Then have you noticed that your children have a special relationship with the direwolves? The direwolves are especially smart, almost as if they can understand humans. Madame Stoneheart was silent for a long time. She pinched her neck and hissed, "The little devil sent an assassin to assassinate the Bran. Summer saved him. Robb's Grey Wind. It reminded him. It barked at Sebel and Rofo Spicer and wanted to bite them. However, it was very close to Reynold. In River Delta City, Grey Wind bit Robb's trousers and dragged him out. It bared its teeth at Fry. Robb, however, locked it up. That's it. Your 5 children are all the lucky ones blessed by the old gods. It is very likely that they all have the talent of transfiguration." "No, no, don't slander my children." Madame Stoneheart denied. Dany frowned. "Don't you know your own situation? Children of the forest, magicians, gods, old gods and transfiguration are all real. Since you can revive from the dead, why can't your children be transfiguration? I know that transfiguration and werewolves have been demonized by Westeros and have a bad reputation. However, that is just a method used by the Undulls to attack the old gods. Just like today the Red God Priest announced that the 7 gods are fake gods. The 7 gods are indeed fake gods. 7 broken pieces of wood. The night is long. Only the Light King Lalo can bring us to the light." Soros of Mill could not help but say, "7 gods above, let the deviant ghosts capture this heretic." Monk Merabad cursed softly. Glancing at the two of them, Dany continued, "Transfiguration is the child of nature. It has mysterious and powerful strength. Whether it is evil or not depends on the person's personality and has nothing to do with the profession. Did you know that Arya Stark once released her direwolf in River Delta?" Madame Sher Exion nodded. "The giant she-wolf that has been leading the wolf pack around the river recently is a direwolf, your daughter's direwolf." "Ah, so that wolf is a direwolf." The nearby bandits suddenly realized. "Mama, Leah." Madame Stoneheart murmured. "I found a little girl in the direwolf's body. She's about 11 or 12 years old." "What does he look like?" Madame Sher Exion asked anxiously. Dany frowned and thought for a moment. "Gray eyes, brown hair, horse face, a little ugly." "It's her? Arya. She's not ugly." Madame Stoneheart's eyes were filled with life and death. "Clearly Lannister never caught her," Eddard said. "We know," Harwin said. "Arya was disguised as a boy by Yoren. She hid among the Night Watchers and came to Hudgien. I've seen her before, but the hounds took her away at midnight." "Oh, why did the hounds take her away?" Dany asked curiously. "The hounds took first place in the Prime Minister's tournament and won 40,000 gold royals. They were captured by Earl Barry when they passed through River Delta, and we used the gold royals to help the poor. He wanted to kidnap Miss Arya and ask Robb for ransom." "How do we find Arya?" Madame Sher Exion asked. "Well, Arya was trained as a faceless person in Bravos, so she wouldn't have time to enter her wolf spirit form during the day. She would most likely enter Nymeria's body through the wolf dream at night. You can look for the dire wolf, but don't approach it during the day. At night, you can ask someone to climb up the tree and shout Arya's name. If it responds, shout, 'Arya, your mother is looking for you.' If it's agitated, you can try to climb down the tree and communicate with it. It's a little dangerous." "It's not just a little dangerous, it's very dangerous," the red-nosed old man shouted. "Yesterday morning that she-wolf almost ate us. She's already a wolf child and she's no longer human." Madame Sher Exion's icy glare made the old man shrink back. She continued to pinch her broken vocal cords and asked, "You said, 4 children. Where is Sansa?" "Everyone thinks that Stark has no male offspring, which means that Miss Sansa is the only heir to Winterfell. She's very valuable, but who needs her? Who needs the power of the North? All the single men in the 7 kingdoms need her. They all want to be the ruler of Winterfell," Hale Hunt said. Dany glanced at him and smiled faintly. "You're right, but not everyone has the right to take a bite of good mutton. Miss Sansa disappeared at Joffrey's wedding, right after he was poisoned. She left the Red Keep without anyone noticing. Someone must have helped her and even used her to poison Joffrey. There are 2 kinds of people who want Joffrey dead. First, profit. Joffrey becoming king is not in their interest. Second, they want to make the situation even more chaotic. And that person must be very familiar with the Red Keep, or at least know a secret passage from the Red Keep to the seaside." "The seaside?" Brittany exclaimed. "Miss Sansa left King's Landing by sea? Isn't it obvious? The sea route is the safest and the most hidden. To be honest, Danny looked at the big female knight strangely. I don't understand why you came to Hejian to find her. Everyone can see the chaos in Hejian. What is she doing here? I thought Sir Dantos took Miss Sansa back to her hometown, Brittany said. Who's Dantos? Danny asked. A clown, Joffrey's jester, Hale Hunt said. How's his ability? No ability. He's a useless wine barrel, but Miss Sansa saved his life once. Danny stroked her chin and tried to recall the plot of Game of Thrones. Finally, she remembered the small fry who was shot to death by Pinky. Sigh, you all know he's a useless jester. Do you think he knows about the secret passage in the Red Keep? That he could come up with such a meticulous plan? Not every jester is Florian, and not all girls are as lucky as Cheongchi. Miss Sansa does like the story of Florian the Fool and Cheongchi the most, Harwin mumbled. And you are? I'm Harwin. My father is the stables manager in Winterfell. I'm the Duke's bodyguard. I know something about Miss Sansa, the big man explained. Madame Stoneheart said slowly. What? Knows? The secret passage he once brought, broad-eyed, into a brothel, to meet me. Madame Stoneheart's eyes were deep and serene. She clutched her throat and slowly spat out a bone-chilling voice. You said it yourself, he seized benefits, amidst the chaos, he controlled Arryn Valley, he set his eyes on, the Northern Territory. And, the dagger, he told me, the dagger belongs to Tyrion, and lied to me. Lisa and him, all of a sudden Caitlin understood everything. Miss Sansa is in the Arryn Valley? I'm going there to find her. Brittany said in realization. Bran, and Rickon? Madame Stoneheart looked at Danny expectantly. Danny's words were reasonable. With the addition of the magical prophecy, Caitlin trusted her more and more. She was looking forward to it. Rumor has it that Theon burned your two youngest sons to death. They were beyond recognition and were charred black. The question is, why would Theon kill his own brothers? He's a chameleon, a sea monster, Harwin blurted out. Then is he a psychopathic murderer? Well, other than being a little lecherous, he seems normal. Harwin looked at his master hesitantly. Madame Stoneheart nodded slowly. That's incredible. No matter how much affection he had for the two brothers he watched grow up, the young wolf master didn't even kill the Kingslayer who killed his father. Theon isn't a psychopath or crazy. Why would he kill his hostages? In the past few years, the Westeros had broken their traditions. The guests' rights and sacred oaths had been violated many times. However, killing a captured noble had only happened once. That was when Stark killed the two young Lannister to vent his anger. What? He wouldn't dare. Both sides had noble captives in their hands. If you kill my people, do you think I won't kill yours? For example, if Robb didn't kill Stark, what would happen? First, Stark's eldest son would have to die. Old Stark wanted to kill young Lannister because his eldest son had been captured by Lannister. His second and third sons had been killed in front of him by the Kingslayer. He hated Lannister to the core. However, protecting noble captives was a tradition of Westeros. If you kill my people, do you think I'll let your eldest son go home for the new year? Secondly, because two Lannister had died, and there was only one Stark, Tywin might kill another northern noble as a response. The family of the northern noble who had been killed would be extremely dissatisfied with Stark, and they might even hate Robb for allowing him to kill. In the end, if you kill my captives, I kill yours, there would be no money to ransom them. This would cause the nobles to wither like farmers and soldiers, and the war would be completely out of control. Therefore, it was reasonable for Robb to kill Stark to appease Lannister's anger, just like how I'd wanted to chop off Mormont's head. Both father and son's insistence was not wrong, but their methods were not slick enough. If it were Dany, she would rather chop off her dominant hand and give it to Tywin to atone for her sins than chop off Stark's head. This was not only to buy people's hearts, but more importantly, a monarch also had the obligation to treat and protect his loyal vassals well. You can't always let others be loyal to you without any bottom line, and as a monarch you don't reciprocate at all, right? Okay, I digress. The main point was that treating noble captives well was a tradition, and even Tywin wouldn't go against it, except for Yuluin. Harwin translated Caitlyn's words and said, Theon didn't want to kill them at first. It seems that the two young masters escaped from Winterfell with the help of their servants, and Theon punished them by burning them at the stake. Even if you want to punish the captives to establish your authority, you can just kill one. Why waste all your bargaining chips? Dany laughed. This shows that the two little Starks successfully escaped capture. Because he couldn't catch them, Theon purposely burned the corpses beyond recognition. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to chop off their heads personally? That makes sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. Very good. Danny Rise. Very smart. Too smart. Using only a few bits of information, almost reconstructing the entire process. Luobo is not as good as you. Hee, thank you. Danny said proudly. No. Madame Stoneheart's eyes suddenly emitted a cold, murderous intent. You're so smart. This is a good thing. I will let you go. You can help me deal with Lannister. But my 4 children. Since they're not dead, I can't let you live. Danny's proud smile froze. What did you say? Kill her to prevent future trouble. Madame Stoneheart pointed at Danny and roared. Clang, clang, clang. The bandits were only stunned for a moment before they immediately drew their swords and charged at Danny. Chapter 283. Hee hee ha ha. Someone laughed out loud while holding his stomach. It was not Danny. The red-nosed old doctor pointed at Danny and laughed until tears came out of his eyes. Who told you to show off your cleverness? Who told you to like showing off in front of others? Who told you to be so smug? Who overthrew the Targaryen dynasty? You've forgotten, but I remember it well. Wait, I have something to say. Barristan opened his arms and stood in front of the gloomy Danny. He said to Madame Stoneheart, Madame Caitlin, your worries are unnecessary. Her Majesty is benevolent, righteous, kind, and just. But every time he praised Danny, Madame Stoneheart's face turned uglier. White Knight could only stop and sigh. Danny, if Her Majesty Rise was merciful to Robb Stark, how could she be merciful to other innocent children? In Queers, in the undying shrine of the male wizards, Her Majesty has been unable to eat or sleep since she saw the prophecy about the young wolf master. Ahem, don't make it sound so ambiguous. I eat well and sleep well. Danny lifted her chin and avoided Caitlin and Barristan. If I hadn't met a merchant from the Northern Territory, I would never have thought of saving Robb Stark. Sigh, you're always so humble. White Knight sighed. Are you done? If you're done, die. Madame Stoneheart said coldly. No, I'm not done. White Knight waved her hand and quickly explained how the Megalosaurus had drawn the Crimson Wedding, and how it had been handed over to the captain of the Ginkgo Maiden, Jordan Snow. Jordan Snow? Madame Stoneheart looked at Harwin. I don't know him. Maybe we can ask around at White Harbor. The big guard said. A person's heart is unpredictable. I won't trust anyone. Madame Stoneheart said with a hoarse voice. There's a wrong name, but there's no wrong nickname. Your kindness, your compassion, and your humanity were all left with Lalo when you were resurrected. Danny sneered. Madame Stoneheart spat out a single word like a viper, kill. Long-legged Jenny, Soros, and the rest were hesitant. Even Harwin looked like he was struggling. However, Lemon, the third-generation hunting dog, shouted the word kill, and immediately rushed over with 2 bandits. Clang rip. Barristan suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed the sharp sword that was slashing at him. The blade of the sword rubbed against the iron glove, producing a teeth-numbing sound as sparks flew everywhere. Boom. White Knight raised her leg and kicked Doghead Lemon in the stomach, sending him flying 2 meters away. She then used the long sword she had snatched to block the other 2 bandits. Impossible. The bandit on the ground roared in disbelief. Go, kill them, kill, kill, kill. The bandits, who had been hesitating, quickly moved closer. But Danny had been waiting for them. The space outside the cave was a little big and the bandits were standing scattered. The effect of the Megalosaurus roar was not the best. At this moment, how dare you? A visible arc of air was emitted from Danny's body. The flames of the torches on the wall stretched into a horizontal line of fire. The dust in the air solidified and instantly gushed outwards. The bandits who were rushing over fell into a bottomless hell in an instant. Their souls seemed to be gripped by cold and scorching claws. Their minds were clear, but their bodies were unable to move in fear. They were even worse off than the centaurs who were hit by the dragon's horn. Traces of blood seeped out from their nostrils, eyes, mouths and ears. They swayed as if they were drunk. They could not even stand properly, let alone attack. Madame Stoneheart was inside the gap of the cave, behind Danny. She was not affected by the true dragon's roar. Looking at the dozen of her underlings who were groaning on the ground, her rotten face contorted and her body trembled. She pointed at Danny and said fearfully and viciously, "You are not human, you're a demon." Danny's dragon soul entered her body. Her round pupils turned into vertical slits. Her smoky purple pupils were black on the inside and red on the outside. She turned around abruptly and looked down at Madame Stoneheart, who was on the wooden chair, coldly. Trash. Boom, the true dragon's roar was activated again. The cone-shaped air wave smashed onto Madame Stoneheart's body like a 1,000-kilogram boulder. Crash, the high-back wooden chair shattered. The hair of the person on the chair was messed up and her tattered clothes burst open. She hugged her head and was pushed to the corner while howling. Fuck. Preston's eyes almost popped out. What kind of witchcraft is this? Why do you want to learn? Danny kept the dragon's soul in her body. She glanced at him and the old doctor collapsed on the ground. He turned his head away. I don't. She looked around. Brittany, Hare Hunter and the old friar looked at her one by one and immediately lowered their heads in fear. Finally, she looked at Madame Stoneheart, who was moaning in the corner, and said coldly, I won't kill you. If I kill you, Lalo will revive you again and take away part of your soul fragments and some of the things that are most valuable to you. In the end, the ones who will suffer will be the poor civilians and the innocent travelers. Remember, you are not someone without ties. You still have 2 sons and 2 daughters. You must have a bottom line. The gods are watching you from the heavens. You will reap what you sow today. Accumulate some good karma for your family. Let's go. After saying that, she walked to Preston's side and took back Clear Sky. She hung it on her waist and walked out in large strides. White Knight had already cut the ropes on Brittany and Hare Hunter's hands. She carried the old doctor and quickly followed Danny. At the entrance of the stone cave, Danny paused for a moment and looked at Soros, who had a complicated expression. Why are you planning to stop me? Well, when the others were charging towards Danny, Soros stood there without moving. He even wanted to say something a few times but stopped himself. He was prepared to dissuade Madame Stoneheart. He was also affected by the true dragon's roar, but it only shook his mind for a moment. The holy fire in his eyes rose to a height of 3 feet and suddenly shrunk. After using about 1/10 of his wizard power, he removed the soul suppression state. I feel the aura of a true dragon, Soros said hesitantly. The dragon has been revived? Your news is really outdated. Follow me. Danny walked past him and walked out in large strides. The bandits who surrounded her, or rather the ragged, skinny farmers, peasant women, and children hesitated and made way for her when they met Danny's gaze. After exiting the giant cave, they met a dozen guards at the corner of the tunnel. They also gave up after Soros' persuasion. The musty and rotten air was dispersed by a fresh and cold breeze. They walked out of the maze-like tunnel and came to the soft and wet forest. The old monk led his donkey away at the entrance of the cave. The donkey's back was empty. All the food had been taken away by the bandits. The dog happily circled around him. Suddenly the dog's body trembled. It stood in front of the old monk to protect him. It lay on the ground and barked softly. There was fear in its voice. The group suddenly realized that the forest nearby was unusually quiet. There was not a single sound of birds or insects. The air was suffocating. Hiss, hiss, in the early morning the forest was steaming with fog after the rain. The sky was gray, but when the terrifying roar of a beast sounded in the air, the group looked up and saw 2 huge black shadows descending. Crash. The tree branches were crushed and broken. The black dragon and the white dragon landed beside Danny with smoke and water droplets falling from the sky. Dragon, Megalosaurus, it's really Megalosaurus? The true dragon has been revived. Brittany, Soros and the rest were shocked. Monk Marabad was also dumbfounded. It was as if he had seen the 7 gods appear in front of him. On the other hand, Peristan, the red-nosed old man, looked proud. He said proudly, the dragon was revived 2 years ago. The dragon brought magic to this world. Soros of Mir, you should know better. Because of the revival of the Megalosaurus, the magic tide surged. You, who could only rely on wildfire to fool people, gradually gained wizard power and the divine power to communicate with the Light King. Monk Marabad returned to Maiden Spring City. Don't wander around. After some time, I will transport a batch of food from Crab Bay to the Trident River. You will help distribute it. How long will it take? The old monk asked hesitantly. Within half a year. It depends on the speed of the merchants on the other side of the narrow sea. When will you lead the troops into the Westeros? The old monk asked worriedly. Probably in the 2nd year after next summer. Danny stood in front of Blackie with her hands behind her back. She looked at the empty sky at a 45-degree angle and said with deep emotion, the people are already so poor. If the 7 kingdoms are affected by the chaos, the Westeros will definitely be in hell. Moreover, the Iron Throne does not mean much to me. I am even less interested in the game of power. I only care about upholding justice for my dead family in this trampled and humiliated world. I want to restore glory. I will not use force against the Seven Kingdoms for the entire winter. However, the people of the Seven Kingdoms are innocent. I can't make things worse, but I can help them in their hour of need. This time, I came to investigate the situation of the Seven Kingdoms. Your Majesty, the Seven Kingdoms are lucky to have you. The people of the Seven Kingdoms are lucky to have such a benevolent ruler. The old monk's eyes were brimming with tears. He was so emotional that his whole body trembled. Brittany, Soros, and Hal Hunt also looked at Danny with admiration. They were deeply moved by her magnanimity and courage. The red-nosed old man smacked his lips and said coldly, "Forget it. You didn't plan to land in Hejian." "If it wasn't for me," Barristan frowned and explained to the queen, "you don't know anything. Back at Slaver's Bay, we had already planned the itinerary of Queers Volantis Reese Sun Halbert City Old Town Hejian. Her Majesty the Queen came to the Westeros mainly because she heard that winter was coming. However, Hejian did not have any food because of the war. She wanted to come here to investigate. However, in the City of Knowledge's archives, we have already obtained most of the information about Hejian and even the Seven Kingdoms. That's why we changed our direction and went to the more dangerous Great Wall. Her Majesty thinks that famine is easy to solve, but the long night is difficult to guard against. She is very worried that the information about the deviant ghosts is true. You know that we sent you to the Great Wall mainly to investigate the deviant ghosts. There are deviant ghosts. Brittany also remembered when they first met. The old professor laughed and said that he was going to fight deviant ghosts beyond the Great Wall. They thought that the old man was joking. "Let's go and see." As she spoke, Danny climbed onto the back of the white dragon's neck. "Your Majesty, wait." Hal Hunt trotted over and looked at the white dragon in fear. He shouted, "Your Majesty, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. Take me with you." "Kid, stop fooling around. Continue to pursue Brittany. Count Taz is more suitable for you." Danny touched her nose and said in a tired tone, "I can be a white knight and not marry." Hal Hunt gritted his teeth and decided to lower his request. The captain of the White Knights snorted and scolded, "Go away, don't insult the White Knight." Chapter 284. Ire felt wronged. He had already taken a huge risk by coming to the Dragon Queen's cold stove, and now he was being despised. Barristan turned his gaze to the silly brain, hesitated for a moment and said to Danny, "Your Majesty, if there is a female knight in the Queen's Iron Guard, she can act as a maid under certain circumstances, and it will be more convenient to protect you. For example, bathing, sleeping. You like Brain?" Danny asked with a frown. Barristan nodded and said, "Miss Brain is skilled in martial arts, simple and loyal to the Queen. If you really want to find a female white knight, there is no one more suitable than her." Brain was indeed the most loyal and brave female knight in Game of Power. Even compared to men, there were less than 5 who could surpass her in terms of the overall quality of a guard. Scientifically and rationally, Brain was definitely worthy of a spot in the Queen's Iron Guard, and Danny should even be thirsty for her. But from a metaphysical point of view, Brain was almost the most jinxed guard in Game of Power. At first, she followed Renly, but Renly did not live past 2 episodes and immediately received a boxed meal. Then she pledged her loyalty to Caitlyn, and Caitlyn's family met with misfortune one after another, and finally the Northerners were wiped out. Then she followed Sansa, and not long after, her brother Rickon died in front of her, and the long night came, Winterfell. Although the misfortune of those masters had nothing to do with Brain, it was too evil, and Danny was a little scared. But Danny was only stunned for a moment, and then she abandoned those superstitious metaphysical thoughts, and sent an invitation to Brain. "Miss Tass, what do you think?" Higher Hunt looked at the silly girl who was at a loss, and his heart was filled with envy and jealousy. Brain herself was in a complicated mood. For the first time she was truly recognized by someone, and it was the legendary White Knight Barristan. She could not help but feel excited. Her thick caterpillar-like lips opened and closed, and several times she was about to open her mouth and loudly swear allegiance to the Dragon Queen, but in the end she shook her head and said, "Your Majesty, Danny, rise, I can't swear allegiance to you." "Are you stupid?" Higher screamed. Brittany's hesitant blue eyes gradually became clear and firm. "Sir Barristan, Her Majesty Danny Leasy, I'm really grateful. Obtaining your recognition has almost achieved the greatest goal of my life. But I have sworn to Lady Caitlyn, and I am bound to her." "That monster wants to hang you, hang you. Didn't you hear her trial? Hang him." Higher waved his arms and cursed at Brain. You idiot, you've always wanted to be a knight, but everyone including me laughed at your body size, your ugly face, your unrealistic dreams. Now, the greatest white knight of the 7 kingdoms personally invited you to be his brother, and you refused? Is there something wrong with his head? It is precisely because Sir Barristan's invitation is so precious that I have to make myself worthy of his recognition. Brain's expression was as firm as granite. If I go back on my oath to Lady Caitlin and willingly wear the white robe, it will be a great insult to the sacred oath, to Sir Barristan and Her Majesty Dany Rise, and even to the White Knight itself. Good. Dany and Barristan cheered loudly. Miss Brain, I apologize to you. Barristan climbed down from the black dragon and bowed solemnly. He looked at Brain, who had become confused again, with admiration and said, I invited you to join the Queen's Iron Guard because I value your identity as a woman, and you are suitable to protect the Queen in places that are inconvenient for me. Now I realize that you have the noblest chivalry, whether you have been anointed with the holy oil or not, whether you have been canonized as a knight. I have to say, with your character and ability, you are absolutely qualified to wear the white robe. Sir, Brain's ugly face turned red. You don't have to apologize to me. Haha, Dany laughed. Brain, you don't understand what you have done. She glanced at everyone present and said loudly, Today Westeros, from the kings to the people, have lost their morals and honor. Sacred oaths have been violated repeatedly, and the rights of guests are no longer respected. People are like wild beasts that have broken free from their chains, driven by greed and desire, and they have abandoned the beautiful traditions and great spiritual beliefs that bound us in the past. In this bad world of music and etiquette, your appearance is like a ray of light that shames all the beasts and gives hope to those who are lost. I am not as good as you say. Brain cried emotionally. Barristan had a complicated expression, and he began to reflect on his actions with shame. At the same time, he had a kind of inexplicable recognition and admiration for Dany, who said such words. Brain, Dany said loudly to the ugly knight, they all call you Beauty Brain. This is an insult to your noble chivalry. I won't allow it. From today onwards, as the King of Knights, I grant you the title of Roseless Iron Guard. You don't have to be loyal to me, you can even be my enemy. You don't have to protect any king, you only have to uphold justice and justice. I want more people to know that in the long night, danger is everywhere. The one who can light the road ahead and lead us to the light is never God, not the King of Light, not the 7 gods, not the old gods. It is only the humans who have a noble spirit and hold the torch of justice. Yes, it's me. Good, well said. Barristan's eyes were red, and he clapped his hands excitedly. He decided that even if the Dragon Queen's reputation was ruined in the future, even if she was defeated by the Allied army, eliminated by the powerful players of the game, and killed by the City of Knowledge, he would still write a book to praise Queen Dany's persistence in justice. Glancing at the red-nosed old man who couldn't control himself, and then looking at Brain, Barristan, and even a few bandits, Dany couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Be it ancient or modern, tricks are always more popular than swords. Screech! Blackie suddenly roared towards the forest on the side of the hill. Dany looked over and saw a small pale figure sneaking out from the brambles like a ghost. It was a barefooted old lady, leaning on a black wooden cane that was full of bumps. Her tattered gray robe was wet from the rain, and her sparse white hair was flying wildly. The cold morning wind made her wrinkled skin pale. She was originally a dwarf, and her back was hunched. She was only about 0.8 meters tall. Her red eyes glanced sadly at Dany and the dragon below her. Who are you? Dany asked loudly. You're not him, you're not him. The little old lady mumbled. He and she in Westeros had different pronunciations, which made Dany even more confused. Who am I not? Why are you here? Soros asked curiously. Didn't you refuse to serve the lady? Dragon, I'm here to look for a dragon. I saw a dragon, I finally saw a dragon. Sob, sob, sob. The little old lady wiped her tears sadly. Did you see it? The dragon has finally hatched again. I told you not to worry, there will always be a dragon, but you didn't listen. Sob, sob, sob. I finally saw a dragon. Too bad she can't see it, too bad she's not him. The red raven landed in between her eyebrows, but she didn't notice. Oh, I can't say any more, the red raven is warning me. Sob, sob, sob. But when can I see him? Fulfill my promise, to meet you again? The little old lady stumbled back into the bushes as she talked nonsense. In just a few words, she disappeared like a groundhog retreating into the field. Barristan had a thoughtful look on his face. I think I've seen her before. She's a forest witch, proficient in prophecies. Because she often wanders around the noble heart, We call her the Noble Heart's Ghost. The Brotherhood can't go out to gather information outside River Valley, so we rely on her to help us with prophecies, Soros of Mir explained. The Noble Heart was the name of a tall hill in the middle of River Valley. It was once the holy land of the children of the forest. It was said that the ghost of the children of the forest killed by the Undul king haunted the hill, and the people nearby avoided it. Using prophecies to gather information? Danny's mouth twitched. This was more extravagant than using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. Is it accurate? Very accurate. Soros nodded and sighed. I even suspect that she's a child of the forest. When she sleeps, the weirwood whispers in her ear. Well, in sorcerer's terms, she can communicate with the roots of the earth and observe the past and future through the weirwood. Isn't that the three-eyed crow? Danny asked in surprise. She doesn't have a crow. Soros furrowed his brows, unable to understand what Danny meant. She once prophesied the death of King Balan, the Red Wedding, the Purple Wedding, the fall of Rapid Flow City. She could even predict when someone would die and who killed them. She was very accurate. Sometimes, when the Brotherhood's team got separated, we asked her to help us with prophecies. If the nobles sent troops to hunt us down, she could also predict the danger in advance. She asked for very little in return, a bag of wine and a song called Jenny of the City of Barren Stone. Unfortunately, after the Lightning King was replaced by his wife, she refused to interact with us anymore. 7 gods above. Baristan shouted in disbelief. Jenny, yes, it's the female dwarf that Her Highness Jenny brought into the Red Castle. Everyone thought that she died in the fire at the Summer Hall. I didn't expect that not only did she not die, she even lived for so long. Female dwarf? The witch who brought my parents together? Danny recalled as well. Yes, that's her, the root of everything. Baristan nodded heavily. She prophesied to your grandfather that the child of prophecy, the reincarnation of Azur Ahai, would appear among your parents' descendants. We used to think that he was Liga, but now. At this point he suddenly paused and muttered, she said that you're not him, that you're not the child of prophecy. She had already predicted the tragedy in the Midsummer Hall, and even persuaded. She even predicted that the dragon would appear. Then who is the child of prophecy? Who do you think is the child of prophecy? Danny looked at Soros. I have never seen any enlightenment related to the child of prophecy in the holy fire. Perhaps the Light King did not want to burden me anymore. Taking care of the Brotherhood has already exhausted me, the Red Priest of Mill said bitterly. Your Majesty, don't worry about the child of prophecy, Monk Marabad suddenly interjected. Like you said before, only the righteous and noble spirit of the 7 gods can illuminate the road ahead. Old man, isn't it too obvious that you are adding private goods? Chapter 285. Even Danny could not deny that the Great Wall of the Impasse had already surpassed the original Great Wall of the Celestial Empire. 500 kilometers was nothing, but the average height of the Great Wall was close to 200 meters. 200 meters. Looking from afar, it looked like a continuous mountain range that stretched across the land. Even after 10,000 years, it still showed no signs of decay. If the Night King had not attacked, it would probably have lasted for another 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years. The Great Wall of the Impasse was 500 kilometers long, and there were a total of 19 castles. At its peak, Dark Castle alone had 5,000 night watchers, and all 19 castles together had close to 10,000 people. 10,000 people was not a small number. That was a regular army. The King's Landing had a population of more than 500,000, but only 3,000 night watchers. A strong military force would breed uncontrollable ambitions. There had been commander-in-chief who had broken his oath in the history of the Night Watchers. The Night Watchers had had 997 commander-in-chief. Among them there were lunatics, dictators, and idiots. For example, Lenzi Hyder tried to leave his position to his illegitimate son, and Roderick Furlant tried to make himself the king of beyond the Great Wall. For example, 600 years ago, the commanders of the Blizzard Gate and the Night Castle fought. The commander-in-chief tried to stop them, but they joined forces to kill him. However, the lords and kings of the 7 kingdoms never thought that the Night Watchers would be a threat to their rule. It was not that they believed in the integrity of the Night Watchers, but that the 19 castles of the Great Wall were defenseless against attacks from the south. Well, the purpose of the Night Watchers was to guard against the barbarians from the north. Deviants were a legend. Their castles were built close to the Great Wall, and there were no walls at all on 3 sides, making them easy to attack. This was originally designed to prevent the Night Watchers from rebelling, but now it had become the fatal weakness of Jon Snow and the others. Mance Rayder, the king of the barbarians, had been a night watcher for more than 10 years and knew the weaknesses of the Great Wall very well. Now there were only 3 castles left on the Great Wall. Shadow Tower and East Watch were on the left and right, and Dark Castle was in the middle of the Great Wall, which was also the main camp of the Night Watchers. Before Jerome Mormont, Yora's father, led his men north to die, the Great Wall had 1,000 guards, Shadow Tower 200, East Watch 200 and Dark Castle 600. In order to investigate the movements of deviant ghosts and barbarians, Elder Xiong led 300 elite Night Watchers from the Great Wall to the north. 200 of them went to Dark Castle. However, the Night Watchers didn't carry any weapons to deal with the deviant ghosts. The 300 Night Watchers were almost wiped out. Except for Jon and a few of his companions, only 30 to 40 people survived. After that, Mance Red purposely sent the savages to the east and west of the Great Wall, causing the Night Watchers to be exhausted while he secretly arranged for a 200-man assault squad to climb over the Great Wall, intending to take a detour and steal Dark Castle from the rear. Jon Snow and Jergrit were in the assault team. After all, Jon was the main character. He managed to escape. However, Dark Castle only had 40 to 50 soldiers left, and most of them were old and weak. As mentioned before, Dark Castle had no walls, not even wooden fences. The enemy could march straight in, and the Night Watchers had no choice but to face them head-on. Therefore, after receiving Jon's information, the Night Watchers abandoned the kitchen, the hall, the stable, the tower and emptied the armory. They only defended the gate that connected the Great Wall to the north. They piled up wooden barrels filled with iron ingots and pickled mutton, wicker boxes, bundles of dyed black wool, wooden stakes, and sacks of grain into a 3-meter-high curved rampart. There were only 2 things in the defensive circle: the gate and the huge zigzag wooden staircase that climbed up the wall. The staircase was like a zigzag bolt of lightning climbing up the wall. The wooden beams were as thick as an adult's thigh, deeply embedded in the ice. In addition to the Night Watchers, there were also more than 100 civilians from the nearby villages. The strategy of the Night Watchers was very simple. They wet the stairs at the bottom with oil and defended the rampart first. If they couldn't defend it, they would retreat to the wooden stairs at the back. They would retreat step by step and use bows and crossbows and other long-range weapons to weaken the strength of the savages. Finally, they would detonate the barrels of oil buried at the bottom of the zigzag wooden stairs, burning down the wooden stairs below and burning or falling the savages to death. It was still uncertain whether they could kill all the savages, but at least they could help the Night Watchers of Dark Castle survive this night. The moonlight in the snowy night was hazy, and the silent land was covered by a layer of gray and silver. Only the bone-chilling north wind was blowing. The enemy used the moonlight to launch a surprise attack on Dark Castle in the middle of the night. The horn sounded and the war instantly became white-hot. The savages rushed into Dark Castle like a tide, burning the hall and the stable. They crossed the rampart and chased after the Night Watchers and civilians in the yard. Some savages even climbed up the wooden stairs. Jon retreated from the rampart to the first level of the wooden stairs, and then from the first level to the second level. At this time he leaned against the railing of the wooden stairs on the 4th level. The wound on his left leg that was shot by Jergrit was tearing apart. He was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. The arrow in his hand was aimed at the barrel of oil at the bottom of the wooden stairs. Fire, ice, blood, cries and screams before death. Squeak! Suddenly the sound of a beast piercing through the night sky came from above. A heavy, scorching atmosphere spread in Dark Castle. Not only Jon felt the pressure, but the savages and Night Watchers who were fighting below could not help but slow down and look up at the sky. Whoosh! The sharp sound of something piercing through the air sounded in the sky. When it landed below the top of the wall, everyone could finally see what it was. A javelin. A wooden javelin that was 3 or 4 meters long. Whoosh! The javelin stabbed into the mud in the center of the yard that was stained with blood. Under the confused gaze of the savages and Night Watchers, the flag wrapped around the tip of the javelin slowly opened up. A gust of wind blew through the wall and made the flag fly high. A red dragon with a black background, a 3-headed dragon, this. Jon Snow was stunned for a moment. He pulled back the arrow on his bow and suddenly shouted, "Targaryen?" The flag of the true dragon. Almost at the same time, the other Night Watchers also recognized the symbol of the royal family that had ruled this continent for 300 years. Dragon Megalosaurus. Someone shouted at the sky. Jon looked up. On the top of the wooden ladder, the old scholar who had always been calm was waving his hands wildly. It's a dragon. That's right, that's a dragon's roar. Megalosaurus, a Targaryen is coming. The old man's eyes were filled with tears. As if responding to his call, a huge black shadow fell from the sky. Squeak boom. A white dragon. A white dragon that was bigger than any creature John had ever seen swoop down at high speed. It drew an arc over the savages' heads and breathed out a bright red dragon flame that was 15 meters long. He could see the savages' faces twisted in fear. He could even feel their fear. He was also trembling. A strange mixture of excitement and fear filled his heart. The white dragon did not burn any savages to death. After it flew past the yard, it landed at the outermost edge of Dark Castle. Step by step, it walked towards the courtyard that was surrounded by simple walls. Its heavy footsteps seemed to fall on everyone's hearts. Put down your weapons, surrender, and you will not die. A crisp female voice rang out. A dragon knight. Who is she? Jon Snow looked around, but other than the sparks that splashed out from the dragon's nose, he could not see anything. When the Megalosaurus approached the walls made of wooden barrels and sacks, one of the savages shouted, "It's a woman kill." Jon recognized it. It was the leader of the Thurn clan, Stee. He was also the leader of the assault team. The bald Stee raised his sword and rushed towards the Megalosaurus. The white dragon seemed to be stunned. It did not react at all until Stee was 5 meters away from it. Bang! A black shadow came from behind like lightning. Like a tomato that had been hit by a baseball, CD flew into the air and his body was split in half. In fact, other than his head and legs, everything else had turned into a splattered mush that landed on the faces, hair, and tattered leather armor of the savages who had rushed toward the giant dragon. Fear gripped the savages' minds. And this was not the end. Squeak! The white dragon roared into the sky. A dark red fireball gradually expanded from the size of an orange to the size of a dustpan. Then, slash, the huge fireball instantly transformed into a palm-wide 40-meter-long bright red arc of light. Like a huge machete, it suddenly slashed forward. Boom! Wood chips, snow, bloody mud, broken limbs, and bright red sparks exploded on both sides of the 40-meter-long straight line. Gulp! Jon swallowed hard, sweating profusely. Suddenly, he was even more terrified of the female dragon knight than he was of the barbarians. Those who surrender will be spared. Those who resist will be killed. The woman's cold voice rang out again. He thought her voice was sweet before, but now it had become inexplicably cruel. The 40-meter-long machete looked powerful, but in fact, it only burned 4 or 5 unlucky savages. It did not kill anyone. The dragon flame only changed its form, but its power and nature did not change. The illusory flame could not cut through solid flesh. To put it simply, other than the beautiful scene in the waves of air, the lethality came from the temperature of the flame itself. As for the broken limbs, this was originally the center of the battlefield. Severed limbs and heads were everywhere on the ground. But Jon did not know, and neither did the savages. Squeak! When Blackie appeared and slid over the savages' heads, the savages finally broke down. They were the first to throw down their weapons, followed by the second, third. The savages surrendered. Danny sat on Little White's back without moving. White Knight helped Paristan down from Blackie's back. The old professor had flown for close to 20 hours. His face was pale and his legs were trembling. He was about to faint from exhaustion. Flying from the Three-Forked River to the Great Wall was close to 3,500 kilometers. They stopped 3 times for an hour each time to eat, drink, and relax before continuing to fly. Danny could feel that after 2,000 kilometers, Little White started to feel tired. Blackie, on the other hand, kept flying at a constant speed. It did not feel tired at all. When it was flying, it was also operating the 9-colored vortex to absorb magic particles from the void. Magic allowed Blackie to last longer. Which Targaryen is it? While she was thinking, the Night Watchers climbed down from the wooden ladder. They consciously started to tie up and detain the savages who surrendered. Then, a black-haired bearded man walked over with a trembling old man in a gray robe. White Knight took a step forward and opened her helmet. She said loudly, "Barristan, I am Barristan Selmy. I have come with Her Majesty Dany Rhys Targaryen to the Great Wall to assist the Night Watchers." "Barristan," the young man exclaimed. He was even more shocked to see the legendary White Knight. Dany Rhys. The old scholar was surprised. A beautiful scene that he had never dreamed of appeared in front of his eyes. "It's me." Dany saw the long chain around the old man's neck and guessed his identity. She jumped down from Little White's back and took off her helmet. Her silver braid hung in front of her chest. Chapter 286. It's really Targaryen, it's Dany Rise. Seeing Dany's silver hair, purple eyes and somewhat familiar delicate face, the gray-robed old man reached out his trembling right hand, as if he wanted to personally confirm that the person in front of him was not an illusion. Dany stood still, but Blackie and Whitey beside her sneezed at the old man. The old scholar woke up with a start, wiped the tears rolling down his cheeks, smiled and bowed according to the etiquette of receiving a king. "Excuse me, your majesty. Night Watchman Ymont greets you." Dany nodded, looked at him and said, "I know you, Ymont Targaryen, my great-grandfather Igor's brother." Igor. The old man was stunned, his eyes showed a look of reminiscence and muttered, "You call him Igor?" "Yes, he is Igor, my younger brother." "I've been to the City of Knowledge and read the history of the Targaryens," Dany said. Dany Rise's great-grandfather's real name should be Aegon Targaryen, the fifth-generation Aegon, but he had the nickname Igor. His family and friends called him Igor instead of Aegon. Well, in the common language of the Celestial Empire, Igor Egg was Iron Egg, Egghead, and so on. As for the relationship between Igor and Ymont, well, it could be seen from the love between Arazuko and Itachi. In order for his younger brother to inherit the throne, Ymont chose to exile himself, put on black clothes and came to the Great Wall to be a night watchman. After the death of the eldest brother, according to the order, Ymont should have inherited the throne. The Great Council even secretly gave the crown to Ymont, but Ymont rejected the nobles with the reason that he was a scholar. In order not to affect his younger brother's rule, he took the initiative to stay away from the King's Landing, put on black clothes, and used the double oath of a scholar and a night watchman to cut off the possibility of some nobles using his name to rebel against Igor. Similarly, in order to not let his brother go north to the Great Wall alone, Ymont cleared out the open prison, made countless prisoners swear with Ymont, and sent the royal fleet carrying thousands of people to the Great Wall. Brotherly love. "Who are you?" Dany looked at the bearded man who was supporting Ymont. Your Majesty, hello?" The bearded man awkwardly knelt on one knee and bowed to Dany and said, "My name is Jon Snow, the clerk of Commander-in-Chief Mormont." Needless to say, standing up straight and looking down at the male lead made Dany secretly happy. "But, the bastard of Eddard Stark?" she asked. "Your Majesty knows about me too?" Jon looked up in surprise. Dany crossed her arms, tilted her head and looked at Jon's weather-beaten face, messy beard and experienced eyes. She asked curiously, "I remember that you are about the same age as me, why do you look so old?" Jon was confused. "Ha ha ha." Paris Tan, who was trembling at the side, couldn't help but laugh. "She thinks you are too old, but it's no wonder. You are only 16, not 17, why do you look like you are in your 30s? The scholar, oh doctor." Ymont looked at the chain hanging from Pereston's chest and the bronze ring on his right index finger, and asked curiously, "Which doctor are you?" "Hello, Scholar Ymont, I am Paris Tan, Doctor of History." "Oh, I know you, I didn't expect you to come here." Ymont looked at Dany, then at the old doctor and smiled with relief. It seemed that the little girl who had been wandering outside respected the traditions of the Westeros, and specially went to the City of Knowledge to find a scholar to assist her. The City of Knowledge was also very sincere, and directly arranged a well-respected old doctor for her. Ymont's expression became serious again, and he glanced at the embarrassed Jon and said seriously, "Your Majesty, Dr. Periston, please don't laugh at Jon. This is the Great Wall." He was once young and tender, but the Night Watchers are not the young nobles of the south. They face the wind and snow to guard the borders of the Seven Kingdoms, and all of them are weather-beaten men. Hee. Dany smiled and nodded and said to Jon, "I am sorry, Jon Snow. I am not laughing at your appearance, it is just that I heard about you when I just entered the Westeros, and I also saw some of your files in the City of Knowledge, so I am a little curious about you." "I'm very famous?" Jon's bearded face scrunched up into an awkward shape. "I rode a dragon and flew west from Slaver's Bay, passing through Volantis, Lys and Sun Halberd City. I met Dane on the way and even circled above Starfall City for a while. And this white knight beside me has deep feelings for your rumored mother, so we have talked about you many times. Your Majesty, there is no need to be so detailed," Barristan said awkwardly. "Oh, who is my mother?" Jon asked excitedly. "Ashera Dane, the sister of Sir Arthur, the Sword of Dawn," but Sir Barristan denied this. "Screech!" Blackie suddenly screamed. Dany tilted her head and looked in the direction of the courtyard and said, "Someone is coming." Jon and Ymont turned their heads at the same time, and saw a big-bellied, one-armed man walking towards them. He is the blacksmith Tanner Noi, and also the temporary commander of the Night Watchers of Dark Castle. Yimont introduced. The blacksmith Tanner looked to be in his 40s. He did not have a left arm, and his left sleeve was tied to his shoulder with a pin. His chin was full of black beard, and he was tall and muscular. He walked over without saluting and frowned at Danny and asked rudely, "Are you Targaryen?" Yimont carefully glanced at Danny, and saw that she only raised her eyebrows and did not get angry, so he whispered to the blacksmith, "This is the daughter of King Aerys, Her Majesty Danny Rise. In the 2 years since King Robert's death, there have been 6 kings in the Westeros. 4 have already died, and now another one has come," the blacksmith Tanner muttered, and the expressions of the people around him changed. Yimont hurriedly pulled his sleeve and warned him, "Her Majesty saved us. She is the only monarch who responded to our request for help and came to guard the wall." "Not necessarily." The blacksmith stopped talking and bowed reluctantly. "Your Majesty, we are very grateful that you have come to the wall's rescue." Danny had been watching the conversation between the blacksmith and Yimont, and when the one-armed man bowed, she raised 2 fingers and said softly, "You have 2 things wrong. First, I am not a king. At least, don't put me together with that bunch of trash. The 6 of them together are not worthy of being my opponent. The kings you speak of are all fighting for the title of King of the Undulls, Loinars and Forerunners. I am on the path of conquering the world. The Westeros are not even the hardest bone to chew." "Are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about?" The one-armed blacksmith looked at Danny in shock, as if she had become the second Mad King. "Your Majesty, you..." Yimont looked worried and did not know how to persuade her. "Robb has never been defeated on the battlefield. He is not trash," Jon retorted with a red face. Danny lifted her chin slightly and looked at the moon hanging in the sky. She sighed. "The information here is too restricted. You have no idea who I am." "Aren't you Daenerys Targaryen?" Jon said. "Do you think you are so great just because you brought 2 dragons here?" "Jon Snow, you know nothing." Danny pointed at the red-nosed old doctor. "Tell them." "There is nothing to say." The red-nosed old man rubbed his red nose that was red from the cold. "The Dragon Queen is just fighting a world war with the 9 free trade city-states, New Gith, Queers, Jade Sea, and a few other slave-trading organizations. Jon, Yimont, blacksmith, this pretentiousness. I don't want to give you full marks, but your strength does not allow it. I was going to punish you by killing a few ghouls outside the Great Wall, but now it seems..." Danny was still feeling proud when the old man immediately continued. "But because the Dragon Queen has too many enemies and is too strong, she will definitely not be able to get past the Alliance. If she does not die in the end, she will most likely have to return to the Westeros to fight for the Iron Throne." It seemed that the old man felt that killing ghouls was not exciting enough. He wanted to kill deviant ghosts. Ghouls are the dead bodies resurrected by deviant ghosts. Deviant ghosts are the wild babies that the Night King turned into. "Alright, the name is a small matter. I will not force anyone to call me Queen. I have not ascended the Iron Throne yet, so you can call me whatever you want. You can call me by my name." Danny waved her hand and ended the conversation about the king. She glanced at Jon and the others and said seriously, "If there were only savages outside the Great Wall, I would not have come thousands of miles to this broken place. Let me ask you, are deviant ghosts real?" The blacksmith Tanner and Jon looked at Danny in surprise. They did not expect her to be so carefree. Yimont looked at Danny again and nodded with satisfaction. He asked, "You know about deviant ghosts?" "I saw the letter from the Night Watchers in the City of Knowledge. It is a serious matter, so I had to come here to confirm it." Jon could not help but feel a trace of respect for her. He sighed and said, "The others, the king, the great lord, and even the City of Knowledge all think that we are lying. We sent out several groups of messenger crows, but they did not even reply. Some of them only scolded us for being full of lies." "Why do you believe it?" "Because they do not have the mysterious power, but I do." Danny snapped her fingers, and a small flame the size of a broad bean burned quietly on her finger. "Magic. Fire witchcraft." The 3 were shocked. Putting away the flame, Danny said, "Judging from your reaction, deviant ghosts are probably real." "Absolutely." Yimont nodded and said with a worried look, "Commander Mormont took 300 people to the north frontier. They did not encounter the barbarian army at all. Even if they did, there was no need to worry. 300 fully armed elite rangers could disperse 10 times the number of barbarians. But they encountered hundreds of deviant ghosts at the Fist Peak. They could not be killed by ordinary weapons. Even if their heads were chopped off or their hearts were pierced, they could still get up and continue to fight. Even our dead brothers could be resurrected as new deviant ghosts. You are not lying? The red-nosed old man opened his eyes wide and asked in a trembling voice. Alas, how could I dare to lie about such a serious matter? Old Yimant shook his head and sighed. The old blacksmith looked at Danny with a complicated expression and said, Your Majesty, it is cold at night. Let's go back to the castle and talk. Danny looked at the red-haired female barbarian who was struggling and screaming in front of her and said with a smile, No hurry. I will stay here and watch you send all the captives to the prison. Otherwise, when I leave, I am afraid that the barbarians will rebel again. It seemed that her appearance had saved a poor person who should have died in this small battle. Chapter 287. Stinky Crow, don't touch me, I'll walk on my own. Under the light of the fire, a woman with disheveled red hair stumbled to her feet. Two black-robed night watchers went over, one violently strangling her waist from behind, the other slapping her in the face, and chaining her hands and feet from the front. The three of them did not stop their actions, cursing and swearing. The savage called the night watcher a crow, and the black-robed night watcher an uncivilized woman with a spear. Yergrit. John heard the red-haired woman's sharp curses, turned around and trotted a few steps, stopping a few steps away from the woman and said hesitantly, Yergrit, are you hurt? Ah, you're burned by the dragon flames. Jon Snow, if you're a man, come and tie me up yourself. Yergrit shouted. Jon was both happy that his lover did not die in the battle, and embarrassed that she had exposed their affair in public. Danny stepped forward, curiously looking at the female savage who had taken Jon's virginity. She was about 20 years old, relatively short, less than 1.6 meters tall and skinny. She had a round face, a flat nose with light-colored pockmarks between the nostrils, and a mouth full of uneven but white teeth. Of course, the female savage's most striking feature was her head of fiery red hair. However, she seemed to have been burned by Danny's 40-meter-long flaming blade. Half of her hair was burnt, her face was black, and her tattered leather coat was scorched black. Go deal with the others first, I have something to ask her, Danny said to the two black-robed men. This. The two night watchers looked at the blacksmith Tanner hesitantly, and only let go of Yergrit after getting his permission. They took a step back, bowed and turned to another savage. You ride a dragon? Yergrit stared at Danny, her hands clenched into fists as if eager to try, but the sound of the chains on her wrists made her loosen her fists in frustration. Danny pulled a wooden bucket upright, sat on it and said calmly, Your name is Yergrit, right? Now that you're my captive, I'll ask you questions and you'll answer. Do you understand? Yergrit opened her mouth and finally glanced at Jon, who was in a daze. She nodded and said, Yes, we surrendered to the woman riding the dragon, not the crows. When did deviant ghosts first appear? Danny asked. Well, Yergrit thought for a while and shook her head. I don't know. Those monsters seem to have always existed. Anyway, as far back as I can remember, I often encountered walking dead people when I left the tribe to hunt in the wild. 7 gods above, how long is that? Barristan and the others exclaimed. At least 10 years ago or even earlier. Scholar Yimant frowned. Why didn't you say so before? Jon was also shocked. Jon Snow, you never asked me, the red-haired savage shouted at him. You've been living with those monsters? Dr. Barristan asked in disbelief. We wanted to go over the Great Wall, but the crows wouldn't let us. Later, more and more monsters appeared and became stronger. Even the largest tribe's camp was broken by them from time to time. Mance Rider decided to go over the Great Wall and take refuge in the south before the more dangerous times came. The female savage shouted. The red-nosed old man asked in surprise, What do you mean by more dangerous times? Are you stupid? Danny rolled her eyes. Of course it's winter. Deviant ghosts are so rampant even in the hot summer. What about winter? Yes, winter. Blacksmith Tanner said worriedly, All the savages went south? All of them. Hundreds of thousands of troops have come under the Great Wall. We have giants, hundreds of giants. Even the Megalosaurus is no match for the giants. The Megalosaurus can fly. Can the giants fly too? Danny laughed. The giants have bows and arrows and spears. Yergrit smiled proudly. Strong Marg has a longbow taller than the city gate. The bow is thicker than your leg. He once stood at the foot of the mountain and shot a vulture on the top of the mountain with an arrow. Your dragon can't burn him if it flies too high. If it flies too low, it will be shot through the head just like my arrow shot through the neck of a pheasant. Oh, I was careless. Danny slapped her forehead and said solemnly, I neglected the power of the giants. Fortunately you reminded me. Otherwise it would be dangerous tomorrow. Yrgrit's proud smile froze on her face. Her blue eyes were filled with annoyance and frustration. Danny was secretly amused. She almost didn't use the trick of riding a dragon and breathing fire. When she really needed to breathe fire, she would carefully observe the enemy's situation. For example, tonight she came early. She quietly circled several times in the sky. After making sure that the savages had no crossbows and only a few arrows, little white swooped down from the sky. And she didn't breathe fire. Instead, she stayed far away and used the dragon flame with special effects to deter the enemy. Danny was very careful even with ordinary people's crossbows. How could she not be wary of the giant's bow? Is there any chance that Mansred will surrender? Danny asked again. Free people never surrender. Yrgrit said proudly. Didn't you surrender now? Barristan laughed. The first time I saw a dragon, it breathed a fire knife and hit me in the face. I was very scared. The female savage said frankly. Then she touched her left cheek, which had turned black and red from the heat, causing the female savage to grimace in pain. But I'm not afraid anymore. Even such a strong dragon flame blade was only like this on my face. I think the giant dragon isn't that scary. Oh, I hope all my enemies think so. The dark castle was composed of a wooden main castle connected to 6 stone towers. The main building included public facilities such as dining and meeting halls, crow's nest, armory, barracks, and so on. The 6 towers were the Commander's Tower, King's Tower, Harding's Tower, Spear Tower, Guard Tower, and Silence Tower. The King's Tower was specially prepared for VIPs. Danny, Barristan, and Paristan were staying there tonight. A night watchman named Galen and 2 peasant women cleaned the master bedroom overnight, covered it with a brand new feather quilt, and lit the fireplace. The savages attacked in the middle of the night. After the battle, the remaining 130 savages were all sent to the dungeon. It was already dawn in the east. But none of the night watchmen were in the mood to sleep, including John. They were all curiously looking at the 2 dragons sleeping by the gate of the king's tower. That's the Megalosaurus. So big. Look, there are sparks coming out of its nostrils. Piper, who had a pair of protruding ears, clicked his tongue. It's just a baby dragon. The short and ugly man Todd shook his head and proudly showed off the story he heard from the bards in the tavern. Legend has it that Balerion can swallow a mammoth in one gulp. Queen Danny Rise's dragon is still much longer. Toad, how long do you think Balerion can spit out a dragon flame machete? Piper asked dumbly. This. Toad scratched the back of his head. In the story, Balerion had burned Helen Castle, created the Prairie of Wrath, burned down the great cathedral of King's Landing, and burned the cities of Dorne into ruins. But he didn't seem to have spat out a machete. But he didn't want to weaken his reputation as a knowledgeable know-it-all, so he directly made up a story based on the size of the dragon, at least 2 kilometers. Wow, how many people can he kill with one strike? Sigh, this is the power of the Megalosaurus. Toad shook his head and said proudly, no matter how many savages Manslade brings this time, they are destined to be defeated by Her Majesty's 2 Megalosaurus. John glanced at his 2 companions and asked the blacksmith Tanner beside him, Master Lewin told me that the Megalosaurus of the Targaryen family have been extinct for 200 years. Yes, not long after the mad dance of the blood dragon, the dragons were completely extinct. The blacksmith nodded. But why does Danny Rise have 2 dragons? I haven't heard anything about her before, but she suddenly came to the Great Wall with 2 dragons, John said with a worried look. What are you worried about? The one-armed blacksmith glanced at him. Duke Stark's family is either dead or missing. Will she seek revenge on you, a bastard? John hesitated. I don't know. The Night Watchers shouldn't have political leanings. But maybe Sansa and Arya still have a chance to rebuild Winterfell. Now that the Targaryens are back, The one-armed blacksmith shifted his gaze from the black dragon to the king's tower and said with a complicated expression, Westeros always need a king. At least there is one thing that she did better than all the other kings. She has a sense of responsibility. She gave up the pursuit of the Iron Throne and helped the Westeros solve their external problems first. If the savages and the ghosts cross the Great Wall, Winterfell, and even the entire Northern Territory will be finished. There is no point for 100 Sansa Stark to live. Master Tanner, shouldn't you arrange 2 guards for the king's tower? Toad grinned and moved closer to the blacksmith, flattering, I am willing to protect Her Majesty. Me too. Me too. I'm not hurt and I'm not tired. Immediately, A few night watchers gathered around excitedly. The one-armed blacksmith thought for a moment and felt that the toad's suggestion made sense. The Dragon Queen was protected by 2 dragons and fearless Baristan, so she was safe. But arranging guards for the queen was the night watcher's etiquette. "John, you will be responsible for guarding the queen's gate for the next few days." The one-armed blacksmith felt that he should create an opportunity for his little brother to get close to the queen. His worries were not unfounded. Stark and the Targaryens had a blood feud that went back several generations. Perhaps Jon's performance made the queen happy. Seeing how Ed Stark's family was killed, would she forgive Jon and his 2 sisters? Jon seemed to understand Master Tanner's good intentions. He patted his chest and promised, "Although my leg has not recovered, I will perform well and not disgrace the night watchers." The next morning, Dany had just walked out of the king's tower when she saw Jon shivering by the oak door. He was holding a spear against the cold wind and snow, guarding the door for her like the most loyal soldier. Seeing him limping over to greet her, Dany even felt a little pity, but that pity was soon replaced by doubt. Big Black and Little White did not drive him away. The 2 dragons were guarding the door. Not everyone could stand close to them in the middle of the night. "Did they bite you?" Dany pointed at the dragons and asked. "No. When I walked over, the 2 dragons looked at me and then went back to sleep." Woo-woo, just as she was about to ask again, a long and sonorous horn sounded from the city wall overhead. 1 horn means that the night watchers have returned. 2 horns means that the barbarians are attacking. "Your Majesty, the barbarians are attacking the city," Jon said anxiously. "I haven't had breakfast yet." Dany muttered and said to Baristan and the old doctor beside her, "Let's go up and see." Chapter 288. The north wind whistled, bringing large amounts of snowflakes into the cloak. The snowflakes then drilled into the person's neck, armpit and crotch through the gaps of the armor. It was like a greedy viper, absorbing all of the person's heat and strength. The sky was gloomy, like a dirty quilt covering the Great Wall. Maybe the night watchers who blew the horn could reach the zenith? Dany said that she did not have breakfast, but she knew that it was not early in the morning. It was almost afternoon. Lunchtime had passed. The king's tower was 30 meters high, built close to the 200-meter-high wall. There was a wooden bridge at the top of the tower that led to a wooden ladder in the shape of a zigzag. When Dany and her companions walked up the wooden ladder, they happened to run into Tanner, the blacksmith, and 17 or 18 men in black robes. They were busy fastening their sword belts and stuffing hard black bread with cheese into their mouths. "Your Majesty, we can't entertain you properly," Tanner shouted at Dany. "Then let's save our strength to entertain the king of savages." Dany smiled. At the top of the Great Wall, the night watchers propped up a row of iron pots with poles that were taller than a person, and a big fire was burning inside. The wind was howling and the flames were swaying. Someone handed her a bag of warm braised beef and a piece of black bread the size of half a head, but Dany turned it down. It was bone-chillingly cold here. Clouds of white steam came out when she opened her mouth, and the food in her mouth was frozen before she could chew it. How could she have the appetite to eat? The battlements on both sides of the aisle were made of gray-white mysterious ice. She was not sure if there were boulders inside. Dany had the illusion that she had crawled into a freezer. In fact, a freezer could be negative 18 degrees Celsius at most, but the temperature here was probably lower than negative 20 degrees Celsius. The Great Wall was very wide, enough for 12 fully armed knights to ride side by side, but the ground was too slippery because of the ice. In order not to fall, the brothers in black paved a gravel path on the aisle. Well, they did not cover the entire wide road. There was only a small path for the patrolling soldiers to walk on. Beside the gravel road, bunches of arrows, crossbows, spears and ballista bolts were already prepared and spread out for the night watchers to use. In addition to the arrows, there were also ash-white rocks the size of wash basins. They were stacked 3 meters high and stretched on the road for dozens of meters. Above the city gate, there were also round wooden barrels filled with pitch and kerosene. What made Dany feel strange was that there was a row of scarecrow sentries in black standing between the battlements. Each of them was holding a spear. Under the dim sky, the savages hundreds of meters away could not tell which one was real. Was he borrowing arrows from the straw boat? To the north of the Great Wall was a dark forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was as vast as the ocean, and flickering red stars were moving slowly in the forest. The night watchers would regularly clear the trees within 800 meters of the city wall. Therefore, between the gray Great Wall and the Black Forest, There was a broad, white snowy plain that looked like a white handkerchief that was spread out. At this moment, black dots holding torches walked out of the forest, leaving light traces on the snow-white ground. The attack line stretched for 2 kilometers. The savages had almost sent all of their forces into the battlefield. Woo 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 woo, the night watcher named Red Ellen blew the horn again. Twice, the sound was urgent, indicating that the savages were about to attack. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo, woo woo woo. This time the savages responded. It was not just one horn. More than 10 horns were played at the same time on the open snowy ground. Danny could not tell the number. It was just too noisy. There were also loud flutes and dull drums. But for some reason, Danny could hear an unusual excitement in these monotonous and chaotic sounds. She understood the savage's voice. We are coming. We will destroy your city wall, plunder your land, and take your daughters and wives. The savages are so arrogant. John shouted. You can hear it too? Danny looked at her cheap nephew in surprise. Catapults, prepare to throw in oil barrels. Burn. Tanner waved his single arm and roared at the 6 night watchers beside the 2 giant catapults. The oil barrels were quickly stuffed into the catapults. Then the cloth stuffed into the barrels was ignited by the torches. The wind fanned the fire, making it even more violent. Fire! Neuer shouted. As the balance arm fell, the throwing arm smashed into the crossbar with a bang. The burning oil barrels flew out under the dim sky, emitting a strange flickering light and rolling smoke. Boom! The oil barrels landed on the snowy ground and exploded into a flaming lotus. Although none of the savages were burned to death, it scared the nearby savages into running away. 7 gods above. Those are mammoths. Are those the legendary giants sitting on them? Danny had a strange expression. She said with disappointment, so small. They are not small, right? John shook his head and pointed at the long line of mammoths. He said in fear, the shortest one is 3 meters tall. The tallest one is almost 4.5 meters tall. Ordinary people standing in front of them are like children standing in front of adults. Danny shook her head and sneered, 4.5 meters tall? How can they fight with the megalosaurus if they are not at least 10 meters tall? Do you think they can defeat my 2 dragons? They are still young dragons. They are only 2 months away from being 2 years old. Danny was immediately slapped in the face. A giant stood up on the back of a mammoth and raised a wooden stick, a tree trunk. It roared angrily at the night watchers above the city gate. The sound was like thunder from ancient times. The snow on the battlements even trembled. The people on the battlements, including Danny herself, were also shocked. It was as if they had been hit by the true dragon roar. So powerful. Danny stopped smiling and said seriously, it seems that I am a bit arrogant. Being twice as tall as a human does not mean that its strength is also twice as strong. I am afraid that if 10 people were to fight a giant in a tug of war, the giant would still win. Continue. Neuer shouted. The catapults were loaded again. Then 2 barrels of burning asphalt flew across the sky and fell into the enemy's army. Well, it was very embarrassing. It seemed that another savage was not killed. It was because the barrels flew in a parabola for a long time. Although the savages were reckless, they were not blind. How could they not see the bright flames? Stop throwing. It will be a waste if you can't hit anyone. Danny shouted at the one-armed man. We can't stop attacking. I have to boost their morale. The one-armed blacksmith lowered his voice and pointed at the night watchers who were shivering behind the battlements. What are they afraid of? Danny didn't want him to. She deliberately shouted so that everyone could hear. It is just an army of 20 to 30,000 savages and hundreds of thousands of savage tribes. I have seen this kind of battle many times. The blacksmith was stunned. He sighed and said, we only have 20 warriors left. After the battle last night, most of the villagers of Mole Village left. Wrong. You still have 2 megalosaurus. Then let the megalosaurus go out and burn them. A woman with unkempt hair poked her head out from behind a scarecrow. Danny had met this woman when she was on the wall. She was a prostitute from Mole Village, Zay. She was holding a long-armed crossbow. There was no trace of cowardice on her face. She was as brave as a female warrior. I am waiting for someone. Danny smiled at her. You're very brave. Braver than the men of Mole Village. The prostitute Zay blushed and asked awkwardly, Your Majesty, who are you waiting for? Mansred. John blurted out. The blacksmith Tanner nodded and said, Yes, burn the king of savages. If the megalosaurus appears too early, Mansred will definitely hide. Whoosh 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 whoosh. While they were talking, a sharp whistling sound came from outside the wall. The heads of the scarecrows that were placed between the battlements suddenly exploded as if someone had stuffed a grenade into them. Danny immediately crouched down and shouted, "Be careful of the giant's arrows. It's the 7th level of hell. It has flown 200 meters but it is still so powerful." But her warning was still a little late. The giant archers were mainly focusing their fire near the catapults. A 2-meter-long thumb-thick wooden pole pierced through the lower abdomen of a night watcher. It was like a feather stuck to an arrow. It did not slow down the arrow at all. The arrow flew diagonally into the sky as if it was nothing. Fuck. Danny was dumbfounded. The arrow carried the night watcher with it for another 100 meters. At that time he was still alive. His screams were louder than the horn, and the whole dark castle was shrouded in the horrifying howls of death. The monk from the dark castle, Silita, looked at the unlucky bastard who was flying into the distance with fear in his eyes. He gulped down a mouthful of wine and sang the song of the Madonna with a trembling voice. "Ah, the gentle Madonna, the source of mercy, bless your son to travel through time and space, to stop the arrows, to block the swords, to let them see a better tomorrow." The one-armed blacksmith did not care about the wailing that was getting farther and farther away. He quickly poked his head out of the battlements and glanced down. He was shocked and angry. Oh no, the savages are going to attack the gate. Hundreds of giants stopped 500 meters away from the gate. They were shooting at the battlements in a 3-stage shooting pattern. The night watchers did not dare to look up. There were also a dozen particularly tall giants riding mammoths. They led thousands of savages past the giant archers and surged toward the city gate. Baristan ignited a bucket of asphalt on the walkway. He lifted the unburned bucket and threw it out of the battlements. Boom! A giant arrow like a javelin hit the bucket that was about 10 meters away. Flames fell down like raindrops. The barbarians with fur and unkempt hair down below who were touched by the burning viscous pitch would immediately howl and throw down their weapons, rolling around in the snow. There was also a mammoth whose fur on its neck was ignited. It roared and broke up the formation of the savages. Countless savages were trampled to death. Good. The one-armed blacksmith urged the night watchers to learn from the white knights. The two of them carried a wooden bucket, lit it up, and threw it out. There were also people who directly threw basin-sized stones down. The Great Wall is here. As long as the night watchers do not make any obvious mistakes, no matter how many savages come, it will be useless, Danny murmured. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly there was a sound that sounded like someone hitting a shield. Yes, the sound was amplified by 100 decibels. "Damn it, the mammoth is hitting the gate," Tanner cursed loudly. The giant on the mammoth's back was holding a huge oak shield that was as wide as 2 double beds put together. As for its thickness, anyway, it had already been hit by 2 or 3 huge rocks, and there were still raging flames burning on it, but the shield still did not break. Boom, boom. The mammoth let out a loud sound like a train whistle. It took a big step forward and hit the shield again. Crack. The crisp sound of the oak cracking made everyone on the city wall feel cold. It was not the giant's shield that cracked. The gate was also made of thick oak. Now there was a big hole in it. The city has been breached. Professor Paristan, who had been hiding in the corner and warming himself by the fire, screamed like a woman. Danny was speechless. Without a doubt, she was slapped in the face again. This was a fantasy world. There were creatures called magic beasts. Like the megalosaurus, the direwolf, and the shadow lynx, giants and mammoths were top-tier legendary creatures. She should not judge the strength of these magic beasts with scientific thinking. The blacksmith Tanner was stunned. He gritted his teeth and said to Baristan, "Sir, you command the battle on the city wall. I will bring people to the gate to kill those bastards." Without waiting for the white knight to speak, Danny dissuaded him loudly, "Don't get too excited. There are still 2 dragons down there. If they burn in the gate, it will be worse than being smashed to death by stones. The giants will not be able to break out." The one-armed blacksmith was stunned. He nodded and said, "Okay, this is a good idea. Burn them to death." "Wait, I remember that there is a thick layer of ice at the gate. Will it collapse?" Jon Snow said. Chapter 289. The blacksmith continued to stay on the wall to direct the night watchers to throw stones, oil barrels, and spears at the gate. Danny, Baristan, Jon, and 4 or 5 night watchers took the lift down to stop the barbarians in the gate. Well, inside the Great Wall there was a wide groove. The night watchers built a steel frame in the shape of a well at the mouth of the groove and built a human-powered lift with pulley blocks. They climbed into the big iron cage at the mouth of the well. John pulled the rope with the bell at the end 3 times. Then they stood in the iron cage stupidly. The wind was howling but the cage did not move at all. Just as Danny was about to ask, the iron cage shook violently and began to move horizontally. It moved shakily from the great wall to the hollow mouth of the well. Then the ropes creaked and the iron cage began to descend. Crack, 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 crack. Danny frowned and said, "Is this thing safe?" "Your Majesty, don't be afraid. I've been on the Great Wall for 2 or 3 years, and there has never been an accident. In fact, the scenery here is very good. I can almost see half the world." John wiped the snow from his beard and comforted her. "Ghost is good. I don't need to ride a dragon to see higher and farther to discourage you. But the scenery below, windowless fortresses, collapsed walls and courtyards full of rubble. It's so empty and boring." Further away, there was an endless wasteland made up of hills ravaged by cold wind, rugged and dangerous rocks, and wild lands dotted with snow. "What do you want me to see? How did you survive these years?" Danny could not help but sympathize with the poor boy. Jon Snow misunderstood her and began to recount his career. "When I first came, I was a new recruit. I practiced swordsmanship with the instructor in the morning and worked in the afternoon. Sometimes I took Whitey-O, my dire wolf, out to hunt for extra food for the commander-in-chief's dinner. If there were no barbarians attacking the city, Master Tanner would also arrange for a few brothers to hunt some wild deer and water deer for His Majesty. Other than hunting, I was mostly doing odd jobs in the blacksmith's shop, helping Master Tanner turn the whetstone or pump the bellows. There was still a lot of work to be done, such as standing guard, running errands, delivering letters, cleaning the stables, cleaning the horses, making bows and arrows, taking care of the messenger crows, checking accounts. Later, I became the commander-in-chief's clerk and began to manage the night watchers with him until we went north beyond the Great Wall. But now I am His Majesty's guard." "The guards at the gate?" Danny laughed in her heart, but she asked, "Where's your dire wolf?" "Bai Ling, I lost it," John said dejectedly. The dire wolf can still be lost?" "I was captured by the barbarians. When I followed them up the Great Wall, Bai Ling was blocked on the other side." "What I mean is," Danny looked at the other night watchers hesitantly, "can't you sense its location? Perception? Why can I sense it?" John was puzzled. "John, do you know who you are?" "The illegitimate son of the House of Stark. But I am now a night watcher," John said with a gloomy face. "No, those are the identities given to you by others. Do you know who you are?" "Your Majesty, what are you trying to say?" Creak boom, the iron cage stopped. Barristan and melancholy Eddie worked together to open the gate. Danny was the first to get out of the cage. An old man in black who was leaning on the winch and panting immediately came forward to salute her. The little boy who was helping him stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Clap, clap, clap. Danny clapped her hands in the direction of the king's tower and shouted, "Big Black, Little White, come here." Hiss, hiss, the 2 dragons immediately flapped their wings and glided to the courtyard in front of the gate. The ice is indeed a bit thick. The gate was not spacious. It only allowed 1 person to ride in and out. It was difficult for 2 horses to ride side by side. There were also many twists and turns inside. It was not a straight road. Inside the stone cave, the 2 walls, the floor and the ceiling were all made of rock. However, there was a layer of gray ice more than 10 meters thick at the entrance. If it was burned by the dragon flames, it would be in danger of collapsing. Of course, even if the ice layer collapsed, it would not affect the Great Wall. The key was that the entrance was blocked. The only way in and out of the Great Wall for hundreds of miles would be destroyed in a short period of time. They could not even repair the broken gate at the other end of the gate. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of metal twisting came from the gate. Danny knew that the giants were ramming against the iron fence. There was an old oak door inlaid with nails that was 30 centimeters thick at the entrance and exit. There were also 3 iron fences inside the gate. "Why don't we put them in the courtyard and burn them? The gate is narrow and only 1 giant can enter at a time. 2 dragons can't burn 1 person to death?" Barristan said. Danny thought for a moment and asked John, "Do you have chains to tie the giants? Do you want to capture the giants?" John was shocked. "Giants are wild and hard to tame. Why should we capture them?" Depressed, Eddie was confused. The gray-haired guy came from a family of knights and used to be an attendant of the commander-in-chief. His position among the night watchers was almost as high as John's. Farming, building the city, working as coolies and being exhibits. What can't you do? Isn't the Great Wall that you are guarding built by the giants? The Great Wall was built by city builder Brandon Stark. John corrected him. Brandon only drew the design. At most, he added some magic circles. The farmer workers must be the giants. Dani waved her hand and ended the topic. She asked again, do you have chains to tie the giants? Can the chains to drag the iron cages? John asked. Dani looked sideways. The chains on the elevator shaft were as thick as her wrist. John also said that they had never broken in the past few years. Yes. Eddie, you take these brothers to move the chains. Night, John, you two stand aside. Later, boom. A thunderous sound from the gate interrupted their conversation. Roar, 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 roar. The giants' roar came through the gap of the gate, almost shattering their eardrums. The giants are here. Galen's face was pale and he could not speak. Dani glanced at the rattling oak gates and said calmly, don't worry, don't panic. Everything is under control. Blackie. Huff huff. Blackie poked its head out and glanced at the night watchers with its black and red eyes. Two thin snake-like nostrils spurted out. Ugh. Galen, Todd, and the rest of the night watchers shuddered. As expected, they were not afraid. They were still afraid, but the target of their fear had changed from a giant to a giant dragon. We will move the chains now. They breathed a sigh of relief and ran away. The wooden buckets, rice bags, wooden stakes, and other miscellaneous items that stopped the barbarian assault team last night had been cleared out. The courtyard was empty. Well, there were a few towers on both sides of the gate. The stone towers were built on a 3-meter-high stone foundation. Other than that, there was an open space. John and Barristan stood on the stone steps in front of the king's tower and looked at the head-sized fist marks on the oak door. The giant's roar was getting louder and louder. The blacksmiths on the Great Wall had been climbing up the battlements and looking down. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, Eddie and the others were panting as they carried 2 large baskets of chains to the stone steps of the king's tower. The giant finally smashed a hole in the oak door. They saw his furry arms. His grayish-white hair was longer than John's hair. He looked like a long-haired gorilla that was several times bigger. Roar, roar. The giant at the gate shouted excitedly in an ancient language that Dani could not understand. The excited howls of the giants and barbarians echoed in the tunnel. That's a bit too much. John was worried. Don't be afraid. Look at their arms. They are so hairy. If they spit dragon flames, they would be burned into a torch. Barristan said. The frost giants that lived in the extreme north had long body hair. Otherwise, how could they survive in such a cold environment? Boom. Wood chips flew. A 4-meter-tall hairy giant staggered out of the gate. He ran a few steps in the courtyard and fell into the mud. Roar, roar. He did not care about his sorry state. He opened his bloody mouth and laughed wildly. Even Blackie and Little White could hear his pride and joy. Then, bang, the laughter stopped abruptly. As soon as the giant got up from the mud, Blackie, who had been waiting impatiently at the gate, immediately whipped him in the back of the head with his tail. The giant rolled on the ground like a ball and rolled more than 10 meters away. He landed in front of Little White and whipped him with his tail again. Bang! The hairy giant did not even have time to scream before he lay on the ground in a bloody mess. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. Dani saw that the giant's head was deflated, and the blood was like a tap that had been opened. She could not help but grit her teeth and said, be gentle, don't kill it. Roar. Another 3.5-meter-tall giant rushed out. He only roared once before he looked at the white dragon in front of him and froze. Even if the giant was stunned, Blackie, who was guarding the gate, did not let him go. Bang! The bowling ball moved, but this time it did not hit the giant's head. Its tail hit the giant's back. Therefore he could still roll on the ground and howl. The night watchers held the chains and hesitated to go forward to tie him up. Don't worry about him. Cripple him first but force him to kneel and surrender later, Dani shouted. The third one who rushed out was not a giant, but 4 or 5 savages with bronze axes. Surrender and you will be spared. Barristan shouted with a megaphone on the stone steps. Kill, boom. One of the barbarians had a ferocious look on his face. He raised his axe and rushed towards Blackie. Then a bright red dragon flame poured down from above. The 5 barbarians let out a hurried howl and melted like candles thrown into a steel furnace. Well, the temperature of the black dragon flame was higher than before. The process of Megalosaurus spitting dragon flame was actually casting magic. There was no flamethrower fuel tank in the dragon's stomach. In fact, when they spit dragon flame, their mouths were empty. There was nothing in them. The dragon flame appeared out of thin air in the space between the upper and lower jaws. It was not some kind of chemical liquid that was spat out from the throat. It was a complete magic reaction. When there was a meditation vortex in Blackie's spirit ocean, the magic power changed from disordered to orderly, instinctive to perfect control. Its strength increased several times. 7 gods above, the dragon flame is so scary. Fortunately, it did not directly spray into the city gate. John and the others were stunned by such a horrible scene. Their faces were pale. What kind of monster is this? The savages at the back saw their companions in such a miserable state and quickly stopped. They shrank into the hole and struggled to howl. No, don't use so much force. Don't use too much force. Go back. The giant behind pushed them forward quickly. Chapter 290. There's a monster in front. Don't push. Don't push so hard. Go back. Don't. The barbarians in front struggled with all their might. Their cries were mournful and pitiful, but the giants behind them did not care. They only pushed forward excitedly. Surrender and you'll be spared. Baristan raised his metal horn and shouted. The barbarian's expression was twisted. He was hesitant. Blackie stuck his head out. The ferocious dragon head occupied the barbarian's entire vision. Sparks were even spewing out of its wine-sized nostrils. I surrender. The barbarians gave up struggling and rushed out of the city gate. They threw away their weapons and ran away from Blackie. Eddie, Galen, and a few other night watchers approached them with crossbows. They shouted, "Kneel. Put on the chains." Eddie threw 3 chains used by ordinary prisoners over. Even though there were only 4 night watchers, the 3 barbarians who were scared out of their wits by the megalosaurus did not resist. They obediently knelt on the ground and picked up the chains hesitantly. A deafening wail came from behind them. When they turned around, they saw the giant King Marg, who was almost 4.5 meters tall, on fire. Thick smoke billowed as he rolled wildly on the ground. That ferocious white monster would whip him with its tail from time to time. Marg's bones cracked and he cried out in pain. Shivering violently, the 3 barbarians quickly put the chains on each other. Seeing that the giant king was lying motionless in the mud, Danny said to John, "Let the barbarian captives tie up the giants." Just like that, the barbarians and giants lined up to enter the city gate and came out from the other side. The barbarians in front refused to give up until they saw the coffin. They fearlessly rushed toward Blackie. After being melted into candles by the dragon's flames, the barbarians at the back immediately wiped their tears and surrendered when they saw the coffin. The people behind them would rather die than surrender, setting an example for the people behind them. This cycle continued. When it was around dusk, the wide courtyard was already covered with the corpses of the giants. There were a total of 45 of them. They were either broken, charred and smoking, or dead. But regardless of whether they were dead or alive, they were all captured by the barbarians. Their hands and feet were tied with chains. There were even more savages, and the handcuffs used to tie them up were not enough. They could only chase them into the stone prison. There's no one else? After waiting for a while, no savages came out. Danny couldn't help but feel strange and said, "Who wants to go inside and see what the savages are doing?" The barbarian army definitely hadn't retreated. The night watchers on the city wall were still fighting. "I'll go." Toad volunteered himself and stepped on the dirty brown human flesh to refine oil into the city gate. Not long after, he ran out quickly and shouted, "There are still barbarians inside. They seem to know that it is dangerous outside, so they are all hiding there and not moving." "Beh?" Danny raised her head abruptly, and her purple pupils contracted. Under the dusky sky, a goshawk was circling and dancing in the snowflakes. Its figure was sometimes hidden and sometimes present. It was so inconspicuous yet so eye-catching. Transfiguration. She gritted her teeth and laughed coldly. "Big Black." Danny shouted and ran up the stone steps. She jumped and landed on Big Black's back. Squeak, puff, puff, puff. Big Black flapped its wings hard, stirring up a gust of wind in the courtyard, and carried Danny up into the sky. Screech, the goshawk, was very alert. As soon as the black dragon took off, it let out a long cry and flapped its wings high into the sky. Its speed was getting faster and faster, almost reaching 100 kilometers per hour in 10 seconds. Large pieces of snow were thrown at Danny like small stones. She had to squint her eyes and crawl on Big Black's back. Screech, the night watchers on the city wall saw a black shadow jump up quickly, and the wind stirred up by the turbulent airflow blew away the thin layer of snow on the city wall. "Dragon Queen is riding a dragon into the sky," one of the night watchers shouted. "Mansfred's location is still uncertain. She's going?" The one-armed blacksmith's eyes focused. He saw the goshawk flapping its wings wildly in the snow. The megalosaurus is chasing a falcon? The night watchers were puzzled. Screech, the goshawk had flown more than 3,000 meters in the sky, thinking that the snow was blocking the vision of the megalosaurus. He couldn't even see the huge Great Wall below him. However, after circling half a circle, a terrible sense of danger hit him like a real storm. Almost instinctively, he began to drive the goshawk to fall rapidly in the direction of the camp of the savages beyond the Great Wall. Squeak, the megalosaurus roared, and its voice was 100 times louder and more majestic than the giant's howl. The noisy battle cries, the neighing of horses, the mooing of cows, and the whistling of mammoths on the battlefield seemed to have hit the pause button. For a moment, it was so quiet that only the whistling of the wind could be heard. Everyone looked up at the huge black monster in the sky. This is the power of the megalosaurus. The power of the megalosaurus is terrifying. Looking at the black dragon flying freely in the wind, the one-armed tanner seemed to be in a daze. Screech, the goshawk didn't fly to the shapeshifter's side as Danny expected. Or rather, when the black dragon slowed down and followed behind the goshawk, the shapeshifter also guessed the dragon rider's thoughts. The goshawk gave up on the idea of nimbly changing directions to get rid of the megalosaurus. The megalosaurus was much faster and more agile than the goshawk. The heavy draconic aura slowly but surely took over the goshawk's mind, making the shapeshifter and the goshawk want to give up on his pet. But he also understood one thing. For a shapeshifter, having a goshawk as a companion was extremely rare. It was even very likely that this goshawk was the only flying pet he had in his life. So, the goshawk stopped circling around and fell vertically from the sky as if it had been shot by an arrow. But the megalosaurus was more familiar with this action than the goshawk, and followed closely behind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, a huge arrow that was 2 meters long flew past her slowly. It was so slow that she could grab it with one hand and was completely harmless. But Danny knew that this height was already close to the shooting range of the giant's arrows. Screech, Blackie gracefully glided across the sky in an arc, leaving the giant archer's formation and flying towards the continuous camp at the edge of the forest. Since her trump card had been exposed, then, after closing the distance, Danny hesitated, and the murderous intent in her heart instantly disappeared by 99%. There were about 30,000 savages rushing out of the forest. There were riders on horses and leopards, 100 mammoth riders, more than 300 giants running wildly on the ground with tree trunks in their hands, and dozens of wolf spirits and shapeshifters. There were barbarians from the mountains, sailors from the Aral Sea, cannibal tribes from the Great Glacier, cavemen with dyed faces, chariots pulled by dogs from the frozen coast, and hard-footed people whose feet were like boiled leather. Danny did not hesitate or have the heart to kill these strange savages. But when the megalosaurus flew to the edge of the forest, there were children around the yurt who were having a snowball fight, women and old people who were collecting firewood in the forest. There were more than 100,000 people, and they were all refugees. "Dracaris," she ordered. Boom, the 20-meter-long dragon flame was like a plow, and it swept across the savages' camp from the east to the west. Mud and snow splashed 2 meters high, and women and children cried as they fled into the depths of the forest. The angry and sorrowful cries of the giants and men came from the battlefield, and the attacking troops immediately collapsed. The cavalry, foot soldiers, and giants gave up on the great wall's gate that they had been guarding for hours, and strode towards the camp, towards their wives and children. What? Looking at the dragon flame column that looked like the fire sword of the gods raging in the camp in the forest, and causing a lot of smoke and fire, the night watchers on the Great Wall were shocked and stunned. This is the megalosaurus. Even the Prairie of Fury was not as powerful as this, right? One of the night watchers could not help but exclaim. Another night watcher wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said with a trembling voice, "Fortunately, the Dragon Queen is on our side. I can't imagine what we would do if the megalosaurus came to attack the Great Wall." "It seems." Tanner, the blacksmith, looked for a while and said in confusion, "Her Majesty seems to have avoided the savages' tents, and the dragon flame is all on the open ground." "That's right, the dragon flame is not even sweeping in a straight line. Her Majesty has accurately avoided all the tents and savages," an old man said. Behind the battlements, There was a beautifully decorated brass lens from Meyer, which was supported on a tripod. It belonged to Scholar Yimont and was used to observe the stars at night. At this time the lens was turned downwards. An old night watcher had been investigating the enemy, hoping to find the king of savages, Mance Rayder, in the tents by the forest. Well, John was not familiar with Mance Rayder, but the old night watchers all knew the king of savages. Mance Rayder grew up in the Dark Castle, and 10 years ago, he gave up his oath as a night watcher and went beyond the Great Wall to be a savage. Tanner and a few other night watchers went to the lens and took a closer look. They found that only the forest behind the tents was burning. In the smoke they could see that the tents were still there. There were no corpses piled up like mountains, and there was not even a single dead person. There were only countless savages running and crying in the mud after the fire. "What is she doing?" the red-nosed old doctor asked in confusion. "The savages are retreating." The prostitute Zay pointed at the savages running around and laughed. "No matter what His Majesty thinks, we only lost one unlucky bastard and defeated 100,000 savages. We won." As she spoke, she hugged the night watchers beside her and kissed them. The night watchers were happy to reciprocate. Well, many of them were Zay's benefactors. Every night watcher got a garlic kiss from her. Even the red-nosed old doctor was pressed against a box and kissed a few times. Night in the hall of the Dark Castle. The fireplace was blazing and the living room was as warm as spring. The wooden table under the chandelier was filled with fragrant food. There were toasted bread, fried salt cod, grilled sausages, sauced beef, yogurt, oatmeal mixed with carrots and bits of turnip. The night watchers, the orphan children of Mole Village, the prostitute Zay, and a few farmers who came to do chores. 40 or 50 people were sitting at the 2 rows of long wooden tables. There was a wooden table placed horizontally at the head of the table. Danny was sitting in the center. On her left and right were Scholar Yimont and Sir Barristan. Together with the 3 of them were Sir Vinton Stowe and the blacksmith Tanner. Tanner was a blacksmith master and also the acting castellan. Vinton Stowe was of noble birth and had been a ranger for 80 years. He was about the same age as Yimont's master, but he was not as healthy as the old scholar. He was a little retarded. Well, John and Barristan were sitting in the public seats. Scholar Yimont was still very confused about this. He thought that Danny had mistreated her doctor. However, the red-nosed old man was very self-aware. He was embarrassed but firmly rejected Scholar Yimont's offer of his seat. The old scholar vaguely guessed that there must be something going on, so he did not force it. The blacksmith was a temporary commander, and Sir Stowe was the acting castellan of the Dark Castle. Chapter 291. To Her Majesty. In the wooden hall, all the night watchers stood up, raised their horn cups and cheered. "We were able to defeat the barbarians this time because of everyone's united efforts." To the night watchers and all the villagers who participated in the battle. Danny got up and drank the honey wine in her horn cup. "Good." Everyone cheered loudly and finished the strong liquor in their cups. After the opening ceremony of the banquet, everyone opened their arms, ate the meat, drank the wine and told dirty jokes loudly. They didn't hold back at all because of Queen Danny's presence. After a few drinks, the blacksmith Tanner frowned and asked, "Your Majesty, you didn't burn the barbarians' camp. You won't have a second chance like that." As soon as he said this, the hall immediately quieted down. Yimont, John, and the others all looked at Danny curiously. Danny nodded and said, "Yes, I did plan to burn the barbarians' supplies and tents. The barbarians didn't have siege crossbows, and the giant archers were all gathered under the city gate. It was a good opportunity. But when I flew over, I found that except for a few warriors, most of the people in the camp were women, the elderly, and children. I even saw several pregnant women milking the sheep in the pen." She let out a long sigh and said with a complicated expression, "Under such circumstances, how could I do it? It was better to intimidate Mansred and let him know that he couldn't do it. They're all barbarians. The barbarians didn't let go of our women and children. Last night, the group of Thens burned all the villages they encountered along the way. Men, children, old people, not a single one was left alive. The women were even more miserable," a night watchman said indignantly. "Along the way they left behind a trail of blood." "Is that so?" Danny frowned. She first looked at John, then at Yimont. One of them was a spy among the barbarians, and the other had all the information about the night watchers. "That's right. Many villages were burned to the ground. Apart from a few farmers who managed to survive, there were almost no survivors," Scholar Eamon said. I didn't kill anyone. They forced me to kill the Northerners to prove my loyalty. I refused. If it weren't for a wolf that suddenly rushed out, it would have been very difficult for me to escape alive, John said with an ugly expression. The mole village was burned too, added the prostitute Zay. Danny sighed and said helplessly, this is a little troublesome. I was planning to recruit Mance Rider and let the barbarians come to the Great Wall for the winter. We're still asking you why you didn't burn the campsite. You're going one step further and planning to let the barbarians cross the Great Wall? Absolutely not. If we let the barbarians enter the northern territory, then the hundreds of thousands of people. The one-armed blacksmith slammed his wine cup on the table with a thump. His voice was firm and cold as he said word by word, we are the Night Watchers. Our duty is to stop the barbarians from invading the south. Your Majesty, if you don't want the people of the Seven Kingdoms to hate you, it's best to abandon this terrible, shameful, crazy idea. Facing the worried gaze of Scholar Yimont, Danny didn't get angry. She just smiled faintly and returned to the previous topic. Hurting women and children, killing innocent people, is no doubt a terrible and shameful act of beasts. That's why you all hate the barbarians. But when you hate people who have done terrible things, it doesn't mean that you want to do the same to them. If I burn the campsite of the barbarians and burn tens of thousands of barbarian women, elders, children, and even most of their living materials, then what's the difference between me and the barbarians that you hate? Everyone was stunned. Your Majesty, you're right. Old Yimont smiled with relief. He was so happy that most of the wrinkles on his face had disappeared. Blacksmith Tanner looked at Danny with surprise and suspicion. He awkwardly raised the wine cup that was tilted on the table. I'm sorry, I'm drunk. Please forgive me for being rude, he said. Danny nodded and continued, no matter how savage and cruel the barbarians are, they are still human. The question now is, who is our real enemy? Is it not the barbarians? Eddie asked doubtfully. The white ghost. John looked enlightened. He nodded and said, the barbarians can only threaten the north, but the deviant ghosts can destroy the entire Westeros. We can't even be sure if there are deviant ghosts. Don't you think it's stupid to worry about something that doesn't exist? The red-nosed old man mocked. The deviant ghosts are real. John was so excited that his face turned red. The corpses really came back to life. John killed one and a dozen of us worked together to kill the rest. Galen looked terrified. We didn't kill it. The corpse was cut into a dozen pieces but it could still move. Every limb could move independently. We even sent the severed hand to King's Landing. That little bastard didn't believe us at all. He even ignored Sir Elisa until the severed hand completely melted. Without any evidence, the City of Knowledge and King's Landing were even more convinced that we were lying, Eddie cursed. Danny looked at the red-nosed old man and said meaningfully, let's go outside the wall tomorrow. If the deviant ghosts are really rampant and force the barbarians to attack the wall, then it shouldn't be too difficult to find them. Won't the barbarians attack tomorrow? The one-armed blacksmith frowned. As long as he's not out of his mind, he should give up on the idea of taking down the gate of Dark Castle. If Mance Red is smarter, he should take the initiative to ask the messenger to surrender. He won't surrender voluntarily. He can't surrender. John thought for a moment and explained, the barbarians are different from us. Every small tribe is like a kingdom, and many of them have generations of blood feuds. Mance Red was able to unite these tribes because he set a common goal for them to invade the Westeros. Nothing is impossible. You said before that the giants are wild and difficult to tame, but now they're still huddled in the stable as captives. 35 giants rushed into Dark Castle, and Danny captured 32 of them. The other 3 giants died because they couldn't save them. Yimont sighed. Even if the barbarians surrender, we don't have a place to settle them down. And food. We don't even have enough food to survive the winter. His Majesty has already solved the food problem, Barristan said. No, sir, I'm not sure yet. Danny shook her head and said strangely, I'll definitely send some food to the wall, but it's very likely that I won't be able to buy much real food. Well, I'm playing futures and futures don't equate to real goods. If the Night Watchers want to survive the winter, they have to ask the Seven Dukes and the King's Landing for help. After all, I don't even have a place to stay in the Westeros. They're the real masters. They came in a hurry last night. After dealing with the assault team, the Night Watchers had another thing to do for Scholar Yimont. During the day they were attacked by the barbarians again, so they didn't have time to talk to the descendants of the Targaryen family. At this time the treatment of the wounded, barbarian captives, was left to Dr. Paris Tan. After dinner, old Yamant carried an oil lamp and went to the gate of the king's tower with the help of John and Eddie. Danny, wearing a black patterned shadow lynx cloak, was sitting on the threshold and looking at the two dragons gnawing on a bone at the gate. When they saw someone coming, Blackie and Whitey couldn't help but raise their heads and spit out two streams of fire from their nostrils. John and Eddie looked at them in awe, then consciously stepped back, leaving space for the two Targaryens. I can't believe it. It's like a scene from a dream. The dragons are right in front of me. Your Majesty, you've completed the Targaryen family's unattainable dream for hundreds of years. The true dragon has been born once again. The old man leaned on his walking stick. The night wind messed up his sparse white hair, and sparkling tears seeped out of his old eyes. The way you descended from the sky on the Megalosaurus last night was the most shocking and exciting scene I've seen in the past 100 years. The dragons have really been resurrected. Old Master, I have to say, if you ancestors didn't mess around and left me a few more dragon eggs, I would have probably organized a Megalosaurus army by now. Danny chuckled. Old Yamant was stunned and asked curiously, how did you hatch a dragon? What's the motto of the Targaryen family? Danny asked in return. Blood and fire come from the same source, Old Yamant said without hesitation. How did you understand this sentence before? Old Yamant thought for a moment and said, conquer the world with blood and fire. The blood of Aegon the Conqueror flows in the body of every Targaryen. Perhaps that's what the person who came up with this motto meant, but to me it has another meaning. Blood and fire come from the same source. Blood is made of fire, and fire is the beginning of life. What do you mean? Scholar Yamant asked blankly. Simply put, hatching a dragon requires fire, but it's not just fire. In essence, hatching a dragon is a form of witchcraft. In the past, the Targaryens relied on two kinds of people to hatch a dragon, the fire wizards and the priests of the seven gods. This is nonsense. The most basic logical question is, if the fire wizards and priests really hatched a dragon, who would the young dragon belong to? Old Yamant frowned and said, the young dragon will only choose to be a dragon knight when it matures, and only the Targaryens with the blood of the true dragon can tame the Megalosaurus. Look, I know witchcraft. Blackie sneezed at the right time and a string of fire snakes shot out from its mouth. The dragon flames did not fly out in a straight line, but instead circled around Danny and changed shape. The old scholar was stunned as he watched the bright red flames turn into a python, then a fire dragon, then a bell, a fire castle. Pythons, fire dragons, bells, and other fiery creations were all vivid and lifelike. Even their scales and surface patterns were clearly visible. They had almost become real fiery creatures. Finally, the dragon flames shrunk into a bright red ball of light the size of an egg and floated above Danny's head. Only the great wizard Valeglia can do this kind of witchcraft. Do you know anything about the great wizard? Old Yamant said blankly, I know a little. The great wizard leads the wizard council and controls the entire world through the magic ball. I am the mother of dragons. These dragons are my children. The difference between the dragon knights that appeared in Targaryen and the mother of dragons is like the difference between the fire wizards who perform at the docks and the great wizard. And your actions of letting the fire wizards and priests hatch a dragon, whether or not it will succeed is another matter. This in itself is giving away the ownership of the Megalosaurus to others. Dragons can only be hatched by themselves, it belongs to whoever hatches it. That's why I can break the restriction of the dragon knights who can only control one dragon, and all four dragons listen to me. Chapter 292. For dragons? Old Yamant was shocked. Danny lifted her cloak, took out the warm red dragon egg from her pocket, and smiled at the old man. The other two help me guard Slaver's Bay, and soon there will be 5. This. The old man looked at the dragon egg covered with fine red scales and was shocked beyond words. It's about to be born? Yamant's voice was dry. About a week. So fast? Barristan on the side was surprised. The last golden dragon egg was nearly 10 months old. This time the dragon egg is hatched in less than 20 days? We have to wait for 10 months? Old Yamant smiled bitterly. Igo directly took the dragon egg and put it into the wildfire without delay. Well, Yamant's younger brother Igo, Aegon V, Danny and Ryza's grandfather, was the perpetrator of the Midsummer Hall tragedy. Igo prepared 7 dragon eggs, a number of 7 gods, alchemists, fire wizards, and a large number of wildfire jars to hatch the dragon in the Midsummer Hall. What exactly happened at that time, even Xueqing didn't figure out. Some doctors thought that there was a rebellion, and some history doctors characterized it as a wildfire out of control. In short, except for the loss of the 7 precious dragon eggs, Igo, his eldest son and eldest daughter-in-law, Prince Long Fulai and Jenny of the Barren Stone City, all died in the fire. Coincidentally, on the day of the tragic death of the first generation's man was the day of the birth of the second generation's man, Riga. That's right, Riga was born on the night of the fire in the Midsummer Hall, and he was even born in the Midsummer Hall. Queen Layla also participated in the dragon hatching ceremony. Even more coincidentally, not long after the death of the second generation Riga, the third generation's man Rob was born. Are they having a relay race? Or, like the reincarnation of Indra and Azura's chakra, the soul of the violation of the sacred marriage contract, is also constantly reincarnating? Then who can take over as the fourth generation's man? Well, the man who broke off the engagement must have a prominent background, at least at the level of the 7 great dukes. The Northern Pass, the Targaryen Pass. Danny Liss was born before Rob's death. The Hajian Pass. Wait, it seems that Idmore Tully, Lord of Riverrun, Duke of Hajian, Rob's uncle, currently imprisoned in Casterly Rock by Jaime, just happened to give birth to a son after Rob's death. This, shaking her head, Danny threw away these strange thoughts and said, the previous 4 dragon eggs all came from Asha. They were all fossilized eggs. This red egg once belonged to Targaryen. It was a dragon egg that was lost 2.5 centuries ago. The embryo inside is still partially alive. While Aemon was deep in thought, she asked again, Old Master, do you know how the Bravosi obtained this dragon egg? Bravos? Yes, they are planning to give the dragon eggs to the Volantis people, which means that Bravos must have more than 1 egg. 2.5 centuries ago? Old Yamant pondered. That Bravosi person said it himself. I see, I understand now. The wind blew snowflakes in front of the door. The old scholar could not help but tremble as he pulled the cloak on his shoulders. Danny immediately got up from the stone steps and led the old man to the fireplace in the king's tower. After drinking the warm milk that Barristan handed over, the old scholar sighed and said, Sigh, I am old now. Back then I was immersed in stargazing on the Great Wall. I did not even realize that a night had passed. Do you know Princess Rhaenyra? There are many people named Rhaenyra. Which one are you talking about? The granddaughter of Aegon the Conqueror, the eldest daughter of Aerys I, and the elder sister of the king of Rhaenyra, Jaehaerys I. So it is her. Danny suddenly understood. Rhaenyra was also a legendary, weird, princess, a fanatic social butterfly. The number of husbands, bestie and friends she had was staggering. Princess Rhaenyra had a good friend named Eliza from the Farman family on Fairy Island. The two of them were very close, but Eliza loved sailing and hoped to become a navigator to explore the Sunset Sea. However, Princess Rhaenyra was unwilling to let her leave, thinking that it would tear their relationship apart. Not long after, Eliza chose to leave. Before she left, she stole 3 dragon eggs from Princess Rhaenyra. Now that I think about it, Miss Eliza must have sold the dragon eggs to the Bravosi and used the money to buy a ship to explore the Sunset Sea. At that time, His Majesty Jaehaerys even secretly mobilized all forces, waiting for any force other than the Targaryen family to hatch a dragon before he immediately launched the War of Dragons. This matter was even recorded in the Targaryen family history in the Royal Library. After Jaehaerys I, a few kings had been wary of this matter. The old man let out a long sigh and smiled bitterly. As expected, what will come will come. After waiting for 250 years, Your Majesty has finally arrived. 3 dragon eggs in exchange for a ship, there is nothing more extravagant than this. Danny's eyes flashed and she sneered. I am afraid that Eliza was also used by someone. The Bravosi's desire for dragons is beyond your imagination. In the City of Knowledge, I met a faceless one who came to the Westeros at least 3 years ago. At that time, I had not even hatched a dragon yet. That guy stole the key of the head doctor and sneaked into the City of Knowledge's library to look for information related to dragons, especially information related to hatching dragons. I even suspect that he had already explored the Alchemist Guild and the Royal Library. This. Old Yamant's face wrinkled and he said worriedly, even a faceless one was involved. The Bravosi were determined to get it. I guess that everyone in the world had a desire for dragons, but I did not expect that the Bravosi had already made their move 200 years ago. At that time, the Targaryens had more than a dozen dragons. Danny shook her head and sighed. It was probably because the Targaryens had hatched Megalosaurus one after another. In just a few decades they had multiplied from 3 megalosaurus to 18 megalosaurus. I can even understand their concerns. Not to mention 18 megalosaurus, as long as half of the megalosaurus formed a team of dragon knights, it would be enough to wipe out the 9 free trade city-states and restore Valeglia's heyday when it dominated the world. Only the megalosaurus can deal with the megalosaurus. It is not surprising that the Bravosi made the first move. It is very wise and decisive. We have never thought of ruling the world. Old Yamant mumbled. This is if you do not take what is given, you will be punished. Danny smiled bitterly and asked the old scholar, I have always had a question. For a mere Iron Throne, the Targaryens did not hesitate to launch the dance of the blood dragons. But why did those stupid ancestors never think of riding the dragons to the neighboring continent of Ursos to take over a piece of land and build their own Iron Throne? I don't know. Maybe we have been assimilated into this continent and have completely regarded ourselves as Westeros, unwilling to leave our homeland. The old man looked at Danny meaningfully. They are different from you. You have been wandering around since you were young. I am afraid you do not have such deep feelings for the Red Keep, the King's Landing, and the Seven Kingdoms. This is not a matter of deep feelings. Danny shook her head. For the family, the Iron Throne can only support 3 dragons at most, one for the king and one for the queen, and another for the crown prince. If the extra megalosaurus is not exported, it will inevitably lead to internal friction. On the contrary, if the Targaryens are allowed to spread throughout the world, even if usurpers inevitably occur, the Targaryens will not have to bear the threat of extinction. For the Westeros themselves, the less games there are for the Iron Throne, the better. The Targaryens and the Seven Dukes are having fun, but the people are the ones who suffer. Look at the tragic state of the Seven Kingdoms after the rebellion of the 4 princes. Danny Rise, you are wiser and more benevolent than us, than the Targaryens of the past. As powerful players, they simply do not see the lowly commoners in the mud. Old Yamant looked at Danny with a complicated expression. There was relief, sadness, and also longing for the future. Dong dong dong. Jon's voice came from outside the door. Master Yamant, your majesty, a messenger crow has flown in from the Shadow Tower. Barristan got up from the wooden chair with a fur cushion, opened the oak door, and welcomed Jon in with a thin layer of snow on his head. You're still keeping watch at the door? The White Knight asked. Jon stood at the door and shook off the white snow on his black wool cloak. He said casually, I'm not lonely with 2 dragons accompanying me. Most people can't even see a real dragon even if they want to. Barristan looked at him strangely. You're brave. You saw the megalosaurus burning the barbarians in the afternoon, and now you're not afraid at all. Jon smiled and did not say that not only was he not afraid, but he was also excited. He walked straight to the fireplace and handed a scroll as thick as a thumb to Scholar Yamant. The old scholar opened it and read for a while. He frowned and said, Commander Bowen Maxey encountered a group of 300 barbarians led by the Weeper at the Skull Bridge. Although the enemy was defeated, we lost more than 100 brothers. The commander was seriously injured and is receiving treatment in the Shadow Tower. Bowen Maxey was originally the chief affairs officer of the Night Watchers. When Elder Bear passed away and the new commander of the Night Watchers was chosen, he was appointed as the acting commander. Where is the Skull Bridge? Danny asked with a frown. The Grand Canyon beyond the Great Wall. We fell into a trap, didn't we? The main force was transferred away from Dark Castle, giving up the advantageous terrain of the Great Wall to fight the barbarians outside the Great Wall. Danny sighed. Yes, Mansred sent small groups of enemies to harass the Great Wall at the east and west ends. To prevent the barbarians from crossing the Great Wall and entering the north, Commander Maxey had no choice but to clear the barbarians near the Great Wall. The Great Wall is too long and the Night Watchers are too few. It's impossible to monitor the entire 500-kilometer area. According to the usual practice, it's better to take the initiative than to defend passively, the old scholar explained. Haha, since you know that the King of Savages is Mansred and that Mansred is familiar with all the fighting habits of the Night Watchers, why do you still follow the old rules? If it wasn't for Broken Palm Colin being smart enough, if it wasn't for Jon Snow being loyal enough, if it wasn't for Yrgrit's love for him, if it wasn't for these almost unrepeatable accidents happening at the same time, the barbarians would have crossed the Great Wall and swept through the north. Danny shook her head and smiled. In her eyes, the offensive and defensive battle between Mansred and the Night Watchers was like a chicken pecking at chickens. Starting from Old Mormont, the Night Watchers had made a few fatal mistakes. Mansred had a powerful source of soldiers, but he was unable to create a regular army with basic military training. Of course, this had nothing to do with Mansford's intelligence. His situation was very similar to that of the original Danny Rise. He was a child of a savage who was adopted by the Night Watchers and raised as a ranger from a young age. He had never received any formal military education. Yes, the Night Watchers only trained soldiers, and their officers were all from noble families of the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 293. John, do you know why I chased after that goshawk in the afternoon? Shapeshifter. John nodded and stroked the scar on his cheek with a complicated expression. In fact, I know it. It used to belong to Oriel. I killed him and his hawk scratched my face. I heard that the sixth-form man Valamir inherited that hawk. The sixth-form man Valamir. Does he have 5 pets? Danny asked in surprise. Plus Oriel's hawk, maybe we should call him the 7th-form man. 3 wolves, a shadow lynx, and a snow bear the size of a cottage. He is almost the strongest shapeshifter among the barbarians. Danny was speechless. Not only was he the strongest shapeshifter among the barbarians, but even in the whole world, that guy named Valamir had few opponents. Well, before the bug in Stark's family was born. Like Bran, he was definitely stronger than the 6th-form man. Not to mention Bran, even Jon was afraid of the 6th-form man Valamir, because his talent was not even half of Jon's. How many shapeshifters are there among the barbarians? Barristan asked. At least 20, but they are not as strong as Valamir and can only control 1 pet. The strong ones can tame the shadow lynx, and the weak ones can only find a goat or a wild boar as companions. White Knight's expression changed drastically and she exclaimed, 20? 7 gods above, even a shadow lynx or a sparrow, if used flexibly, can change the final direction of a war. Before Danny and Robb appeared, the old man might not have had such worries. But he had personally experienced the Battle of Slaver's Bay and knew that information asymmetry alone could cause one side to be in a passive state, and the suppression of powerful legendary creatures on warhorses and workhorses would further increase this disadvantage. Even if the shapeshifter only controlled a sparrow, he could still sneak into the enemy's castle and eavesdrop on the commander's battle plans and the deployment of troops. How frightening was the advantage of having a complete grasp of the opponent's information? Not at all. Danny shook her head disapprovingly. 1 shapeshifter out of 1,000 followers of the old gods, 1 green prophet out of 1,000 shapeshifters. There are about 140,000 savages outside the city. Only a dozen shapeshifters are considered few. Jon hesitated. The northern region also believes in the old gods, but why have I never heard of the shapeshifters? Danny looked at him and chuckled. Riding a horse to find a horse. Aren't you a wolf spirit? I'm not. Jon waved his hand and hurriedly denied, as if the Dragon Queen was slandering him as a villain or a monster. You're instinctively denying your own essence. Jon, I understand that shapeshifters have been demonized by the Undulls in the City of Knowledge. You don't want to be treated as a monster. But as a follower of the old gods, denying yourself in shapeshifters is equivalent to cursing out loud that the old gods are evil gods. The hexomorph Valamir is the strongest shapeshifter among the savages. But I heard from Yega, heard from the savages that when he was a child he controlled the hunting dog at home to kill his own brother. He committed the crime of kinslaying. When he grew up he took away his master's wolf, house and territory. It's more hateful than breaking a sacred oath. He controlled a dozen villages nearby with his force. Anyone who dared to resist his rule would be torn apart by the wolves. He also used the shadow lynx to plunder the women in the villages. According to His Majesty, the gift of shapeshifters comes from the blessings of the old gods. Why would the old gods bless such an evil person? Jon said agitatedly. He agreed with Danny's statement. The shapeshifters were related to the belief of the old gods. But among the shapeshifters he had seen, none of them were good. Could it be that the old gods he believed in loved evil people? Jon, you misunderstood me. Danny gave Barristan a few instructions and explained, the gift of shapeshifters is the power of their blood. I'm not sure if it has anything to do with the old gods. It's just that in the old gods' belief, shapeshifters have the same status as priests. You can question the character of a shapeshifter, but there's no need to deny the profession system of the old gods' priests. Just like the Church of the Seven Gods, there are no less despicable archbishops than shapeshifters. But I believe in the 7 gods, and it doesn't affect my pride in my identity as a bishop. Another simple example, I have the gift of witchcraft, but Sir Barristan doesn't. If both of us believe in the Light King at the same time, I don't need to be devout to become the Red God Priest with mysterious power. But he doesn't have any power even if he's devout. Because he doesn't have the gift, his status in the Red God Temple is far lower than mine. Old Yimant said thoughtfully, this explanation is very clear and objective. To be honest, I've always been biased against shapeshifters. John's expression softened. He nodded silently and agreed with Danny's statement. He hesitated and said, then what should I do? Let's test your talent first. As they were talking, Baristan came back from the top of the tower with a long wooden box in his hand. Danny took the wooden box and opened it. She took out an obsidian crystal with silver-gray stripes and inserted it into the round hole at the bottom of the wooden box. She said to John, this is a glass candle. Try it and see how long it takes to light it. How do I light it? John dragged a chair to the side of the table and looked at the obsidian crystal curiously. Is this a dragon's heart? I found a package beyond the Great Wall with dozens of dragon's heart daggers. Yimant said slowly, dragon's heart is what the people call obsidian. The people of Valeglia call it frost fire. The reserves of dragon's heart on Dragonstone Island are huge. The Iron Throne can be put aside for now, but I must take Dragonstone Island immediately. That's the Targaryen land. Danny emphasized. What happens after that? Does His Majesty have soldiers stationed there? Yimant asked worriedly. What do you think of Tidehead Island's Valerian and Crab Island's Satyr? Danny asked. As long as you appear in front of them on a dragon, their loyalty will not be a problem. However, during the rebellion of the Four Princes, they followed Stannis to King's Landing and suffered heavy losses. Tidehead Island only has a young count who is less than 10 years old. Count Satyr himself was defeated and captured. Duke Tywin put him under house arrest at King's Landing. I don't know if he has returned to Crab Island. 100 guards are enough. I have a dragon. Who would dare to attack Dragonstone Island with ships? Danny said confidently. You're not going back to Slaver's Bay? Sigh, it's only 7,000 kilometers in a straight line. With Dragonstone Island's strategic location, it can't even last 3 days, right? Old Yimant was stunned and asked doubtfully, you're communicating with Dragonstone Island through magic? Yes, glass candle. Professor Marwyn has already pledged his loyalty to me. Not only is he a professor of the City of Knowledge, he's also a magician. Magician Marwyn? Old Yimant had a strange expression. I know. He has a bad reputation in the City of Knowledge. Right, what's up with Professor Paristan? I noticed that your relationship with him is a little complicated. The old scholar asked again. Just as Danny was about to explain the City of Knowledge's conspiracy to the old scholar, a silver-gray ball of light suddenly filled her vision. Then it suddenly exploded and the light was extinguished. John shouted in a daze. He rubbed his eyes and said in a daze, The obsidian lit up. I didn't touch it and it suddenly lit up. The legend is true. Glass candles can really light up out of thin air. Old Yimant said in disbelief. Danny looked at John seriously for a while and said slowly, You lit up the candle in less than half an hour. Jon Snow, you are very talented. The faster you light up the glass candle, the more talented you are? John was proud and could not help but grin. He asked, Your Majesty, how long did it take you? One look. Danny lifted her chin slightly and said lightly. What do you mean? I only took one look at it and the candle lit up steadily and persistently. The light was so bright and dazzling that even people a dozen miles away could see the strange phenomenon clearly. In the end, even the gods were shocked and came to the mortal world. Danny's tone was calm, but John and Yimant's faces were distorted. The corners of their mouths were twitching and their eyes were saying, Keep bragging, keep bragging. Whoever believes you is an idiot. She raised her eyebrows and asked, You don't believe me? It's too exaggerated. It's completely unrealistic. I can't believe it even if I wanted to. Old Yimant smacked his lips and said fairly. Baristan said seriously, It's true. I was there at the time and even had a great battle with the gods. At first I was ready to rush up and kill him. Fortunately, Her Majesty stopped me. What the old knight meant was, if I had rushed up, I would have been done for. It's all thanks to Her Majesty the Queen's wisdom that I am still alive to talk to you. But in the eyes of John and Yimant, the once fearless and upright Baristan had gone astray. Not only was he a bootlicker, but he was also bragging without any bottom line. He was crazy about himself. Kill the gods. Most people would not dare to brag about this, but this legendary Iron Guard said it without batting an eyelid. John decided not to expose the two of them. After all, they were big shots. He changed the topic and asked, "Do I need to learn witchcraft?" Most shapeshifters communicate with animals instinctively. As long as you don't resist the identity of the wolf spirit, it should be easy to find your dire wolf. As for the meditation of shapeshifters, there must be some, but I don't know how to do it. At this point, Danny had a thought and smiled strangely. "Did you receive any information from the glass candle? There are some strange runes," John said thoughtfully. "You can try to cultivate. Don't go out to guard the door tonight. Just stay in the hall. I'll lend you the glass candle." John, on the other hand, thought that the Dragon Queen had passed on her ultimate tome to him. He hurriedly replied happily, "Thank you, Your Majesty." He wondered what would happen if the child of prophecy became a shadow binder. "Your Majesty, I see that you can communicate with the Megalosaurus without any hindrance. Are you a shapeshifter too?" Baristan asked curiously. "No. A shapeshifter is a human soul that enters the body of an animal and controls the body of a companion pet. No matter what the pet's will is, its body is completely human, just like a human turning into another form. I control Blackie by giving him instructions. He can fully understand me, but he always maintains his independent will. It's like when I ask you to do something, you can fully understand it, but it's up to you whether you want to do it or not. You can listen or refuse or even disobey. Also, my soul can't enter the body of a wolf, a shadow lynx, or other beasts. I can't control other animals except for dragons." Shapeshifters sound evil. John frowned. "The profession is neutral. Whether you're evil or good depends on what you do. My dear nephew, when you become a shadow binder, you'll understand how pure and kind the shapeshifters are." The next morning the wind stopped and the snow stopped. The sun shone on the earth and the sky was clear blue. The Great Wall was like a huge crystal standing between heaven and earth, reflecting a beautiful colorful halo. What made the night watchers even happier was that the barbarian army did not attack again as Danny expected. However, under the Queen's insistence, the night watchers reluctantly released a barbarian captive. The barbarian took away a sheepskin scroll with the seal of a three-headed dragon. On it was written the Dragon Queen's request for a negotiation between the night watchers, the barbarians, and the Dragon Queen. Since the weather was clear and the visibility was high, Danny rode Blackie to the depths of the Great Wall after breakfast. She maintained an altitude of more than 1,000 meters, preparing to search for the legendary other ghosts. Chapter 294. Screech. Blackie whizzed over the savages' tents, blocking the golden sunlight and casting a huge shadow. "Ah, the devil dragon is here." A spear-wielding woman milking a goat, a man in animal skin chopping firewood, a butcher slaughtering fat pigs. Even Man's Red, who had walked out of his tent to ponder over the contents of the Dragon Queen's letter, looked up and saw the black dragon circling in the blue sky. His expression changed drastically. There were children wailing and crying, mothers calling for them urgently, barbarians swearing and pulling their bows with all their might, shooting arrows into the sky that were as fast as shooting stars but were weak and powerless. There were giants beating their chests and roaring into the sky with their spears, and there were mammoths letting out long howls that were as loud and clear as a siren, but none of these affected Danny under the blue sky. The golden fingers of the rising sun reached into the hazy white fog in the early morning. The vast ghost forest was in full view in front of her. In addition to the tall oaks, soldier pines, and iron trees, there were also many rivers and lakes embedded in the forest. The surface of the rivers was covered with a layer of ice and snow, reflecting golden light under the sun. In the silent forest, there were few birds and beasts, and there was no sound of flowing water. Except for the whistling of the wind caused by high-speed movement, Danny could not hear anything. She could not help but pat Blackie's back. Their minds were connected. The black dragon drew an arc downward and brushed past the treetops lightly. Kacha kacha. The sharp treetops bent and bounced up again, shaking off the snow, but there was still no sound of animals below. "Are all the animals hiding? Are they all dead?" Danny murmured. But she did not dare to continue. If the Night King threw an ice crystal javelin out of the forest, she would be in big trouble. Blackie quickly pulled up and once again entered the safe altitude of 1,000 meters. After circling the ghost forest, Danny did not find any deviant ghosts or zombies. She continued north. The trees on the ground became thinner and thinner. The sun was not weak, but the air was getting colder. After flying for 7 or 8 hours, Lin Luoran has circled the area within 1,000 kilometers of the Great Wall. Deviant ghosts seem to be afraid of sunlight and hide. Danny doesn't find any of them. However, she did not come out empty-handed. The snowy scenery beyond the Great Wall was magnificent, and the terrain was complex and changeable. She swam freely in the undulating valleys, slid across the freezing lake, raced with the shadow lynx in the snowfield, and competed with the white-headed goshawk in the sky. Danny had a sense of freedom, as if a divine dragon was roaming the ninth heaven. Especially in the Windy Sound Gorge, the gorge was deep and narrow. Sometimes Blackie would turn its body sideways, its wings scraping the rocks on both sides of the gorge, causing snow to swirl in the air. Sometimes, it would lower its altitude to avoid the thick and long sparkling icicles above its head. Sometimes, it would spit out dragon flames to clean up the vines and rock trees that were hanging on the ice. Sometimes the space was too small, so Blackie had no choice but to leap out of the gorge and fly parallel to the mountain ridge. Danny clenched the bone spurs on the dragon's back tightly. Sometimes she would cry out nervously. It was her first time playing with such a complicated flight path, and it was especially exciting. Ah, Megalosaurus, it's really the Megalosaurus, the true dragon has been resurrected. Blackie approached the Great Wall. A large group of night watchers in black huddled by the battlements and shouted excitedly. Some of them even knelt down on the wall. Compared to when they left in the morning, there were dozens more night watchers on the wall. Hiss! Blackie swept past the cheering crowd and flew south for a distance before flapping its broad wings and landing in front of the king's tower. The main force of the night watchers is back? Danny asked as she looked at the curious night watchers in the yard. Barristan came over and said, "The night watchers of the Shadow Tower sent Bo and Maxie back. The night watchers who were patrolling the east are also back. This is Her Majesty Danny Liz Targaryen." Old Yamant shouted to the night watchers in the yard. Danny jumped off the dragon's back and came to the stone steps. Nearly 200 night watchers in black either put down their work or came out of the tower, the stable, the smithy and the main hall after hearing the noise. They looked at the Megalosaurus beside Danny curiously and fearfully. After a moment of hesitation, some of them knelt down and saluted. With someone taking the lead, more and more people knelt down. Soon, almost everyone was shouting, "Long live Her Majesty the Queen, long live the Dragon Queen, long live the true dragon." The night watchers were shocked by the appearance of Targaryen and felt that the arrival of the legendary Megalosaurus was like a dream to them. However, they quickly accepted the reality. Other than peeking at the black dragon sleeping on the stone steps from time to time, they did not stop working. Danny looked around and asked, "Did Whitey go hunting?" "He flew to the forest in the east not long after you left," Barristan said. "Your Majesty, let me introduce." Old Yamant led a few night watchers over. Other than the one-armed tanner, Danny did not know any of them. "This is Bowen Maxey, the Commander-in-Chief and also our General Affairs Officer," Old Yamant said as he pointed at a red and fat bandaged man who looked like a red pomegranate. Maxey's waist was injured, so he wrapped a thick white cloth under his woolen cloak. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The pomegranate man saluted cautiously. "Sir Dennis Mallister, the Commander-in-Chief of the Shadow Tower. Thank you for coming to the Wall's aid, Your Majesty." He was a man in his 60s with a white beard. He was tall and strong with a red face and a loud voice. His eyes shone brightly. He was similar to Barristan. "Count Janos Slint." A short and strong man with a double chin looked at Danny with a twinkle in his eyes. "Count Slint?" Danny raised an eyebrow and said strangely, "Count Slint, you helped Lannister kill Ed Stark and killed Robert's 13 illegitimate children for Cersei. You must be Lannister's most trusted aide. I have a question that I don't understand. Can I ask you?" The man with the double chin blushed and stammered, Your Majesty, I'm not that close to Lannister. I have already put on the black cloak. You can't punish me for my relationship with Lannister." "Hee, where is the courage you had when you beheaded Ed Stark in front of St. Basil's Cathedral?" Danny sneered. "The person who beheaded the Prime Minister was Island Pine. All you did was pin Eddard Stark to the ground so that Island Pine could behead him with his sword," Barristan said coldly. "Night Eye." Slint was about to argue when he suddenly realized something and emphasized, "Your Majesty Danny Rise, Ed Stark and Robert are the main culprits who stole your father's throne. Sigh, I don't care about your rotten past. Like you said, put on the black cloak and let bygones be bygones." Danny waved her hand and said unhappily, I just want to ask, as Lannister's most trusted aide, can you answer my question? Why did Joffrey change his mind? Lannister promised Ide that as long as he admits his crimes and puts on the black cloak, he will let him and his daughter go back to the north. That way the lion and the wolf won't fight. It's the best choice for both of them. About that. Slint was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when his expression became troubled again. Seeing Ymont and the other Night Watchers' curious expressions, and the monster behind the Dragon Queen looking at him hungrily, he gritted his teeth and said, "Littlefinger spent 6,000 gold royals to buy me over to Ide Stark. In order to deceive Stark and make him think that everything is under control, Littlefinger and I have already sided with the Queen Dowager. Or rather, I was Queen Cersei's subordinate from the very beginning. The money should have been refunded. After all, it was just an act. But Littlefinger came to me and told me his worries. He and I have betrayed the Prime Minister. When Ide returns to the north, he might not do anything to Lannister, but he will definitely take revenge on us two insignificant people." Then he told me, "By the seven gods, that guy is really smart." He completely understood Joffrey's personality and knew that he would definitely go back on his word. "Littlefinger told me to get rid of Ide and Stark as soon as King Joffrey gave the order, especially Cersei and Varys, before anyone could react. That money became my service fee. That's how it is." "So Littlefinger really?" Barristan was shaken and had a complicated expression. He remembered what Dany said to Catelyn back at the Brotherhood's base in Hudgian. Dany nodded calmly and said to old Ymont, "Continue, there are still a few nights." "What?" Ymont finally recovered from the big melon, and continued to introduce Elisa Thorne and Glendon Hewitt of the Eastwatch. As mentioned before, the commanders of the Night's Watch were all knights. They were all of noble birth, well-educated, and had high military skills. After the few of them exchanged greetings, Dany was puzzled to find that her guard Jon was nowhere to be seen. Without waiting for her to ask, Ymont said, "Since your majesty is back, please come with us to Judge Jon Snow." "Judge? What crime did Jon Snow commit?" Dany was surprised. "Your majesty, the bastard killed the brothers of the Black and joined the wildlings," Sir Elisa Thorne said enthusiastically. In the wooden hall of Dark Castle, the chairs were pulled away, leaving a large empty space in the center. Jon Snow knelt on the cold wooden floor with his head down. Under the light of the fireplace, he looked angry and frustrated. There was a long wooden table at the head of the table, and Slint sat in the middle. Beside him were Ymont and head steward Marcy. The other knights also sat behind the table. Dany did not sit with them. The king had the right to know the truth about the internal affairs of the Night's Watch, but he could not directly interfere. She and Barristan sat by the fireplace, with Paristan and a dozen other Night's Watch beside them. "Bastard, you killed Colin. The wildlings can testify to this. They saw you slit your commander's throat with their own eyes. Do you deny it?" Janos Slint asked sternly. Jon argued, "I'm a spy. Colin told me that no matter what the wildlings wanted me to do, I was not to disobey. I had to do it. Then he told me to kill the wildlings for his trust, and I did it." "Who knows you're a spy?" Colin severed palm. "He told me to do it. He's dead. He died by your hands." Sir Elisa's excitement could be felt even by the Night's Watch who was watching the trial. "Do you think there's a turnip on my neck? You said all the good and bad things. If I were a traitor, I wouldn't have gone back to Dark Castle to tell everyone to be on guard," Jon said angrily. Chapter 295. I told everyone to be on high alert. I killed countless barbarians with my own hands. I'm not a traitor. Yes, thanks to Jon's reminder. He fought bravely and never showed mercy to the barbarians. One-armed Tanner nodded. Sir Alliser shook his head and pointed at Jon. "That is because Her Majesty the Queen is here. Even a fool would not surrender to the barbarians after seeing the Megalosaurus. You know that the barbarians have been exposed. With so many villagers escaping to Dark Castle, Scholar Ymont and Master Tanner are not stupid. They must have been alerted. You pretended to be a spy for the Night Watchman, but you were actually planning to help the barbarians infiltrate Dark Castle. When the time was right, you would deal the fatal blow to the Black-Clothed brothers. Unfortunately, the gods protected the Westeros. Her Majesty the Queen descended from the heavens. You had no chance. You could only make the most beneficial choice for yourself: continue to be a spy. My father is the Duke of Winterfell. My uncle is a Night Watchman. I am from the north." Jon screamed with a twisted face. "Why should I surrender to the barbarians? You are a bastard, a bastard. Slint slammed the table and shouted back even louder. You are only the bastard son of the Duke of Winterfell. Ed Stark is a traitor. Before King Robert's body was even cold, he attacked his son, cough cough. Sir Alliser covered his forehead and coughed lightly. Unfortunately, Slint was too agitated and said all the things he should not have said. Cough cough cough. Slint also coughed violently. The hall was dead silent. He finally reacted. Lannister was still sitting on the Iron Throne, but the one sitting beside him was the Dragon Queen. I mean crazy. King Aerys, I'd betrayed his majesty and murdered Prince Rhaegar and his children. Ed Stark is not a good person. You are his bastard, even worse. Your mixed blood induced you to get close to the savages and sleep with the female savages. You even admitted that you loved her before. In order to live happily with the savage bitch forever, it was natural for you to seek refuge with the savages, because the Night Watchers can't marry. Dany interrupted. The fact that Stark helped the usurper start a rebellion cannot be used as evidence of his crimes. You don't have to worry about me. Let's just talk about the facts. Slint nodded and bowed. Jon looked at her with a complicated expression. She continued, but don't say anything that's too ridiculous. Even a fool knows how close-eyed Stark and Robert are. He would never betray his sworn brother. The gratitude in Jon's eyes grew stronger. He didn't care how they treated him, but he couldn't stand the slander about his father. Your Majesty, I didn't say that Lord Ide betrayed Robert's king. He betrayed Robert's son. Slint's chin trembled. His expression was firm. Ide tampered with Robert's will, intending to remove Joffrey from the throne and usher in Stannis on the Iron Throne. I swear he told me that himself. Ide was also pitiful. He supported Stannis' succession to the throne and didn't hesitate to break off relations with Cersei. But how did Erlu repay Stark? Without a second word, without the slightest hesitation, he cast the Great Curse technique on his son, Robb, cursing to death the man who broke off the engagement with the third-generation head. Joffrey is the bastard son of the Kingslayer and Queen Cersei. My father knows of this, Jon said loudly. You dare to slander the Queen? Slint was furious. Ahem. Ser Alliser covered his mouth and coughed lightly. Slint stole a glance at Dany. He sighed in relief when he saw that her expression was normal. But with this interruption he was at a loss for words. Ser Alliser took over the conversation and scolded Jon loudly. I've seen through your evil heart. There are more than 100,000 savages, 400 to 500 giants. But the Night Watchers lost all their elites at Fist Peak, leaving only a few hundred old and weak. You believed that Manslade would eventually cross the wall and kill us all, so you sought refuge with the savages. The evidence is conclusive. Jon Snow plead guilty. I'm not guilty. Jon met Ser Alliser's gaze coldly. His Majesty has captured so many savages. You can ask around and see if they know that I'm a spy for the savages in Dark Castle. Bring in the prisoners. Soon a dozen savage leaders were brought into the hall. Among them was Yegaret the Firekiss. What, Jon, you didn't betray me? You're our spy. Who gave you this mission? You should have told me earlier. I shouldn't have shot you with an arrow. Hearing Ser Alliser's question, Yegaret's eyes widened in surprise and a little resentment. Was this guy really stupid, or was he high enough to defend his lover? Ser Alliser's face darkened as he continued to ask the next savage. But they either didn't know or they were spouting nonsense. Their words were contradictory and illogical. Oh, I see. Ser Alliser's face suddenly brightened. Who would have thought, Jon Snow, he said, that you hold such a high place in Mansford's heart? To protect you, he hid your identity as a spy from almost all the wildlings. Dany laughed inwardly at his imagination. Jon's face contorted, his eyes almost spitting fire. Don't glare at me. I completely understand Manslade's thoughts. He's not a simple savage. He knows how useful Stark can be in conquering the North. It's normal for him to protect you, Ser Alliser said with a smug and vicious smile. Well, now that the truth is out, Jon Snow, what do you have to say? Slint concluded. Manslade doesn't care that I'm Stark's illegitimate son. He wants to invade the North by force. The savages all know, Jon shouted, craning his neck. Slint said, sophistry. Do you think we have turnips on our necks? That we'll be deceived by your lies? Men, hang Chameleon Jon immediately. Wait, Count Slint, Scholar Yimont said respectfully, but his expression was ugly. You can judge Jon, but before you carry out the sentence, please ask His Majesty's opinion on the outcome of the case. Everyone in the hall looked at Dany. Is Count Slint the commander-in-chief? Danny asked. No. Since he's not the commander-in-chief, how can he be Jon Snow's chief judge? Scholar Yimont frowned and said with some difficulty, Count Slint has the highest rank. But I remember putting on the black robes and abandoning my previous identity. The old man wanted to say that this was an unspoken rule, but there were so many night watchers in the room. Wouldn't they be disappointed if he said that? The old man sighed and asked helplessly, What do you think should be done, Your Majesty? Since the commander-in-chief is voted for by all the night watchers, Jon Snow's final trial should also be decided by all the night watchers before the official commander-in-chief is born. Tell the Black Brothers the full testimony of the accused and let them vote. Yes, only the 30 or so people who stayed in Dark Castle that day need to vote. As the parties involved, they suffered greatly from the savages and will not side with Jon. As comrades who went through life and death together, they will not wrong him. This? The old man looked at Bowen Maxey. You are the acting mayor. What do you think? Yes. Red Pomegranate nodded without hesitation. Your Majesty's suggestion is reasonable and fair. Count Slint? The old man asked again. Yes. The short man with the double chin nodded unwillingly. The higher-ups of the night watchers in the courtroom were questioned one by one. No matter what they thought, they could not find a reason to refute. Finally, the old scholar looked at Jon, who was standing below. What do you think? Jon looked at Danny gratefully and nodded. No matter what the result is, I will accept it. After that, more than 30 men in black entered the wooden hall. Even the prostitute from Mole Village 3 kilometers away was invited to listen to Jon's self-defense and Elisa's and Slint's accusations. After a few hours, the sun had set and the sky had turned a deep shade of indigo. Danny held a long-necked clay pot in her left hand and a fat white porcelain bottle in her right hand. She turned them upside down for everyone to see before placing them on the table in front of her. One by one, the night watchers stepped forward and tossed the coins in their hands into the bottles. Yes, everyone was given a copper coin and a silver coin. They put their hands into the pot and threw in a coin. A copper coin meant that Jon was guilty. A white-silver coin meant that he was innocent. Air could also be thrown in for abstention. Finally, the rest of the coins were thrown into the bottle. Even old Yimont lined up and threw a coin into the pot. The voting process was completed quickly. Danny did not let Jon wait. Under his nervous gaze, she poured the coins out of the pot on the table. With just a glance, Jon let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Elisa and Slint's faces were ashen. They pursed their lips and did not say anything. There were only 1 or 2 copper coins scattered in the silver. However, Danny did not immediately declare Jon innocent. She poured out the coins from the bottle on the other side and let Baristan count the 2 piles of coins. About 3 minutes later, the White Knight said, The total number of copper and silver coins is neither more nor less. No one abstained. With 34 votes to 2, Jon Snow is innocent. Everyone believes that he did not betray the Night Watchers. Thank you everyone. Jon's eyes were red as he said excitedly to the Night Watchers around him. You have been fighting on the front line. I even saw you drag your lame leg and shoot 3 savages to death. You are definitely not a chameleon who is afraid of death. The prostitute Slint laughed. Your Majesty, even if he is not a chameleon, his affair with a female savage can't be fake, right? Elisa shouted. Danny waved her hand and said casually, This broken place is already bitter and cold enough. As long as it doesn't affect work, drinking and finding women are not a problem. But the oath, the matter between men and women is human nature. Danny interrupted him and said indifferently, I don't encourage everyone to break the oath, but how many Night Watchers' brothers voluntarily put on the black clothes? Voluntarily take the oath of the Night Watchers? I give the highest respect to noble people who pursue honor, but for more ordinary people, as long as they do their job honestly, even if they make small mistakes, it is tolerable. If the Night Watchers don't look for women, how can we do business? The prostitute Slint muttered. Danny glanced at her. She wanted to ask if she had entertained this Sir Elisa, but it was not convenient for her to say such frivolous words. Chapter 296. Knight, how many gold royals do we still have? Danny looked at the old knight. More than 30. Leave it all to Maxey. Winter is coming and the days are getting harder. From today onwards, all Night Watchers can receive a silver deer every month until next summer. If we run out of money, I'll send a few more sacks over next time. 1 gold royal could be exchanged for 210 silver deer. More than 30 gold royals were almost a year's salary for all the night watchers. A few sacks. Your Majesty, you're not talking nonsense, are you? Toad could not help but shout. A silver coin? Oh my God, I've never seen a silver deer before. A small night watcher said excitedly. A silver deer a month, 12 a year. 7 gods above, the Tennessee Knights at the entrance of the village only have about 200 acres of land, and they don't even have such a high income. An old night watchman with missing front teeth counted with his fingers. Isn't that a bit too much? Scholar Yimont frowned. What's so much? If it weren't for the lack of resources here and the fact that we have too much money to spend, I would have given everyone a gold royal, Danny said generously. Gulp. Old Eamon swallowed his saliva with difficulty and almost fainted. A gold dragon. Gasps could be heard in the hall. Danny smiled faintly and said to everyone, Don't doubt me. You can send messenger crows to the 7 kingdoms and tell all the Westeros that as long as they wear black clothes and survive the winter, when spring comes, I will give each night watcher 50 gold royals. It's equivalent to 4 years of winter, 1 gold royal every month. How much would that be? Yimont said in a daze. Your Majesty, you're not joking? Red Pomegranate asked in disbelief. Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. Thump, thump. 7 or 8 black-clothed men's faces turned red as blood rushed to their heads. They were so excited that they fainted. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that once this news spreads, countless civilians who can't survive will come to the Great Wall to join the Night Watchers. If you can't fulfill your promise. The old scholar reminded her worriedly. Aha, not to mention 10,000, even if 100,000 people came, it would only cost 5 million gold royals. Danny raised her head and laughed. Only 5 million gold royals? Alisa and Slint stuttered and looked at each other. Peristan, Danny called out to the red-nosed old man who was standing at the side with a look of disdain on his face, tell everyone if I can fulfill my promise. The old man glanced at everyone in the hall as if he were looking at a country bumpkin. He raised his chin slightly and said, If Her Majesty hasn't been defeated by the Alliance after winter, she can even raise 1 million night watchers, let alone 100,000. If the Alliance army is defeated by her, it wouldn't be a problem for the grown men of the 7 nations to come and defend the Great Wall. She's already the world's overlord, the greatest empress under the heavens. She has so much gold that she can build another great wall of gold. Thump, thump, thump. The night watchers in the hall felt their legs go weak. Even Jon Snow was on the verge of collapsing. He was trembling under a certain someone's heroic spirit. Danny wasn't just trying to show off. Well, she was definitely trying to show off. She wouldn't know if she didn't come to the Great Wall. There were too few night watchers. If she had 10,000 night watchers now, the 19 castles would all be filled. First of all, the barbarians would no longer be a threat. Well, with her around, Danny wasn't worried about the barbarians taking down the Great Wall. But a few hundred night watchers couldn't take down 100,000 barbarian captives. Secondly, as long as she didn't ride her dragon and wander around outside the Great Wall, it would be difficult for the Night King to cross the Great Wall if there were enough night watchers. Compared to the fate of the entire world, even if she didn't have any feelings for the Westeros, a few million gold royals was worth it. It was at least 10,000 times better than Robert spending it on wine and women. Congratulations to Her Majesty. Long live the Queen. Long live the true dragon. Long live the Megalosaurus. This time the hall was almost full. Hundreds of night watchers raised their cups and toasted to Queen Dany. Their shouts shook the sky and their emotions surged. Well, everyone knew about the winter benefits the Queen had given them. 50 gold royals. How could they not wish her well? After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Dany, who was sitting at the head of the table, cleared her throat and said to the night watchers on both sides, Commander Mormont has been dead for more than half a year. A new commander hasn't been chosen yet. What do you think? We'll be negotiating with the barbarians tomorrow. Let's not talk about whether we can succeed. You should at least send a representative, right? Your Majesty, we can't let the barbarians cross the Great Wall. Sir Alliser said hurriedly. It's true that the barbarians put down their weapons and surrender unconditionally. It's good for both sides. However, there are only 600 to 700 night watchers on the Great Wall. It's impossible to control so many people outside the city. The veteran commander of the Shadow Tower, Sir Dennis Mallister, also expressed his opposition. The gray-haired knight had been the commander of the Shadow Tower for 33 years. He was the uncle of the Earl of Sealand and had a high status. Danny had to take his opinion seriously. There are only 3 ways out for the hundreds of thousands of savages outside the city. 1. They can break through the Great Wall and destroy the northern region. 2. With my 2 dragons and the 600 or so night watchers, you can keep the savages outside the city. When winter comes, 99% of the savages will freeze and starve to death. 3. We can negotiate and decide on a plan that both sides can accept to minimize casualties. Sir Mallister, do you have a 4th plan? No, but... The gray-haired knight's expression was cold and resolute. He gritted his teeth and said, "People will die in winter. Countless civilians of the 7 kingdoms will freeze and starve to death. The north has experienced turmoil and is still in turmoil. Their situation is not much better than the barbarians outside the Great Wall. However, there is limited food. Even if we capture all the barbarians, there will be no food to save them. How do we deal with the deviant ghosts?" John couldn't help but ask. Deviant ghosts? The old knight's cold expression cracked. He shook his head helplessly and said, "I don't know. I know what you're trying to say. One barbarian fell and a corpse ghost stood up, but I really don't know how to solve this problem. Are there really deviant ghosts?" Paris Tan, who was sitting opposite John, frowned. He originally believed that deviant ghosts were just a gimmick used by the Night Watchers to get sponsorship. However, after coming to the Great Wall, almost all the Night Watchers took deviant ghosts for granted. This made his belief waver. "Your Majesty, you walked around the Great Wall this morning. Did you find any deviant ghosts?" The old man asked. "No, I didn't even see any living dead. They seem to be hiding from the sun. When we negotiate with the King of Savages tomorrow, we can ask them." Danny shook her head and said, "Sigh, Slaver's Bay is too far away from here. Otherwise, food wouldn't be a problem at all." Barristan sighed. "Well, that reminds me, sir." An idea flashed through Danny's mind and she couldn't help but smile. "How about this? Let's choose a barbarian with a family to guard the Great Wall, and his family will follow me across the narrow sea. With his family as hostages, the barbarians will have to listen to the Night Watchers no matter how rebellious they are. Their family can go to the plains of the Rhone River to farm." This? Such a bold plan made the Night Watchers who were listening in on their conversation confused. "Your Majesty, I don't quite understand. How are the barbarians going to the Urso continent? There are more than 100,000 of them. How many ships would they need? Besides, why are the free trade city-states willing to accept them?" Yimont came back to his senses and asked curiously. "Old man, wherever the true dragon sees, it's the king's land." Danny's lips curled into a cold smile. "What does it matter if they're willing or not? Let's not talk about the barbarians. With just a few hundred giants and my megalosaurus, who in the world can stop me? Use the barbarians to conquer the free city-states." John frowned. "Attacking another country for no reason," he said unhappily. "Attacking another country for no reason, okay? And how many people will die?" "Kid, you've got one thing wrong. The free trade city-states have already declared war on Her Majesty." The red-nosed old man shook his head and looked at Danny with a complicated expression. "Her Majesty's magnanimity, vision, and wisdom are admirable. She came up with a plan to solve the barbarians, the deviant ghosts, and the allies at the same time. There's no doubt that this plan is a win-win for Her Majesty, the barbarians, and the Westeros. Maybe before winter, Her Majesty will be crowned as the first empress in the world." Silence fell in the hall. Several senior members of the Night Watchers frowned and pondered. Even the Night Watchers who were drinking and talking dirty became quiet in the strange atmosphere. "The impact of this matter is too great. I can't bear the responsibility and consequences. Only the Commander-in-Chief can give you the final answer," Bowen Maxey said with a bitter face. "Then let's choose the Commander-in-Chief." Danny looked around and asked curiously, "Who are the candidates?" "All the brothers of the Night Watchers are qualified to be the Commander-in-Chief and have the right to vote." As soon as Yimont finished speaking, the short man with 2 chins, Slint, stood up and said loudly, "I used to be the Commander-in-Chief of the garrison of the capital, the commander of 3,000 golden robes, and the Count of Hellenberg." "Count, your fief has changed," the red-nosed old doctor reminded him. "Now Hellenberg belongs to Duke Peter Belize." Slint's chin trembled and he forced a smile. "It's good that it's changed. Everyone knows that Hellenberg is cursed. Blackheart Hall was burned to death in the city by Balerion on the day Hellenberg was built. Then the Keholis family was wiped out by Red Heart Hellenberg. The third Castellan, Haraway, was slaughtered by Cruel Meg. The fourth Castellan, Tal, had no descendants and his family was wiped out. Sigh, thinking about it, it's really scary. In just 300 years Hallenberg had 9 Castellans and I was the 10th. But I was unlucky before I even went to the castle. Compared to the Castellan whose 9 families were wiped out, at least I was able to wear black clothes and serve the people of the 7 kingdoms. Now that little finger is the 11th Castellan, I don't know how long he can last. Dani was also stunned. She didn't know if he didn't mention it. After being reminded by this guy, she realized that Hallenberg was indeed cursed. She didn't know what would happen to Slint, but Littlefinger was definitely done for. Who would become the 12th Castellan of Hallenberg? Why not let Tyrion or Jon try in the future? If they could survive the long night, Slint puffed out his chest and announced loudly, "Brothers, I have the qualifications and the ability to become the commander-in-chief. Please believe in me and vote for me." "You can't." Dani shook her head. "Neither you nor Sir Alliser can become the commander-in-chief. Chapter 297. Why? Slint and Elisa cried out in shock. "Your Majesty, you can't interfere with the election of the Night Watchman. Since the birth of the Night Watchman, no monarch has been able to appoint the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchman at will," old Yemont advised with a worried expression. "I understand," Dani gave the old man a reassuring smile. She looked around at the Night Watchmen in the hall who were either solemn, confused, or dissatisfied and said loudly, "I don't think Slint and Elisa are suitable to be commander-in-chief out of selfishness. In fact, compared to old blacksmith Tanner's rudeness and vigilance when he first met me, the two of them are more respectful and polite to me. But the traces of factions on them are too obvious. When they arrived at Dark Castle this morning, they kidnapped Jon Snow with a very reluctant reason. Scholar Yemont and acting Castellan Tanner have already covered up this matter, and as a newcomer, Count Slint does not have an official position in the Night Watchman. He has never even met Jon Snow before. Why did he do that? There is only one reason. Slint belongs to Lannister, and the hatred between Lannister and Stark is as deep as the sea. Even though the Count has been exiled to the Wall, his determination to continue serving Lannister has not been extinguished. Well, everyone knows about the bad things between Targaryen and Stark. I can't speak for Jon Snow just because he has a Stark father. My thoughts are simple. The Night Watchman belong to the Night Watchman and the Wall. No political force can investigate your previous identity or experience, and no one has the right to do so. But when you wear the black coat, you have to strictly remain neutral." Old Yemont nodded thoughtfully. Bowen Maxey frowned. As the acting commander-in-chief, he did not have the ambition to remove the word acting. First of all, he did not have a good background. Almost all the high-ranking members of the Night Watchman who sat at the same table as the Queen had the title of Knight, and he was the only one who was born a commoner. It was also because he was a commoner and had not received a systematic military education that he had been tricked by Mance Rayder and won a Pyrrhic victory at the Bridge of Skulls. The Night Watchers, who were already short on manpower, had lost another 100 elites. He fought bravely and was not afraid of sacrificing himself. Although he was as fat as a red pomegranate, he still charged in front of the black-clothed brothers. However, being a commander-in-chief required not only courage, but also wisdom, military experience, and temperament. Secondly, he had a sense of responsibility. He was a true man of the Night Watchman, and he believed in the profession of Night Watchman for his whole life. After understanding his shortcomings, he immediately extinguished the last hope in his heart of becoming the commander-in-chief. He was determined to spend the rest of his life assisting a wise and powerful commander-in-chief. Slint was the one he had chosen. He was brave and good at fighting, and his military skills were excellent. Otherwise, he would not have been promoted to the commander of the garrison. He had a noble status. He was now a count with real power. He had connections with the court. He was the confidant of Cersei and Tywin. He was young and promising. He was not even 40 years old. But no matter how many merits Sir Lintian had, there was no way he could wash away the fact that he was a loyal follower of Lannister. Before the appearance of the Dragon Queen, being a trusted follower of Lannister would have been a plus. But now, the Night Watchmen strictly adhere to neutrality. We will never participate in the struggle for power among the Westeros. Bowen Maxey said with a firm expression. The Night Watchman in the hall nodded silently. Adhering to neutrality was one of the most important oaths of the Night Watchman. No one could refute it. Dani did not even glance at Slint and Elisa. She only stared at the Shadow Tower commander, who was deep in thought, and said, "Obviously, Slynt and Elisa are unable to do this. They belong to Lannister, and Lannister sits on the Iron Throne. As long as the other ghosts are proven to be real, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms will no longer ignore the wall. At that time, various forces will come. Not to mention how a selfish commander will convince the masses. What if the Night Watchmen side with Lannister? As Lannister's enemy, how will Targaryen deal with you? Why don't you say it out loud? I will lead by example." Dany raised her right hand. Her expression was solemn, and her voice was loud and clear. "I swear in the name of the Targaryen ancestors. I swear in the name of the Mother of Dragons. No matter how much I invest in the Night Watchmen only belong to the wall. I will never ask the Night Watchmen to serve my personal interests." Good. Bowen Marcy, Blacksmith Tanner, Mal Lister, and the other higher-ups of the Night Watchmen cheered loudly. The Night Watchman brothers in the hall clapped excitedly. Even Jon looked at Dany with admiration and worship. This woman? Professor Paristan had a complicated look in his eyes. His emotions were in a mess. If the other ghosts were real, if the other ghosts were as powerful as the legend said, if the other ghosts really had the intention of crossing the wall, then the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms would end their disputes and head north together to resist the enemy. However, the War of the Usurpers and the rebellion of the Four Princes had caused the blood feud between the nobles to be as deep as the ocean. Would they be able to trust each other and deal with the common enemy peacefully? Dragon Queen's vow at this moment was undoubtedly a good start. The forces of the Seven Kingdoms would unite under the neutral Night Watchman without any selfish motives. They would only serve the Westeros. Thinking about it this way, Dragon Queen's decision to exclude Elisa and Slynt as candidates for Commander-in-Chief was not only correct, it was also very wise and decisive. The Night Watchman had to be neutral. Otherwise, the plan of the Seven Kingdoms to resist the other Ghost Alliance would never be realized. Unconsciously, the red-nosed old man also began to clap. He was filled with emotions. Apart from the conflict of ideas between the true world and the magic civilization, the Dragon Queen's talent, magnanimity, and wisdom were far beyond the players of the Seven Kingdoms. They were not even on the same level. She was truly a wise ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. "Your Majesty, I think you misunderstood me?" After the cheering stopped, Sir Elisa's thin and stern face turned red. He stuttered, "I admit that I dislike Jon and Stark, but it's not to curry favor with Lannister. I'm different from Count Slynt. I'm not a confidant of Cersei and Tywin. In fact, it was Duke Tywin who forced me to wear the black robe." "Oh, then why did you do it?" Dany asked curiously. 2 drops of sparkling tears welled up in his eyes. Elisa's tall and sturdy body swayed slightly, as if he couldn't bear some kind of huge blow. He choked with sobs and said, "Your Majesty, I come from the Thorne family of the royal territory. My brother and nephew both died with Prince Rhaega at Ruby Beach." This? Dany was shocked and embarrassed. Damn, this is a loyal subject of the dragon family. She had accidentally hurt an ally. Scholar Yimont reminded her softly, "The Thorne family is a direct vassal of the royal family. They fought for Targaryen until the last moment. After the fall of the King's Landing, Duke Tywin forced Sir Elisa to choose between wearing the black robe and being beheaded. Sir Elisa came here." Dany was even more embarrassed. Even after coming to the Great Wall, he did not forget his old master and wholeheartedly wanted to kill the son of the dragon family's sworn enemy. This kind of spirit, actually she should have thought of it. The Night Watchers came from all over the Seven Kingdoms, so there would definitely be factions. For example, when she first arrived, the one-armed blacksmith Tanner was wary of her. He came from Storm's End Castle and watched the 3 Theon brothers grow up. He was definitely a stag. And an important source of Night Watchers on the Great Wall was criminals, criminal civilians, and nobles who stood on the wrong side in the game of power. The War of the Usurpers was 16 years ago. There should have been a large number of knights loyal to the dragon family sent here. After coming to the Westeros for so long, she had broken the heart of the only loyal subject she had met. This should not have happened. Fortunately, Dany had been a queen for a few years. Although her chest was not big, she was shrewd enough. She only glanced at Scholar Yimont and said loudly, "Of course I know Thorne and Sir Elisa's loyalty to Targaryen. Before coming to the Westeros, Sir Barristan had already introduced me to countless old people of the Seven Kingdoms. Among them was the loyal Thorne family." "Was there? Why don't I remember?" Barristan was confused, but on the surface he nodded firmly. It must be because he was old and his memory was deteriorating. He had forgotten some of what he had said before. How could an upright, honest, noble and upright legendary white knight lie? Everyone believed him. But as I said before, the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers cannot be selfish. He must be neutral. No matter how much Targaryen has sacrificed for the Night Watchers, he will not affect the purity of the Night Watchers for his own benefit. Dany spoke righteously. Her expression was solemn and her words were sonorous. Targaryen, you must do what you say. You must be firm in your actions. You must be firm in your actions. Your Majesty. Scholar Yimont choked on his words. Your Majesty. Bowen Marcy was so moved that his eyes turned red. Your Majesty. Sir Elisa finally shed tears. Your Majesty. Fortunately, this king was smart enough to turn the awkwardness into emotion. The men in black were moved to tears, and this set a good example for them. The Night Watchers will never participate in the politics of the Seven Kingdoms. Who knew if some future commander-in-chief would be stabbed to death by his own men in black? Half an hour later, the lively banquet ended. Dany, accompanied by Barristan, Old Yimont and Jon, left the main hall of the castle and walked towards the king's tower. Your Majesty, this afternoon's trial? Jon's gray eyes flashed with a mixture of gratitude, admiration and worry. Thank you. No need to thank me. The strength of an organization depends on its reward and punishment system. Those who do well will be rewarded, and those who do wrong will be punished. If justice is lost, the hearts of the people will easily scatter, and honor will naturally disappear. It is already hard to endure beyond the Great Wall. Without unity and honor, how can the Night Watchers fight? Dany shook her head. Jon was stunned and asked hesitantly, Your Majesty, when winter is over and summer comes after you take back the Iron Throne, what do you plan to do with Winterfell Stark? Haha, Winterfell now belongs to Rhaemys Snow, right? Dany smiled meaningfully. The people of the Northern Territory will not forget Stark. Jon said with certainty. Screech, walking up the stone steps, Whitey, who was lying at the door, stretched its neck and called out to Dany. Dany patted its chin and asked, Where have you been? I haven't seen you all day. Winter is coming and the beasts in the forest have all hidden. It's not easy to find them. Scholar Yimont lifted the oil lamp and looked at the charred corpse of the beast in front of Whitey. It has a long horn, could it be a deer? But it's so tall and strong, more like a wild horse? Strange, I don't recognize it. Ah, a unicorn. The old man suddenly exclaimed. I remember now, this is a unicorn. 7 gods above, the white dragon killed a unicorn. Chapter 298. Unicorn? Dany and Jon exclaimed at the same time. Even Barristan, who had opened the door of the king's tower, turned around in surprise and asked, Scholar Yimont, are you sure there are unicorns beyond the Great Wall? But I don't see any unicorns in Mansfred's army. No, Whitey didn't go beyond the Great Wall. I warned them not to hunt beyond the Great Wall. Dany shook her head. She walked to the beast's body and examined it carefully. 99% of its fur was burnt, and there were a few tufts of long silver hair on its hooves. The most striking feature was the long black horn that Whitey had thrown aside. It was 2 meters long and as thick as the rim of a cup. There were deep spiral grooves on it like a drill. I've never seen a unicorn in the north, Jon said. Yimont thought for a moment and said, There's a huge island called Skaggs Island in Seal Bay to the east of the East Sea. It's said that there are unicorns on it. Skaggs Island? I heard that it's full of uncivilized savages, but they're still Stark's vassals in name, Jon said thoughtfully. Holding the unicorn's horn in her hand, Dany stepped into the tower, took off her cloak and hung it on the wall. She said while drying the flesh and blood on the horn by the fireplace, Jon, let me first say that I'm actually quite happy to see Stark's family destroyed. Don't get too excited, I have a reason to be happy. Anyone who isn't happy to see their enemy in trouble must be crazy. I don't think you've forgotten the War of the Usurpers 16 years ago, have you? Jon's cheek muscles twitched. He pursed his lips and said, Who does His Majesty plan to take revenge on? Now only my 2 sisters and I are left alive. I met your aunt in Hajin, Dany said with a smile. Aunt? What auntie? Jon asked, confused. Lady Caitlin Tully, said Barristan. Impossible. Jon screamed. Lady Caitlin died at the Red Wedding. It has been confirmed. Old Yimont frowned. Barristan looked at the blazing flames in the fireplace and said with a worried expression, She did die at that time, but the Red God Priest from Mir can revive the dead. Even though Lady Caitlin had been dead for 3 days and her corpse was covered in maggots, she was still saved by Earl Barry. Yes, Count Bailey had been resurrected by Murtheros multiple times and had become a believer of the Light King Lalo. But there are too many side effects of reviving the dead. The once sweet and kind Lady Caitlin seems to have turned into a different person. The meaning of the guest's rites has completely changed. Then the old knight told him the story of the crossroads in detail. This. Scholar Yimont rubbed his face and murmured, "The dead can be resurrected multiple times, and the guest's rites have become the guest's death banquet. What is wrong with this world? Even deviant ghosts have appeared. Old master, you should get over it." Danny comforted him. Glancing at John, who was frowning in deep thought, she continued the previous topic and said, "Do you understand now? I didn't even kill Caitlin. Naturally, I won't do anything to your father's children because of what he did to my father." "You're not going to avenge your father and brother?" John asked in disbelief. "There are some enemies that I will definitely not let go of, but my revenge will be righteous and justified. Before fighting for the Iron Throne, I will first convene a great council and conduct a great trial on the major events that have happened in the past 20 years, including the matter of my father burning your uncle and grandfather to death, and the matter of Rhaegar abducting your aunt. Even at the Red Wedding, I will help your brother Robb uphold justice. Freyr and Bolton, I will not let any of the guilty ones go." "Why?" John looked confused. "Because," Dany's lips curled up, and her fair face revealed an expression of extreme confidence and pride, "a dirty Westeros is not worthy of being conquered by me." John's eyes bulged and his face was filled with disbelief. He never thought that there would be such a... He did not know if he should call it arrogant because arrogant was a derogatory term, but he sincerely hoped that all monarchs could be as arrogant as her. Barristan nodded his head in relief. "This is the wise lord that I have been searching for." Old Master Yimont's blue eyes narrowed and his lips trembled. "Dany, if you can do what you say, you will be greater than our ancestor Aegon." Dany rolled her eyes. "I have long surpassed Aegon. Aegon was only a conqueror of Westeros. Not only am I a conqueror, I am also the liberator of slaves, the mother of dragons, the source of magic, and the successor of the Great Wizard. Putting everything else aside, just based on the fact that I have inherited the legacy of the Great Wizard of Valeglia, all the Targaryen dragon kings have to bow to me, just like how they bowed to the Great Wizard back then." "The legacy of the Great Wizard?" Yimont frowned as he pondered. "Old Master, do you know of the 14 Fire Peak families?" "I do. Valeglia has 14 large active volcanoes, and each of them is under the control of a top family." Yimont nodded. "Do you know of Donna and Dreamwalker, Dany?" "Of course I do. The first ancestor of the Targaryen family on Dragonstone Island." "Then do you know of Donna Targaryen's position in Valeglia?" You can use the Westeros aristocracy as an analogy." "This?" The old man said hesitantly, "The 14 Fire Peaks are equivalent to the 7 Great Dukes. Our ancestor's position in Valeglia was not high. He was probably at the level of a knight, and Valerian and Citigo were the knights of our family." "That's right. Then do you know of the Great Wizard's position in Valeglia?" "What position?" Yimont asked curiously. "The King of the 7 Kingdoms. His legacy is equivalent to the Iron Throne. Now, a small family of a fallen knight has seized the Iron Throne. Tell me, how is this achievement compared to Aegon's?" Dany said with a faint smile. "That exaggerated?" The old scholar opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. "It's not exaggerated at all. In the magical civilization of Valeglia, magic power is equivalent to status." Yimont nodded and asked again, "What can the legacy of the Great Wizard do?" "What can it do?" Dany thought for a moment and sighed, "Give me 20 years and I can probably bring the destroyed Valeglia back to life in this world. But what's the point? Valeglia's civilization has reached a dead end." "This is too scary." John was shocked at first, then overjoyed. He asked excitedly, "I learned a meditation spell in the glass candle last night. Is it the legacy of the Great Wizard?" Looking at the flickering shadows in John's gray eyes, Dany held back her laughter and shook her head. "John, you're really talented. It's only been a day and you haven't even learned the basic runes, but you've already successfully built the meditation rune. However, you do not have the Targaryen blood, so you cannot learn my spells. Congratulations, you have become a shadow-binding knight." Plop. Barristan and old Yimont, who understood the meaning of shadow binding night, were so shocked that they almost fell off their chairs. What is a shadow binding night? John asked blankly. It's the same as shape-shifting. It's a misunderstood profession. Your Majesty, how can you let John learn the shadow child witchcraft? Old Yimant stomped his walking stick and complained. For some reason, he always had a strange fondness for this long-faced black-haired young man and took care of him as if he was his nephew. Now that he heard that Danny had lured him into the shadow child witchcraft, he was very angry. It's just a meditation technique. I don't know blood witchcraft, shadow secret spell, or demon sacrifice witchcraft. What? John was dumbfounded. Blood witchcraft, shadow secret spell, demon sacrifice witchcraft. It sounded evil. What had he become? Think about it. What's the difference between a spirit wolf and a shadow binding knight in the eyes of Westeros? There is no difference, but it's too scary to be both a spirit wolf and a shadow binding knight at the same time. Barristan frowned. Sir, there's something wrong with your words. It's both murder. Is it lighter to kill someone with a machete than to kill someone with a machete in his left hand and a sword in his right hand? As long as John sticks to his conscience, he's still a good person even if he learns a few necromancy spells. If John loses his humanity and doesn't learn any witchcraft, he can still do evil with a sword. Who do you think is more evil? Tam, Queenie, or Waldfred? White Knight was silent for a long time and sighed. That's true, but the common people's opinion? John is just a night watcher, not a king. Does the common people's opinion matter? Old Knight was speechless. Then Danny said to John, who was at a loss, "Don't blame me. I only know 2 types of meditation spells. You can't learn the Great Wizard's legacy. The incomplete Fire Wizard's meditation spell is not as good as the complete Shadow Binding Knight with great potential." As she spoke, she went back to her bedroom and brought back a book and a metal plate. She handed them to John and said, "There's a Fire Wizard spell in the metal plate. Shadow Binding Knights control the power of fire, blood, and shadows. You can learn it too. There's also Tam's diary, the notes left behind by a legendary half-god wizard. You can learn it, but you must remember, hold the sword in your hand and sit with benevolence in your heart. Do it with caution." John squeezed the black, cold metal plate and said in shock, "Valeglia's steel? Oh, you're quite knowledgeable." Danny raised her eyebrows and nodded. "It's the real Valeglia's secret spell. I learned the Fire Wizard spell from it." "Thank you," John said sincerely. He felt that the Queen was right. There was no evil or righteous power. As long as it was in the hands of a kind person, it should be used carefully. Danny suddenly thought of something and asked, "Since you've learned the meditation spell, have you found the direwolf?" After hesitating for a moment, John nodded and said, "I found it. Last night, I was able to enter and exit Whitey's body freely. It should be near the Savage camp. When the city gates open for the negotiations tomorrow, it will be able to return home." "Right, I also found Manslade's tent. Should I? No, since I've already agreed to negotiate with him, I can't go back on my word and kill him with a mouthful of dragon flame in the middle of the night." Danny refused. "Your Majesty, I studied magic when I was young. Can I learn the legacy of the Great Wizard?" Yimant suddenly asked. "Did you light the glass candle?" Danny raised her eyebrows and asked. "The candle was in John's hands last night. I didn't have time to try it." "How about this? I'll teach you the 108 Valeglia Foundation rune language first. But before that I have to tell you something. The truth about the true world of the City of Knowledge and the Megalosaurus extinction." Chapter 299. The surface of the Great Wall was divided into 2 parts. The sunlight reflected off the crystal-clear surface of the Great Wall, while the lower part was shrouded in a layer of mist. In the morning mist that gradually thinned in the morning glow, the sound of swords clashing resounded through the square. Clang! The sword fell from Galen's hand and landed in the mud. He clutched his wrist and cried out in pain. "I lost. His Majesty is so strong." "If it was a real sword that had been unsealed, your head would have been split in 2. Elisa laughed loudly at the big night watchman. "You really are a stupid ox. After fighting with His Majesty for 10 rounds, you were stabbed twice in the head, once in the shoulder, once in the chest, and now your wrist is broken." Danny commented, "Galen, you're stronger than me and John, but your body's coordination and flexibility are a bit lacking. You'll be finished if you meet a master swordsman." "I was even worse 2 years ago. When I first started, my swordsmanship was still improving. But in the last 6 months, I can't seem to improve anymore. The big Galen said dejectedly. You're using the wrong weapon. Dani pulled down her mask and exhaled a long breath of white mist. She stabbed her sword into the ground and held the hilt with her left hand. Her right hand pointed at the hammer on the weapon rack. You should learn hammering skills. Wear full body armor and have a companion to protect you. Swing the hammer as hard as you can. Maybe you won't be as invincible as Robert, but at least it's better than you who can't even drag someone down with you. You can try. The former martial arts instructor of Dark Castle, Sir Elisa, said thoughtfully. Alright, who's next? Dani pulled down her mask, raised her sword and asked the night watcher beside her. Me, it's my turn to spar with His Majesty. An old man raised his hand excitedly. Dani saw that the old man was hunched over, his beard was gray and his limbs were loose. She couldn't help but doubt him. Old man, can you do it? Don't break your bones with one strike. Your Majesty, don't look down on me. I'm the most elite warrior of the Night Watchers, a ranger. You, on the other hand, have already challenged 4 Night Watchers. Are you tired? The old man twirled the sword in his hand and asked with a smile. Do you know how to lift something heavy as if it were light? Dani asked. She hadn't completely stepped into the realm of lifting weights as if they were light, but her endurance had increased by at least 50%. The old man's smile disappeared and he said in surprise, I didn't expect your Majesty's swordsmanship to be so high. It seems that I have to show my true ability. After he finished speaking, he raised his sword and stabbed towards Dani's heart. His speed was so fast that it didn't match his old appearance. Dani was a little surprised, but she nimbly leaned to the side to avoid the stab. At the same time, she spun around and added her strength to her sword, quickly slashing at the old man's waist. Clang, the sound of metal hitting metal drowned out the chatter of the night watchers. The old man's movements were nimble, and his eyesight was accurate. He stopped his left foot and used his left foot as a fulcrum to gently rotate his body. Then he stretched his right foot and lowered his center of gravity. He held the sword upside down with his right hand and pressed the middle of the sword with his left hand, just in time to block Dani's fierce attack. Dani's sword was firmly blocked, but her right hand was so numb that she almost couldn't hold the hilt of the sword. The old man seemed to see her predicament, so he took a step forward and slashed at her head with the sword upside down in a big arc. It was as powerful as thunder. John, Alistair, Old Eamon, and the rest of the night watchers cried out in shock. Ulma is old but strong, and his swordsmanship is getting better and better. Baristan was also shocked. Ha! Just when everyone thought that Dani would definitely be hit, she let out a clear cry. Her waist was as flexible as a willow branch as she bent backwards, and the iron boots on her feet kicked the old man's right hand that was swinging down. Bang plop chi. The sword was kicked more than 10 meters high, and when it finally fell, it stabbed into the mud. Before the sword hit the ground, Dani fell into the mud, splashing mud everywhere. But she didn't cry out, nor did she stop moving. She was like a nimble little pig. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, she quickly rolled half a circle in the mud, as if she was dodging a sharp arrow that was shot at her. When she changed from lying on the ground to crawling on the ground, she suddenly pounced forward and pushed the old man, who was holding his hand and staring blankly at her, to the ground. With a crack, the old man's right arm was dislocated under the weight of several tens of kilograms of iron armor. Ow! The old man howled in pain. Dani's iron gloves that were covered in wet mud still held the hilt of the sword firmly. The blade of the sword was pressed against the old man's neck. She exhaled clouds of white smoke and asked in a rough voice, "Do you surrender?" Chi. The sword that was flying in the air finally fell. "Surrender, I surrender." The old man shouted. How is this a training ground?" The one-armed blacksmith murmured in shock. She must have participated in many battles. No, she is only 16 years old, it is impossible for her to have experienced hundreds of battles. This is talent, a perfect talent for fighting on the battlefield, exactly the same as Robert. What's going on? Why is Her Majesty fighting so hard? Todd looked around and asked in confusion. That is her conditioned reaction. The Shadow Tower's commander, Sir Mal Lister, said with a serious expression. Red Pomegranate Marcy nodded and said, after she fell to the ground, Alma should have pounced or used his left hand to throw a dagger at her. Although Alma didn't do anything, she immediately turned around and dodged. What a terrifying battle talent. Baristan said proudly, Her Majesty almost never held a sword before the age of 15, but her talent is very good. Under my training for more than a year, She has achieved achievements that many knights would never be able to achieve in their lifetime. What, only a year of training? Sir Mallister said in disbelief. This doesn't make sense. All of us started training from the age of 5. Even the extremely talented Prince Riga started practicing martial arts at the age of 12 and only achieved some success after 4 years of training. Baristan smiled bitterly and asked, in the past 14 years she didn't even have enough to eat and wandered around with Prince Viserys, who taught her martial arts. Everyone fell silent with a complicated expression. She has strength, speed and skills. In a few years, Her Majesty might be able to achieve something in the tournament. Yes, she will participate as a mysterious knight. Scholar Yimont said with relief. Paristan glanced at him with a wooden face and said strangely, in a few years, Her Majesty will become the first female knight to win the tournament in the history of Westeros. 7 gods above. Red Pomegranate Marcy said in shock. When did this happen? The red-nosed old man said, a few days ago in the old town. In order to recruit free riders to deal with the pirate attacks, the Hyder and Tyrell families jointly organized a Honey Wine River tournament. Her Majesty changed her name to Layla Vesuvius and Sir Baristan as her knight attendant. When the two of them came to the old town, they happened to encounter this matter and she signed up as a mysterious knight. Layla Vesuvius. Yimont said thoughtfully, her mother's name is Layla, and Vesuvius is the surname of the king's illegitimate son. Did anyone recognize her identity? Master Tanner asked curiously. She looks very similar to Queen Layla and Madame Lele. Even I can see that something is wrong. She dyed her hair black, her eyebrows and temperament changed. The old professor shook his head. She defeated Valiant, Garan, Laughing Baylor, and Horned Hill, Deacon consecutively. She won the crown of love and beauty, and took off her helmet on the spot to put on a golden rose crown. There were thousands of people here, including me. I have never been so shocked in my life, but no one doubted her identity. The crown of love and beauty? Gosh, what a legendary experience. I reckon the people of the old town will never forget such a scene. Scholar Yimont was fascinated. He could not wait to see the scene of the Targaryen descendants in the glory martial arena with his own eyes. Isn't that so? When the news spreads, everyone will know the true identity of Layla, who put on a crown for herself. Every day, there will be poets reciting her deeds in taverns all over the world, the red-nosed old man said bitterly. John listened with envy and admiration. He grew up listening to old Nan's stories. Fool, Florian and Cheongchi, Nymeria, Clever, Ran, City Builder, Brandon, Star-Eye, Simeon, Bard Bell. There was no doubt that soon Queen Dany Rise, who fought for her crown for herself, would also become one of those legendary heroes. This was the dream that he, Robb, Bran, and even Theon the Chameleon, the 4 brothers, shared when they listened to the stories. Legendary heroes were too far away, but he did have the intention to make a name for himself in the tournament. He even fantasized that after he won the crown of love and beauty, he would give it to his little sister. Little sister was Jon's exclusive name for Arya. Maybe his father would think better of him, maybe Catelyn? Auntie would not be so sarcastic to him. She would often mock him until he ran away from the crowd with tears in his eyes, but the dream became a dream. He became a night watcher and no longer had the right to participate in the tournament. As for Robb, Theon, Bran and the rest, Percy. The queen's voice came from afar. I'm here. The red-nosed old man on the stone steps craned his neck and asked curiously, What's the matter, your majesty? Why are you so blind? Come down and treat this old man's injuries. Oh, I'm coming. The old man was stunned. Only then did he remember that he had become a night watcher. Old man, your swordsmanship is very strong. If it weren't for your old age and slow movements, I wouldn't be your opponent. Dany wiped the mud off her body as she spoke to the hunchbacked old man who was groaning on the ground. Alma is actually better at archery. Baristan walked over with a half-filled wooden bucket and helped Dany clean the mud on her armor. I didn't expect a white raven like you to still remember me. The hunchbacked old man glanced at the white knight and snorted. I also didn't expect a bandit like you to not be taken away by the stranger. The white knight said bluntly. You know each other? Dany was interested. His hands paused for a moment before Baristan said in a complicated tone, Alma once shot an arrow through one of the hand of the White Bull, Sergino. He's a bandit of the Imperial Forest Brotherhood. He's somewhat similar to the Brotherhood without a flag in Hejian. A few decades have passed in the blink of an eye. Both of our companions are no longer around. Your Majesty, I'm more willing to let you remember that I once stole a kiss from a Dornish princess. The old man who was lying on the stretcher and being examined by the doctor winked at Danny and said with a smile. Woo, woo. As the few of them were talking, a long and loud horn sounded from the Great Wall. 2 horns, the barbarians are here. Chapter 300. The horn sounded twice. The barbarians had arrived. A 4-meter-tall giant riding a woolly mammoth arrived at the city wall. He held a 7-meter-tall banner with 7 stripes in his hairy hands and let out a deafening roar. The banner represented peace. The barbarians accepted Danny's request for negotiation. Your Majesty, I'll represent you. The barbarians are cunning and barbaric. It's hard to guarantee that they won't attack, Barristan said worriedly in the main hall of the castle. Danny shook her head and refused. The 2 dragons are guarding the city wall. If anything happens, they'll slide down. We're fully armed knights. We can't hold on for more than a few breaths, right? Barristan thought for a moment and reluctantly agreed. What about you? Danny looked at the leaders of the Night Watchers. Who will represent the Night Watchers? There's no commander-in-chief. We've decided to send a representative from Dark Castle, Shadow Tower, and Eastwatch. Red Pomegranate stood up and introduced. Sir Mal Lister will represent Shadow Tower. Sir Glendon Hvert will represent Eastwatch as the head instructor. Lastly, Jon Snow will represent Dark Castle. Why Jon? Barristan frowned. The young man is a good man. He's brave, and his swordsmanship is superb. But isn't he a bit too young? In fact, Barristan wanted to say that the fact that he was judged as a prisoner yesterday meant that his position here was not high. How could he represent Dark Castle? Tanner explained. In fact, Jon is the successor of Commander Mormont. Everyone knows why the old commander chose him as his personal secretary. And Jon did a good job. His knowledge, loyalty, and fighting skills are unmatched among the new generation of Night Watchers. Jon had 3 supporters at the Great Wall: Commander Jerome Mormont, Scholar Yimont, and Master Blacksmith Tanner. At the same time, the 3 of them were also Jon's mentors. Jon could not become the representative of Dark Castle without the support of Yimont and Tanner. Of course, Danny's suppression of Elisa and Slint last night had also helped him eliminate 2 great enemies and 2 competitors. Okay. Danny nodded. I won't interfere with the internal affairs of the Night Watchers. Just make sure that he can represent Dark Castle. The city gate was opened. Glenn, Todd, and more than a dozen Night Watchers passed through the twisted and narrow tunnel and crawled out of the city gate. Under the gaze of the flag-holding giants, they each carried a high-back wooden chair to 400 meters away from the city wall, which was almost halfway between the Great Wall and the Wildlings' camp. The chairs were arranged in a circle with a diameter of 10 meters. Behind each of the 4 chairs was a flag with a black background and a red 3-headed dragon, as well as 3 similar black flags. Well, the Night Watchers were dressed in black, wore black robes and held black flags, just to represent 3 different castles. The patterns outlined on the flags were different. Simple drawings of 3 different castles were drawn in gray paint. After the Night Watchers planted the flag and left, the giants holding the colorful flag rode the mammoth back to the camp of the savages. About 10 minutes later, the sun dispelled the last trace of the morning fog on the ground. Under the clear sky, everyone could even feel the warmth of spring. Danny, who was wearing a black striped shadow lynx cloak, led by Barristan, Jon, the tall Glenn, and the gray-haired Mal Lister followed behind her. At the same time, the fence of the opposite camp opened, and a middle-aged man with black hair and a ragged cloak walked out first, followed by more than 10 barbarians who were either wrapped in animal hides, wearing rusty mail armor, or weird bone armor made of beast bones. On the wide snowy ground, the 2 groups of people slowly walked towards each other. The sky was blue, the snow was white, the sun was warm, and the breeze was gentle. Glenn, who was leaning against the battlements on the city wall, pulled his collar and found that his clothes were wet with sweat. He panted nervously and complained to Eddie beside him, "The savages are too cunning. There are only 5 of us and there are 16 of them. Yeah, if we really fight, we'll be at a disadvantage." Eddie swallowed and stared at the group of savages with his eyes wide open, as if trying to distinguish the expressions of each of the savages. However, until both sides sat down on the wooden chairs in the middle of the snow, no one pulled out their swords. Dany took off her helmet. The warm wind blew, lifting the fine bangs on her forehead. I'm Dany Targaryen. The leader of the group of savages pulled down his hood. It was an ordinary-looking, gray-haired, middle-aged man. It was obvious that he liked to smile, and there were very obvious smile lines at the corner of his mouth. Seeing the beautiful queen who seemed to be shining in the sun, his eyes flashed with undisguised surprise, and his smile lines unconsciously formed. You're so beautiful, your majesty. Sir Mallister frowned and said, Mansred, you're too cowardly to bring so many people here. Why didn't you bring the giants too? Mansred looked around and shrugged. These commanders each lead a large tribe and their status is similar to mine. If Giant Marg hadn't been captured by you, I would have brought him here too. Dany sat down on her own chair. Barristan stood behind her, armed to the teeth, and Mansred sat opposite her. There were not enough chairs and a few of the savages began to quarrel. In the end, in order to snatch the wooden chairs, the two bearded men even hugged each other and wrestled. Dany and the others were stunned. Now I believe you, their status is similar to yours. Dany's mouth twitched. She glanced at the gloomy king of savages and said strangely, I thought you were the king of beyond the Great Wall, and your words carried weight. She really didn't plan to play the game of 2 peaches against 3 men. The Night Watchers had prepared 12 chairs, and the Night Watchers had only taken 4. The remaining 8 chairs should have been enough for the savages. She didn't expect so many of them to come. Those without chairs stand behind me, Mansred growled. The savages also felt a little embarrassed. A few of the commanders who had snatched chairs reprimanded them loudly, and those without chairs glared at their companions with red faces. They also felt embarrassed to say that the Night Watchers were unfair for bringing out too few chairs. After all, only 5 of them came and took up 4 chairs. While the remaining 8 were hesitating, a red-haired, red-bearded savage threw his oak shield into the snow and sat on it. He shouted, Mansred, I, Torment the Giant's Bane, am not your guard. I can't stand behind you. Fine, fine, fine. You can sit anywhere you want, Mansred helplessly. So the other 7 followed suit. They either sat on the shield, squatted, or rolled out a snowball to use as a stool in the space between the 8 chairs. After 7 or 8 minutes, when everyone was seated, Mansred coughed softly and looked at Dany. Has Targaryen regained the Iron Throne? No. Dany shook her head. Mansred frowned and asked again, Then which dukes do you have the support of? In the Westeros, none of the 7 dukes explicitly support me. But once the threat of the savages is resolved, I will take Dragonstone Island, Dany said. Then how will you negotiate with us on behalf of the 7 dukes? Mansred angrily. Squawk, Blackie roared. Squawk, Whitey followed Blackie's lead and roared. Dany did not say anything. She only glanced at Mansred and the other savages who were looking at the Great Wall in fear. Alas, the king of savages sighed and said helplessly, I remember that the Megalosaurus went extinct hundreds of years ago. Where did your dragon come from? Even if the dragon is gone, there are still dragon eggs. Dany laughed. Dragons are not invincible, Tormund the Giant's Bane shouted. Dany nodded in agreement and said, Of course dragons are not invincible, especially when my dragon is still a young one. The scorpion crossbow developed by the City of Knowledge and the giant's longbow can successfully kill a dragon if you can shoot their eyes or neck. But you don't have dragon crossbows. The number of giants is limited, and the area of your camp is too big. The giants are too eye-catching. My dragon can easily avoid them and use its dragon flames to devour your wives, children, cows, sheep, and other livestock. There are no cowards among the savages and they are not afraid of death. Mansred glanced at Jon and said in a threatening tone, Chameleon, you know that we are looking for the Horn of Winter, right? Let me tell you, I have already found Jomun's grave and the horn buried with him under a glacier in Frostfang. If the dragon comes to burn our camp, I will blow the horn immediately and make the Great Wall collapse. Are you kidding? Dany looked at the king of savages strangely. You think you can scare me with this nonsense? You haven't heard the story of the Horn of Winter? The cold expression on Mansred's face cracked. No, Dany said honestly. That is a magical horn. Legend has it that Jomun, the king beyond the Great Wall, blew the Horn of Winter to awaken the giants underground and end the Night King's rule. The savages believe that the Horn of Winter can make the Great Wall collapse, Sir Mallister explained softly. Dany rolled her eyes and said, Brag all you want. Brag or blow the horn all you want. Do you think there is a turnip growing on my neck to scare people with a lie that even children can't deceive? Mansred's face twisted. He really wanted to go back and blow the horn immediately if he had one. Danny did not believe that a horn could blow the Great Wall down, unless Ming Jiangnu's soul was sealed in the horn. However, the savages all believed it, and Mansred really did lead a few thousand of his subordinates to rob a few hundred tombs near Frostfang, hoping to find the legendary Horn of Winter. Mansred did indeed find a huge bull horn, but it was found in the giant's grave and not Joman's horn. Seeing that the Horn of Winter did not scare Danny, he gritted his teeth and threatened again, "I will immediately disperse the team. There are places to climb the 500-kilometer Great Wall everywhere. Climbing the Great Wall is not foolproof. Many people will die," John said. When he was undercover as a savage commando, he followed the savages to climb the 200-meter-high Great Wall with iron rods and ropes. But halfway through, ice fell off the wall, falling and smashing almost a quarter of the savages to death. If he had not reacted quickly, he and Jurgrit would have died in that accident. "I know," Mansred nodded and said with a heavy expression. "Thousands of old and weak have died all the way from the Windy Gorge to the Great Wall. If we let them climb the Great Wall, maybe half of them will die. After crossing the Great Wall, being chased by the Night Watchers, the Megalosaurus, and the people of the northern region, more than half of those who survive will die, but there is always hope for us free people. There will always be many people who can survive. But if we stay north of the Great Wall when the real winter comes, we will all die." "Deviant ghosts?" Danny asked. A savage wearing a snow bear's fur cursed loudly, "Those bastards have been following us. Every morning when we wake up we will find a batch of empty tents. The people inside have been captured by the deviant ghosts. Not only the white ghosts but also the cold and food. We have to cross the Great Wall. Even if you have 100 dragons you can't change this," Mansred with a firm expression. "The savages have always wanted to go to the other side of the Great Wall, but do you know what's there?" Danny sighed. The barefoot commander stared greedily at Danny and said loudly, "There are women, food, clothes, a big house for the winter, everything we need." Sir Mallister gripped the wooden chair's armrest tightly and leaned his upper body forward like a furious lion about to pounce and bite someone. He roared, "No, there are swords, spears, armored knights in the northern region and even women with bows and arrows. The strangers are waiting for you there." The subterranean dweller with blue paint on his face spat on the ground and mocked loudly, "You think we're afraid of you kneeling people? Aha, my grandmother is an old woman with a spear. She can easily kill 3 people who kneel." The savages beyond the Great Wall were actually the ancestors who crossed the sea from Urso 10,000 years ago. Other than the fact that their ancestors were purer and were not affected by the Andalens, they were essentially no different from the people of the northern region. The savages called themselves free people, while the people south of the Great Wall were degraded as kneelers. Yes, because the people of the 7 kingdoms had to kneel to their lords and kings. Danny glanced at the cavemen casually and said to the king of savages, "Mansless, you are different from the other savages. At least you know the influence of the political situation of the 7 kingdoms on your invasion. Unfortunately, the situation in the Westeros has changed in the past few years, and your information is a little outdated." Chapter 301. What do you mean? Mansred frowned. "Do you know about the rebellion of the 4 kings?" "I do." "The bloody wedding, the Winterfell incident, do you know about it? That created a rare opportunity for us. If it weren't for you, we would be eating meat by the Southern Lord's fireplace," Mansred said. "Haha." Danny sneered and asked, "The Northern Territory is in constant war, and we haven't finished the food storage mission before winter. We'll be so poor that we won't even have porridge to eat. Where will you find meat?" Mons was stunned and said, "No matter how poor they are, they're still richer than us." The leader of the Great Glacier Cannibal tribe licked his lips and said, "Animals without limbs and 2-legged sheep with even more delicious meat. The old ones are chewy and the young ones melt in your mouth. They're very tender." Danny looked at the man with yellow teeth and nodded in agreement. "Maybe you're right. The 2 dragons I've raised love to eat people. I've always told them that you're dragons just like humans. You have wisdom and divinity and can't be compared to ordinary animals. I've even whipped them a few times but they haven't changed. Now that they've met a group of inhumane 2-legged animals, they can eat to their heart's content." Yellow Teeth grinned and said proudly to his companions, "Look, even the Megalosaurus likes to eat people. You walruses should learn from us." Then he turned to the king of savages and said cheerfully, "Mons, you said that cannibal tribe doesn't sound good and wanted to change our name. Glacier tribe doesn't sound good enough, so I refused. But now that I think about it, cannibal tribe doesn't sound good enough. How about Megalosaurus tribe? Mons put his hand to his forehead and said, "Okay, let's call it Megalosaurus tribe." Ah, that's great. The way the three night watchers looked at him, sighing helplessly, Danny said directly, "Mansred, since you want to bring the savages across the Great Wall, why don't you surrender to me? I'll take you to the warm and fertile land south of the Great Wall to farm." Submit? You want us to kneel to you? You're daydreaming. Mons sneered. Bah. Free people will never surrender. Tormund roared angrily. We can steal and rob whatever we need. But if you want to enslave us to farm, there's no way. I would rather die than be free. Free people will never be slaves. It was as if they had poked a hornet's nest. The 16 barbarians glared at Danny furiously. They stood up and roared loudly. Some of them even pulled out their swords and slammed their shields. They looked at Danny, eager to fight. Danny leaned against the back of the chair with her right hand supporting her chin and her head tilted. Her expression was so calm that it was as if she was watching a boring stage play. Barristan's expression was cold and his muscles were tense. In the next moment he could take a step forward and protect the queen behind him. John, Sir Mallister and Sir Glendon's expressions were ugly. They leaned forward, and their right hands unconsciously pressed on the hilt of their swords. The night watchers on the city wall also saw the barbarians suddenly rioting. They loudly asked Yimont, Maxi, and the other leaders if they should immediately send people out of the city to bring the queen and the few knights back. Hiss! Blackie suddenly let out a loud roar, echoing in the empty snowfield. The night watchers were the first to cover their ears and quiet down. When the barbarians saw the megalosaurus stretching its neck and flapping its wings on the high wall a few hundred meters away, they also slowly stopped cursing. Seeing the barbarians put away their weapons with ugly expressions and sit back down, John, Barristan, and the rest secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Their stiff bodies relaxed. Danny's charming purple eyes glanced at every barbarian. She said softly, "Since it's a negotiation, of course you can propose any conditions on the spot. Just like when you said that you wanted to kill all the night watchers, climb over the Great Wall, set fire to the northern region, eat people and steal women. I didn't pull out my knife to kill anyone, did I? There's no room for negotiation. Free people will not kneel and surrender to any lord or king." The king of barbarians emphasized solemnly. Danny sneered. "Stop lying to yourself. No society can have no classes. The 16 of you are equivalent to the lords of the barbarians. You represent a privileged class. The people under your command live a life even more miserable than the lowliest peasants in the 7 kingdoms. What freedom do you have?" Mance shook his head slowly and said solemnly, "You don't know anything. We are not bound by the country, nobles, kings, or laws. We only choose and follow a certain leader based on our own preferences. You are really a bunch of pitiful creatures. You have been deceived by an illusory lie for thousands of years." Danny sighed. "Woman, tell us clearly. Who has deceived us?" Tormund was furious. Danny said slowly, "With the barren land beyond the Great Wall and the level of civilization of you barbarians, you don't even have enough food and clothing. You don't have the right to pursue freedom. An ordinary barbarian, from birth to death, spends most of his life working hard for a meal. However, no matter how hardworking and intelligent a barbarian is, it is impossible for him to survive the winter with his own strength. This does not depend on whether he can accumulate enough food to survive the winter. You have no laws, no restrictions, and are used to bullying the weak. The strong rob the weak of their daily necessities to survive. He is powerless to stop other barbarians from robbing him. At that time he will only have 2 choices. The first is to die freely. After working hard for a few years to prepare food for his family, he will starve to death and his wife will be taken by someone else. The second is to freely choose who to be enslaved by. He will not be able to protect his property alone. He can only rely on the power of an organization. He can rely on an overlord. However, this will form the most primitive bureaucratic system. It goes against your idea of complete freedom. It is not as advanced as the Westeros feudal system. May I ask, what kind of freedom is the above 2 situations? You just have no morals and etiquette. It is the naked law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest. What is there to be proud of when you live a life no different from a wild beast? In other words, the wild boars and wolves in the forest are also free, but whoever envies them is a fool." After listening to Danny's words, John suddenly felt enlightened. He had not forgotten Yrgrit's preaching to him about knowing nothing. Bound by his identity as an illegitimate child and the strict discipline of the Night Watchers, he actually envied the freedom of the barbarians deep down. At one moment in the underground hot spring beyond the Great Wall, when he knelt down to lick yogurt, the cheerful and unrestrained feeling made him want to abandon everything and stay in the cave with the female barbarian for the rest of his life. Now, after Her Majesty's analysis, he suddenly realized that the so-called free people of the barbarians was indeed a lie. Sir Mallister and Sir Glendon smiled and nodded. They said proudly, "Your Majesty is right. We are humans, not beasts. We understand etiquette, justice, shame, and morality." Manslade's face was gloomy, but he could not find a rebuttal. He sat there in silence, thinking hard. What's wrong with the survival of the fittest? The strong are born to enjoy better women and food, Tormund said righteously. Between civilizations, countries, and races, the survival of the fittest is a matter of course. But within a civilization, benevolence, justice, and the public are more important. The survival of the fittest is possible, but it must be moderated. We are humans after all, and humans are born with compassion. Jon nodded, feeling that he had never thought so clearly in his life. He felt enlightened. Barristan, Mallister, and Glendon were also deep in thought. They admired Her Majesty's wisdom even more. But on the side of the barbarians, even the most civilized Manslade could only think hard, as if he had encountered a difficult problem. The others, like Tormund, were at a loss. What are you talking about? Get to the point. The leader of the hard-footed people, whose skin was like boiled leather, cursed. Okay, I'll give a simple example. Dany rubbed her face and sighed. Let's say you're King Manslade and I have the same number of soldiers. There's no Great Wall, no Megalosaurus, and no giants. Winter is coming, the barbarians can't survive, and the people of the Northern Territory lack food. He wants to go south to steal food, and I want to protect the people of the Northern Territory. But we have the same number of soldiers and neither of us is confident of winning. In order to win this battle, we must think of ways to improve the combat power of the army. Magna, tell me, how can we improve our combat power? Well, the leader of the barbarians is called Magna, and the leader of the centaurs is called Khal. If a free man can beat 5 people who kneel, we will definitely win, Tormund said immediately. Yes, without the Great Wall and the Megalosaurus, we would have defeated those stinky crows. The barbarians nodded in agreement. Mallister frowned and said, not to mention the equal number of soldiers, just give me 2,000 cavalry, and I will beat this army of tens of thousands of barbarians until they are not afraid of the deviant ghosts. I promise, my armored army can kill more people than the deviant ghosts. What did you say? The crows are bragging. Dany said with a straight face, quiet down. I said, give me an example. Let's say that the soldiers of Mansred and I are exactly the same as the barbarians. This. Tormund muttered, only the gods know who will win and who will lose in the end. Our forces are equal and neither of us is confident of winning. The best choice is to avoid fighting. But this battle is too important. Whoever wins, their people will survive. Whoever loses, their people will be wiped out in the winter. In order to win this battle, I have decided to improve my own strength, research smelting technology and refine steel from ore. I will hunt horses from the grasslands and train them to tame horses. I will cut wood from the forest to build warships, fish for food, and also cross the sea to attack Mansred's rear. I will also send scholars to draw maps, build camps based on the terrain, and then develop walls from these camps, which will be the prototype of the Great Wall. Well, you have seen everything I have done. What will you do, Lord King of the Beyond the Great Wall? Mansred's face was pale as he muttered, I will learn from your methods and even go one step further. I will invent more advanced technology than you, forge better steel, train more warhorses, build bigger and stronger warships. Why? Tormund was confused. Dany smiled faintly and said, because I have the same number and quality of soldiers as him. If I want to win, I have to improve the quality of my weapons. It's simple, you with the iron sword can definitely beat you with the wooden stick, right? Yes. Tormund said bitterly. His face also turned deathly pale. Just like Mance, he also understood the deeper meaning of this. Chapter 302. Let's continue with our previous deduction. Since Mansred is learning from me and constantly developing technology. Dany paused and explained the concept of technology before she continued. Both sides have the same level of technology. Although the quality of the soldiers' weapons has been improving, the degree of improvement is about the same. Just like Tormund and Magna, both Tormunds threw away the wooden club in their hands and switched to bronze swords at the same time. Then they switched to steel swords, and in the future they might even switch to Valyrian steel swords. This meant that technology was advancing and civilization was developing. At this point, we still can't do anything to each other, so we have to continue to improve the combat power of the soldiers. Apart from weapons, it's obvious that the cowardly Tormund can't defeat the fearless Tormund, right? Yes. Tormund and Mons were both attracted by the story. They were eager to hear what Dany was going to say next, so they cooperated with her and did not struggle at all. Jon and Barristan were also fascinated. The Queen's words were easy to understand, but they seemed to contain some great wisdom that they had never seen before. In order to make Tormund braver, I have to make him understand that winning the battle is more beneficial to him than losing it. As the winner, he can get more. This? Tormund was puzzled. Isn't this natural? Of course he can get more if he wins. Is that so? Dany smiled mysteriously. The crows you speak of are the Night Watchers. What difference does winning or losing make to them? To be more specific, Jon Snow did not have a good time at the Great Wall. His family either died or went missing in the war, and his former family fell apart. The new soldiers on the Great Wall were jealous of his identity as Stark, and the old soldiers hated Stark for some special reasons. The life of the Night Watchers was even more austere and abstinent. On the contrary, when he killed Colin the Broken Palm and surrendered to the savages, not only did he have your freedom, but he also had a good status. He had the gift of the wolf spirit. He even had a lover that the Night Watchers could never have. Yep, Yrga was a good girl. At that time he would have two choices. One was to completely integrate himself into the group of barbarians, break into Dark Castle, and let the hundreds of thousands of barbarians go south to wipe out the warlords of the northern region. At the very least, he would be able to avenge his family and destroy the Bolton family. If the barbarians were stronger, they might have been able to destroy Fry and shake Lannister's rule. To be able to take revenge, have a lover, and be free, that's great. However, he did not hesitate to make the second choice. He continued to carry out the mission given to him by Colin the Broken Palm. He went undercover among the barbarians, alerted the Night Watchers of Dark Castle, and ruined Mance Rayder's wonderful plan to seize the city gate. Think about it, why would he do that? He's stupid and knows nothing. Mance Red stared coldly at Jon. Crows are crows. They are not trustworthy. The barbarians were filled with righteous indignation. His mind was bound by some useless things, Tormund said slowly as his eyes flashed. Dany glanced at the red-haired savage and said with a smile, "You understand him better." "No, I can't understand it at all." Tormund hurriedly shook his head in denial, as if understanding an idiot would make him an idiot too. Dany shrugged and continued, "Jon did it for honor, Stark's honor, and the honorable oath of the men of the Night Watchers." "Your Majesty." Jon's eyes were red. He was so moved that he was about to cry. Barristan patted the young Night Watcher on the shoulder and smiled with relief. No matter how bad the Westeros were at the moment, there were still some promising stars. Let's continue our previous topic. I'm against Mance. If I can bring honor to my soldiers, they must work harder, right? Yes. Mance nodded. But what does that mean? Civilization is made up of many things. Besides technology, there's also spiritual culture. Why does Jon have honor? If he was a savage who burned, killed, and plundered, and abided by the law of the jungle, would he have such honor? I don't agree with that, Tormund said angrily. You're slandering the barbarians. Let me tell you, I have honor too. What honor can bandits and robbers have? Sir Mallister sneered. I didn't surrender even when facing two megalosaurus. Is that an honor? Tormund glared. Tormund, you're even robbing your own kind. Surely you won't sacrifice yourself to protect the weak, right? Similarly, you won't feel honored to protect the weak, right? Tormund was speechless. He could not lie. In other words, wolves ate sheep. Beyond the Great Wall, the strong were the wolves and the weak were the sheep. It was natural for wolves to eat sheep. He never felt that there was anything wrong with it. Therefore, wolves would not protect sheep and they would not feel honored to protect sheep. Dany sighed and concluded, but Jon, Sir Barristan, Sir Mallister, Sir Glendon, and all the true knights of Westeros will. Because the spirit of chivalry requires us to take pride in eliminating the strong and helping the weak, but the spirit of chivalry should not bind you barbarians. Yes. Barristan was excited. Your Majesty has completely analyzed the difference between us and the barbarians. Jon, Mallister, and Glendon nodded. They could not help but feel proud. To the lords and kings, aren't the common people lambs to be eaten? Manslade's eyes flashed. Well, you admit that the king of beyond the Great Wall is no different from me? Danny smiled strangely. It went back to the original question. Was the freedom that the freedman talked about a lie? If Magna beyond the Great Wall was no different from the lords of the Seven Kingdoms, then where did the freedom that the barbarians were so proud of come from? Then she said seriously, I don't deny what you said. The common people are lambs to the lords and kings. So we have always had a dream to build a truly fair and just world full of love. For this dream we have been working hard. Maybe the results are little, but it's better than having no hope and no progress at all. Mance's ordinary-looking face turned even paler, but he still managed to say, anyone can say something nice, but not even a fool will believe it when it comes from the mouth of a queen who chews sheep. A fool won't believe it because he doesn't understand. You're a smart man, so you'll believe it. Danny smiled. Let's continue the previous topic. The battle between us is not over yet. Soldiers with a sense of honor are braver. Under the same conditions my army will win. At this time, if you don't want to lose, what should you do? Learn from you. Danny nodded. Remember I mentioned before that in the war between civilizations and races, the weak are eliminated and the strong survive. If you learn from my social system and develop your spirit and culture, it means that your law of survival in the barbarian society will be eliminated, right? Yes, Manslade said dejectedly. Those who are eliminated are the weak. Your current social system is not up to standard. From technology to culture, your civilization has lost to us in all aspects, Danny declared. Manslade was speechless. He lowered his head deeply. Even the most active Tormund looked depressed, as if he had suddenly lost his soul. Some of the other barbarians were confused, while some understood a little. But whether they understood or not, everyone understood one thing. Manslade, the king of the Beyond the Great Wall, had lost to the silver-haired queen. Unlike Jon and Barristan, who were beaming with joy, Danny's expression was indifferent. She continued, the battle between us is not over yet. Manslade, if you can recognize reality and learn from my strengths, at least you can maintain a stalemate. In this verbal war between civilizations and races, you have not lost. Let's continue. Yes, the king of the Beyond the Great Wall said in a hoarse voice. He knew that he had already lost. Even if he could look at the problem rationally and learn humbly, the imitators would at least be one step slower. He had been slower in technology and culture for several times in a row. The quantitative change had caused a qualitative change, leading to an irreversible collapse. The more desire a person has, the more motivation they will have, and the chasm of desire will never be filled. With honor they will ask for more things such as wealth. Our soldiers have the same weapons and fighting spirit, but in addition to honor, if I promise them money, will they be braver and more proactive? Yes. After that, you also learned how to reward the soldiers and even increased the amount. After I learned of your actions, I also increased the reward. In this way, the treatment of the soldiers became better and better, and the benefits of our two kings were gradually divided by them, becoming less and less. What would happen in the end? This. Manslade was stunned. His expression changed drastically and he said in shock, the soldiers and the king will be divided equally according to how much effort they put in, and even the land, wealth, and ruling rights of the entire country. This is the limit. If the king pays more benefits, he will lose money, so he might as well be a soldier. What is going on? Jon and Barristan were also shocked. As you think, Danny looked around and said with a faint smile, that is the future of civilization and the ideal social system. Fairness, justice, everyone is the master of the country, and the interests of the country are closely related to everyone. The king is no longer a wolf and the people are no longer sheep. They are all the same species wolves. There is a difference in strength between a strong wolf and a weak one, but it is much better than the despair of a sheep facing a wolf. Why is this? Jon was confused. As I said, the law of survival of the fittest is actually beneficial to the development of civilization. Danny leaned back in her chair and looked at the king of Beyond the Great Wall, who was hit hard, and said lazily, okay, after saying so much, you should have made a choice, right? Or you can recognize the reality and change from this moment on, or you can be completely eliminated in this race competition. Mansred nodded. His expression was complicated. There was sincere admiration and gratitude, but also a deep sense of helplessness. After a while he said, Danny Rise, you are the first king to convince me and also the most special king I know. You may even become the greatest king in history. Compared to you, Robert Baratheon is a tragic sight. Thank you for letting me understand this, but the king of beyond the Great Wall is different from the rulers of the Seven Kingdoms. There are some things that you can decide on your own, but I sigh. He shook his head and did not continue. Dany glanced at the barbarians around her. Some were confused, some were arrogant, some had flickering eyes. There were all kinds of expressions, but few were submissive. She immediately understood his difficulties. Mansred was most likely convinced by her words, and had the idea of surrendering to preserve the barbarian race. However, the barbarian tribe was formed by the common goal of invading the Seven Kingdoms. He could not change the barbarians' strategic goal, and could not persuade them to surrender to the kneeling man. You have seen Robert? She decided to change the topic and ease the atmosphere. Chapter 303. 3 years ago, I received news that Robert was bringing his family to Winterfell as guests. I brought my lute, classical guitar, and a pack of silver deer. I climbed the ice wall near the carriage tower, crossed the new land, and traveled 10 kilometers to the south to buy a horse. I didn't enter Winterfell directly. Stark's guards knew every villager in the vicinity. I rode another 600 kilometers to the south and found Robert's Great Wheel Palace. Freelance riders and mercenary knights often gathered around the royal family, hoping to serve them. I was better than them. I could play the lute and sing, and I was proficient in all the obscene tunes inside and outside the Great Wall. Bards were more easily accepted. Thus, I successfully joined the royal family and had the opportunity to understand the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. Sigh, if drinking and sleeping with women were the standard of a king's ability, then Robert was definitely qualified to call himself the Eternal Emperor. You're imitating Bard Bell. Dany had a strange expression. Thinking of Bell's deeds, she regretted it. Although Shadowbinders were mysterious, they were much less impressive than bards. Back in Volantis at the Black Tower banquet, she should have turned into a bard and performed for the guests. She couldn't sing Castme's Reign, but she could play Ambush on All Sides or Victory. As she played, the Megalosaurus wreaked havoc on the audience. That feeling, that grandeur, what a pity. More than 1,000 years ago, Bard Bell was famous both inside and outside the Great Wall for his bravery and talent in poetry. Even the King of the North, Brandon Stark, had heard of him. However, Brandon despised him and called him Coward Bell. In order to take revenge and prove his ability, Bell climbed the Great Wall alone and went south along the King's Road to Winterfell. As a singer, he was received by Stark. Brandon was deeply moved by his skills and asked him what he wanted as a reward. Then Bell asked for a flower, the most beautiful flower in Winterfell's garden. Brandon agreed to let him pick a winter rose in the garden. But the next morning Bell and the Duke's only daughter disappeared together. Only a winter snow rose was left on the bed with a small blood stain. The Long family had mad blood, while the daughter of the Wolf family had the running wolf blood gene. Lyanna was not the only Stark who had eloped with a wild man. I didn't dare to steal Lord Stark's daughter, Mansred explained with a bitter smile. At that time, I had already guessed the enemies that the freedmen would face when they went south. Bunyan Stark, the ranger captain of the Great Wall, Ide Stark, Duke of the Northern Region, and Theon Robert Byra, King of the Seven Kingdoms. At that banquet, I observed these 3 anticipated enemies at the same time. Bunyan and Ide deserved their reputation, which made me vigilant. Robert, on the other hand, was a fatso who drank too much. At that time, I heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that I could fight 10 fatties like him. But the situation of the Seven Kingdoms was unpredictable. Bunyan was captured by the other ghosts, Ide was beheaded, and Robert was killed by a wild boar. In the end, the ones who defeated me were Jon Snow, whom I had always ignored, and Targaryen, whom I had never thought of. Mansred and the Magna. Dany stood up and left her seat for the first time. She came to the center of the circular hall, where the nearest savage was less than 5 meters away from her. In the negotiation meeting, you and I can put forward our terms. Now I will explain to you after a pause she said, my 3-way lease terms. If she said the terms of surrender directly, the savages would most likely explode. It was better to say it in a more tactful way. First, let's clarify which 3 parties are. Without a doubt, the freedmen and the night watchers each count as one party. The other party has me and Targaryen, but not only Targaryen. A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. The person sitting on the Iron Throne now is not me. Winter is coming, and the other ghosts are wreaking havoc beyond the Great Wall. I cannot add to the natural disaster. Before the next summer, I will definitely not challenge the position of ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. This will inevitably cause the composition of the third party outside of the Night Watchers and the Freedmen to be extremely complicated. Today I am the only representative of the third party. Perhaps tomorrow there will be Theon Byra Bolton the day after that, and even Lannister the day after that. In this regard, I promise you that Targaryen will not interfere with the dealings between the Freedmen, the Night Watchers, and the other lords of the Seven Kingdoms. In this three-way meeting, the third party only represents Targaryen, and Targaryen will resolutely fulfill his obligations. Finally, Dany looked around and asked everyone, "Do you understand?" "Understood." Jon, Sir Mallister, and Sir Glendon nodded in response. "Understood." Tormund nodded as well. I understand." The savage leaders also expressed their opinions. Mansred frowned and said, "I don't know the contents of your three-way lease treaty, but what if the other vassals interfere with our agreement with you? This will require the other party of the Night Watchers to step in." Dany pointed at the three Night Watchers representatives. "They don't need to use force to uphold our treaty, but they need to step in and judge whether the vassals' interference is reasonable. For example, there is a clause in the three-way treaty that allows the freedmen to farm new land given by the Night Watchers. At my request, the Night Watchers reluctantly agreed. However, when the vassals of the Seven Kingdoms arrive, they will likely raise different opinions. If the Night Watchers are pressured to agree with the decision of the vassals of the Seven Kingdoms, Targaryen and the freedmen can only admit defeat. Alternatively, I will provide an alternative, or I will compensate with gold royals, or we will break up and the treaty will be annulled. If the interference of the vassals is unreasonable, for example, there is another clause in the three-way treaty. If the freedmen are hired by the Night Watchers, I will compensate the freedmen with food and gold. If the vassals want to rob you of your food and gold, and the Night Watchers decide that their actions are unreasonable, there is no need for the freedmen to step in. I will help you deal with them and use my force to ensure that the treaty is enforced. The right to speak is in the hands of the Night Watchers. What if they deliberately take sides?" Tormund frowned. Dany said firmly, "I believe in the wisdom and honor of the Night Watchers." "Jon, resolute your majesty, for these words of yours, I am willing to be a Night Watcher for the rest of my life, with no regrets." Mallister, quietly wiping away the tears at the corner of his eyes. "Only the wise can see through the wisdom of others, and only those who value honor can appreciate the honor of others. Your majesty has great wisdom and a noble heart." Glendon, clenching his fist, "Even if I am dressed in black, I still want to say I am willing to die for your majesty." "But we don't believe it," the savage shouted. "You must believe it. Trust is the basis of cooperation. Not only must you trust the Night Watchers, but the Night Watchers should also trust you. Everyone must understand one thing: we have a common enemy, Winter and the other ghosts. If we don't work together, it will be difficult for any one of us to overcome this difficulty." Mansred pondered for a moment and said, "Explain the tripartite lease treaty first." "Well, let's reach a consensus first. The freedmen are short of food, right? With the food reserves now, we can't even last until winter comes," Mansred said. "The North doesn't even have enough food for themselves, right? Even with the food reserves at the end of summer, it will be difficult for the North to survive more than 2 years of winter. This time." Mallister shook his head worriedly. "The winter is likely to last for more than 5 years. Without relief, I'm afraid that 70% of the population will starve to death. The Night Watchers also don't have enough food, right? If the number of people doesn't increase, the food reserves now can last for 2 years." Dany concluded. "So the North can't feed themselves and they can't help the Night Watchers. Providing food for the hundreds of thousands of freedmen beyond the Great Wall is even more wishful thinking. We have to find another way out, right?" The savages and the Night Watchers nodded. "What way out?" the leader of the freedmen asked anxiously. "People live when they move and trees die when they move. The North can't feed these people, so we have to find a richer and warmer place, right?" "That makes sense." The savages all agreed. "The North is too barren. If we can invade—" Dany's mouth twitched. She clapped her hands and interrupted them. "Well, since everyone agrees with this conclusion, we have the basis to sign the tripartite lease treaty. As she spoke, she looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and revealed a compassionate expression. She sighed softly and said, "Barbarians are also human beings. They all have parents, wives, and children. I really can't bear to see you break up your families in the cold winter and the harassment of deviant ghosts. So, the first clause of the treaty is that Targaryen will rent a number of ships to the freedmen. Travel expenses, food, seeds, farmland. I'll be responsible for moving the 100,000 freedmen to the Great Plains of Ursos, where the people are stupid and rich, and where there are no night watchers or fearsome iron knights. With the food, seeds, livestock, and vast farmland I'll rent, you can farm, graze, and spend the winter in peace. In the meantime, I'll guarantee your freedom of religion, personal safety, and the sanctity of your property. At the same time, you'll have to abide by my codex. After all, you're in a foreign land and have to adapt to the new environment. Of course, when the winter is over, I'll arrange for ships to send those who want to go back to the Great Wall. You can take the food, wealth, and children you've accumulated over the winter, and live happily as freedmen beyond the Great Wall. At that time, you can completely abandon the codex and return to your former customs." "That good?" Tormund asked cautiously. "Targaryen, your word is as good as a mountain," Dany said flatly. Magna of the Thurn clan frowned. "It's not that I don't believe you, but you're paying too much, aren't you? You're only giving us benefits, but you're not benefiting at all. This kind of agreement is very unsettling." "Sigh, I've always wanted to do good, but..." Dany shook her head in distress and said reluctantly, "How about this? I have some enemies on the continent of Ursos. They're all slave traders who specialize in enslaving the freedmen. They're the natural enemies of all the freedmen in the world. You can rent me a group of brave and fearless freedmen who can fight for the sake of promoting the freedom of the freedmen, for the sake of justice. How about that?" Thurn Magna let out a long sigh and smacked his lips. "It's still a little unsettling," Dany gritted her teeth and said reluctantly, "Give me a portion of the food you grow, just 20%. As a freedman, how's that in return?" "I'm relieved," Thurn Magna nodded and said reluctantly. "She needs our food. She seems trustworthy," the leader of the Hardfoot people whispered to the leader of the seashores. "Yes, benevolence, righteousness, and morality can all be deceived. Only profit is eternal." Tormund expressed his opinion wisely. Mance had already thought of surrendering to the Dragon Queen after the verbal battle. Even though he saw through the Queen's scheme, he did not say anything with a straight face. He even felt a little relieved deep down. He did not have to spend any more effort to persuade them. Barristan and the others' faces were contorted. They held their breath and watched the Queen's performance. Then the second one. Chapter 304. Like I said, I won't force any of the free people. Some of them are willing to follow me to the land of long summer for the winter, but there will definitely be some who are unwilling to leave their homeland. The second rule was specially prepared for them. The night watchers would rent large castles and new and old lands to the freedmen who stayed behind to guard the Great Wall. The freedmen would have houses and fields, and their lives would be guaranteed. Targaryen paid the Night's Watch rent for the freedmen, and the Night's Watch did not lose out in exchange for barren fields and deserted castles. The free people rented out valiant guards from the Great Wall to deal with the surprise attacks of the deviant ghosts. Not only did they protect the people of the 7 countries, they also protected themselves and their families. The Great Wall had 19 defensive fortresses. Other than Black Castle, East Sea Watch, and Shadow Tower, there were 16 other castles. Living in these castles, the barbarians naturally began to perform their duties as night watchers. As for the land, when the night watchman was first established, the king of the northern region gave the night watchman 125 kilometers of land south of the Great Wall as a source of income. Speaking of which, Dany wasn't the first dragon king to be received by the night watchers. More than 200 years ago, King Rue and Queen Elisa rode their dragons to the north, all the way to the Great Wall. Because she admired the bravery of the night watchman, the queen persuaded her husband to double the land of the night watchman and expand it by another 125 kilometers to the south. That Alisan, who often did good deeds, and was called kind, was a typical white lotus flower. At least, that was what Duke Stark thought at that time, because the land that was given out belonged to the king of the Northern Territory. The Great Wall is 500 kilometers long, and the land in the south will only be wider from east to west. So, the land given to the Night Watchers is more than 125,000 square kilometers. It is bigger than South Korea, 100,000 square kilometers. But there were only 700 or 800 night watchers left. How could they manage them all? Other than the hills and farmlands rented by farmers, more than 90% of the land was empty. At first, Danny didn't think of renting the land to the savages. After all, the weather was so cold. Although winter hadn't officially arrived yet, it was snowing every few days. What could they grow? No matter how cold-resistant the winter wheat was, it couldn't wait until spring. The next spring was at least 5 years away. It was John who reminded her that if she couldn't plant wheat, she could plant winter vegetables such as cabbage, onions, garlic sprouts, and carrots. He could even take a gamble and try to plant a patch of turnips. Perhaps he could harvest a batch of food before winter arrived. Other than crops, they could also engage in animal husbandry. The pine cones could be fed to pigs, and the cold-resistant weeds could be used to raise cattle and horses. Although the winter in the northern region was cold, it was not polar night. There was still sunlight shining down. Scholar Yimont also requested Danny to order a batch of glass from mills so that they could grow vegetables in greenhouses under the Great Wall. There were glass greenhouses in Winterfell, and fresh fruits and vegetables could be eaten in winter. Because the main castle was built on top of a hot spring, Stark even diverted the hot spring water to act as a heater for the castle. Of course, winter is coming. We won't be able to fill our stomachs if we only farm here. I'll transport some food from Urso, Danny continued. Well, you're helping us pay the rent and land rent, and at the same time you're delivering food to us. This is worrying again. Thurn Magna scratched his oily head in annoyance. You're only contributing, but you're not getting anything in return. How can we not worry? Yes. Why is your three-way lease clause so unfair? It's hard to believe. We're against unfair treaties. The savages expressed their dissatisfaction angrily. Sigh, this is really difficult. Danny was really troubled. I just want to be a good person. Why do you have to force me? You're a bunch of poor, miserable people. You've already promised to fight for me, farm for me, and guard the borders for me. How can I force you to do that? For the people of the Seven Kingdoms, for the people of the world to be safe from the deviant ghosts, I'm willing to make some sacrifices. Danny gritted her teeth and said. No, it's not very reassuring. Thurn Magna rejected her repeatedly. Danny glared at him angrily and said firmly, You don't have to doubt me. I'm different from you. I'm the torchbearer of freedom, the breaker of shackles, the mother of dragons, the queen of Slavers Bay, and the legal queen of the Undulls, Loinars, and ancestors. Protecting the Westeros and maintaining world peace is my duty. The savages frowned and thought. After a while, Redbeard Tormund said, How about this? After we're done with the deviant ghosts, when summer comes and you conquer the Seven Kingdoms to fight for the Iron Throne, we'll rent a group of warriors to you to conquer the world. How about that? Jon, Mallister, and Glendon's expressions changed drastically. Even Barristan looked worried. No. Danny did not even think about it. She roared angrily at Tormund, I won't let any innocent free people get involved in the civil war of the Seven Kingdoms that has nothing to do with them. Snow, if you have the guts, you can learn from me. Don't even think about asking the savages for help. The people and nobles of the Seven Kingdoms are already prejudiced against the free people. In order to deal with the cold winter and the deviant ghosts, they may reluctantly accept you. But let them know that the free people want to participate in the struggle for power. At least they'll ostracize and oppress you. Ruthless people like Lannister, Theon Bella, and Tyrell may stab you in the back and kill all the free people. Silently, Danny threw a huge bucket of shit on the heads of her opponents. This is really possible, Tormund muttered. Just look at Stark's miserable state and you'll know how shameless and terrifying those great nobles are. They even violate the rights of the guests. Not everyone is like the Dragon Queen. Well, the savages also followed the tradition of the rights of the guests and the sacred oath. In fact, they were originally the first people. Like the Night Watchers, stay neutral and maintain a pure political stance. Don't participate in the power game of the Seven Kingdoms. No one will be able to find fault with you. Danny said. Okay, please continue, the savages murmured. Danny shook her head and said, In theory, the above two conditions are enough to help us get through this disaster. The remaining small details can be added bit by bit according to the situation. At this moment, Mansred seemed to wake up from a deep sleep. He stood up and said, Dragon Queen, you didn't think of finishing the negotiation in one go, did you? Go back and discuss it. You can tell all the free people what I mean. I won't force anyone or any tribe. The free people can sign the tripartite lease agreement with me as individuals, as a single tribe, or as an alliance of tribes. I will strictly abide by the agreement and ensure that the benefits of individuals, tribes, alliance of tribes, and even the entire free people kingdom will be fulfilled. I will explain the tripartite lease agreement to the leaders of each small tribe. Mansred looked deeply at Danny and was the first to turn around and walk back to the camp of the savages. As soon as Danny and the other four came out of the city gate, a group of night watchers immediately surrounded them to ask about the negotiation. Dragon Queen had challenged John, Galen, Alma, and the other night watchers in the training field in the morning. She was already sweating profusely, but before she could take a shower, the group of savages came to negotiate with her. At this time, her sweaty underwear was sticking to her body and was very uncomfortable. She left the training field to John and the others and went back to the royal tower to change her clothes. Baristan needed to guard the queen at the door, so the night watchers pulled John and the other three into the hall of Dark Castle for questioning. As soon as they sat down, Bowen Maxey asked anxiously, "So, did the savages agree to surrender?" John's expression was strange. He first nodded, then shook his head and said, "They didn't surrender, only rent. The savages rented their soldiers to us to guard the Great Wall, and the peasants were given land to farm. The night watchers took rent from His Majesty and rented the Great Wall to the savages. His Majesty also has a lease agreement with the savages." After John explained the tripartite lease agreement in detail, Professor Paristan exclaimed, "Isn't this a surrender agreement?" Sir Mallister smiled bitterly and shook his head. "The savages were unwilling to kneel to their lord and king, and they were unwilling to surrender to us. But in another way they were immediately grateful to His Majesty, and even suspected that His Majesty was too kind and had a conspiracy." "That's not right. The other savages may have been fooled by this little trick, but why didn't Mansred object?" Scholar Yimont was puzzled. John, Mallister, and Glendon looked at each other with admiration. "Because Mansred has already been convinced by His Majesty, and he intends to surrender." In the savages' camp, in the white bearskin tent, Mansred lay on a blanket made of animal skin. The firewood in the brazier crackled beside him, and the red light of the flames cast flickering shadows on his face, just like the king of savages' mood at the moment. A beautiful blonde pregnant woman sat down beside him without a sound. She pulled Mansred's large rough hand up and placed it on her swollen belly. She said gently, "Mansred, do you feel it? He's moving." "Yes, he's a strong young man." Mansred placed his empty left hand behind his head and looked at his wife. "Dana, you may give birth to him on the other side of the Great Wall." "You?" Dana's heart skipped a beat and she blurted out, "What about the dragon and the Targaryen queen?" Mansred bitterly and said, "My dear, the dragon is no longer an obstacle. Instead, he may become your and your child's protection." "You?" Dana's eyes widened and she said in disbelief, "You want to surrender?" "Yes, I was convinced by that woman and I plan to surrender." After saying this, the king of savages felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders, and his body relaxed. Dana slowly calmed down and gently stroked her husband's cheek. She asked, "How did she convince you? With a dragon?" "No, something even more terrifying than a dragon." "What's more terrifying than a dragon?" "Reason." Mansred bitterly. "She used simple and common language to explain a reason that changed my worldview. That reason made me understand one thing. The ideal I'm working hard to pursue now has no meaning to the free people beyond the Great Wall. It may even lead to the destruction of the people who trust me. Dana, the title of king beyond the Great Wall, doesn't bring me much power, only responsibility. If I can be sure that the woman can bring a better future to the free people, should I give up my hostility and support her instead?" The king of savages looked into his wife's eyes and asked for help, as if her answer could help him get rid of his confusion. "I believe you," Dana said with a smile. With just a simple sentence, Mansred was like a car that was fully charged and it started running again with great vigor. Chapter 305. Haha, the northern region is too boring. I want to visit the free cities too. The king of beyond the Great Wall sat up abruptly and laughed loudly. "Dana, you're about to give birth. Just lie down for a few days. If there's any work, let Whale do it." Mance rubbed the back of his wife's red and swollen hand tenderly and said, "I'll call a meeting with the tribe leaders. When we enter the Great Wall, I'll have more time to spend with you." As the wife of the king of beyond the Great Wall, Dana did not have many privileges compared to the other women in the camp. She was about to give birth, but she still had to milk the goats herself, feed the animals, cook for her husband and the barbarian leaders who came to visit, and even wash clothes. Servant? Without a professional servant, the freedmen were not kneelers. They would not kneel to any lord or king. Whale was not a servant either. She was Mance's sister-in-law, the sister of the queen of the barbarians, Dana. However, Dana was still a privileged person. The other barbarians struggled to fill their stomachs every day. Mance's family did not farm, herd or hunt, but they never lacked food or drink. They had plenty of wine and meat. They just had to cook by themselves. Just as the night watchers surrounded John and the other two to ask about the negotiation process, the barbarians, raiders and spearwomen also surrounded the dozen or so Magners and asked questions. Mance did not chase away the irrelevant people. Instead, he asked people to clear out an empty muddy area and light a dozen fires. He stood in the middle of the crowd and explained the lease agreement. In the end, he began to talk about the plight of the barbarians. I won't lie. That woman is very smart. There's no way to trick her. With 2 dragons guarding the Great Wall, it's almost impossible to break through it. Even if a group of strong freedmen were lucky enough to enter the northern region at night, the vast land would make it difficult for them to escape the pursuit of the Megalosaurus. At the very least, some of them could hide in the forest and escape, but there are too few of them to take down the tall castle of the Lord of the Northern region. Mance, are you saying that you've decided to accept the Dragon King's agreement? A barbarian questioned loudly. No. Mance shook his head. As the king of beyond the Great Wall, my main duty is to lead everyone to achieve a common goal. Just like this time they had taken down the Great Wall and plundered the northern region. If you all decide to resist to the end, I will resolutely stand on the side of the freedmen, strive to lead everyone to a path of survival. A short man sitting on the back of a giant white bear roared, then reject the agreement. We will not work with the queen of the kneeling people. Immediately, a large group of savages chimed in, the freedmen will not cooperate with the lords of the south. Mance had expected this to happen. 99% of the savages could only see what happened in a single day, and they would only feel the pain and terror of death when a sword pierced their flesh. At this point in time, the food supply could still last for a few months. The large forest was enough for them to cut wood for warmth, so they did not have to worry about keeping warm. Although the scene of the Megalosaurus breathing fire was scary, it did not actually burn people to death. The savages had some guesses about the power of the Megalosaurus, but they did not have a deep understanding of it. As for the deviant ghosts, the savages were indeed afraid of them, but the deviant ghosts had been with them for more than a decade or even decades. Their nerves that controlled pain and fear had long since become numb. Therefore, most of the savages could not feel the sincerity of the Dragon Queen's agreement at all. Mance raised his head and looked at the Great Wall in the south. It was as if he could see the silver-haired queen waiting for the final result on the giant ice crystal wall under the afternoon sun. Actually, you should have let the Megalosaurus burn the camp the day before yesterday. Then there would be no need to change the name of the lease agreement. You could have directly proposed the most severe unconditional surrender terms, and we would have agreed immediately. Then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was because of her kindness that his determination to resist was so weak. That was why he had complete trust in her theory of civilization and the 3-point lease agreement that she had promised. At this point, he had even decided to encourage the savages to surrender to her. Ahem, Valimir, you have not seen the Dragon Queen? Mance paused, then pointed at Tormund and the other commanders of the savages, and said to the Six Forms people, everyone please listen to the opinions of the leaders. They have all personally participated in the negotiations. I believe that with the amazing wisdom and rich experience of the brothers, you will be able to distinguish between right and wrong. Tormund, you go first. Tormund hesitated for a moment and said to the savages who looked over, the lease agreement seems to be very good. We have a great advantage. The caveman commander agreed, think about it, so what if we take the north? There is no food in the north. But how can we really go to the neighboring continent? At least half of the free people beyond the Great Wall can survive. The leader of the Hardfoot people frowned and said, the only thing is that her terms are too good. It's as if she has surrendered to us. She has 2 dragons. This makes me wonder if the Ursos continent is really that rich? The topic slowly changed from whether or not to how to sign the agreement. There is no doubt about that. I have been to Lys and Pentos when I was young. The other side of the narrow sea is vast and sparsely populated, and the climate is warm. It is definitely a good place. A white-haired father and son draped in sealskin shouted. He was the commander of the seafaring tribe of the frozen coast, and lived opposite Mormont's Bear Island. He had once traveled to the sea with sea merchants who purchased sealskins, and was considered a knowledgeable, wise man among the savages. Will the people of Ursos allow us to take refuge there? The leader of the cannibal tribe asked doubtfully. The Dragon Queen said that she will arrange it, Magna of Thurn said nonchalantly. Besides, she has 2 dragons. Our brave and invincible warriors are not to be trifled with. Who dares to refuse? What can we do if we refuse? The key is the benefits. Then Magna of Thurn clapped his hands and concluded solemnly, the treaty is too unfair. We, the free people, have taken too much advantage. What if one day she suddenly realizes that she has suffered a great loss and runs away on a dragon, leaving us floating in the sea? What should we do then? Snow, what do you think we should do? Tormund and the others looked at him. All the savages knew that the people of Thurn were the closest to the southern nobles. They had hereditary lords and laws and knew how to smelt bronze. Their army was well equipped and disciplined. Therefore the savages thought that Snow of Thurn had the most political wisdom. Well, speaking of Snow of Thurn, he actually had a blood feud with Dany. The savage general who led the savages to attack the Great Wall and the Dark Castle was Thurn Magna Sty, Snow's elder brother, who had the most military talent. When Dany arrived on her dragon, Sty did not die in the chaos. But when the queen used the power of the Megalosaurus to summon rebels, Sty was the first to rush over with his axe. It was the unlucky guy who was whipped in half by Blackie's tail. Because the captive who delivered the negotiation letter to Mance knew that Sty was dead, Snow succeeded in taking the throne yesterday afternoon and became the new Thurn Magna. But Snow did not plan to take revenge on the Dragon Queen. If his elder brother was not dead, how could he take the throne? If the Dragon Queen did not have a dragon, he might have shouted "Revenge for my elder brother," in order to win people over. But obviously she had a dragon and the whole tribe could not do anything to her, so he might as well let it go. After all, Sty died on the battlefield, not in a conspiracy like the Red Wedding. Thurn Snow glanced at the King of Savages and said bluntly, Mance's mission has been completed. Maybe we can choose a new king. Tormund was furious. What did you say? You want to be king when you're such a loser? Mance's pupils contracted, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It's not that I want to be king. Snow hurriedly waved his hand and explained, it's the Dragon Queen. By the way, how many titles does that Dany Rise have? Mansfred's lips curled into a smile, and his eyes became gentle again. He pondered and said, the Princess of Dragonstone Island, the Storm-born, the silver-haired Queen, the Mother of Dragons, the Queen of Slavers Bay, Khaleesi, the Dragon Queen, the Queen of the Undulls, the Loiner, and the Ancestors. Snow's eyes flashed and he said with a low laugh, so many titles, why not add King of the Great Wall? King of the Great Wall? What's that? Old Hyman was confused. Whether we agree to the agreement or not, the free people want to escape beyond the Great Wall. So we'll become the free people of the Great Wall, right? The King of the Great Wall is Mance and this will not change. But when we reach the Great Wall, why don't we invite the Dragon Queen to be the King of Savages? How can we do that? Free people will never be slaves. The savages shouted. Varamir, the sixth-form being, was furious. He said with a sharp voice, I don't agree with the agreement, and I will not support a southerner to be our king. Don't be so agitated, we have to compensate the Dragon Queen. Thurn Snow glanced at the sixth-form being and said proudly, Varamir, we came south only to pass the winter. But when winter is over, we'll all return to our homeland beyond the Great Wall. What's the point of being the king of the Great Wall? This. Tormund's cheek muscles twitched. Isn't this a little too shameless? We're savages. Thurn Snow said matter-of-factly. I don't agree with the Queen of the South, and I don't agree with the agreement. The sixth-form being straightened his neck and said firmly. Immediately a group of savages and raiders shouted, yes, we're raiders. We don't farm or guard the Great Wall, we want to rob the weak people of the South. Tormund glared at them and turned to the sixth-form being. Varamir, you're a shapeshifter and you have powerful animal companions. You don't have to worry about food and you can escape before the deviants come. You don't have a family, you don't have any clansmen. You live alone, your whole family lives. But we are different. Go to the camp and see how many old, weak women and children are there. Do you want to deprive them of their last chance to live for some unknown reason? The noisy savages quieted down. Some were at a loss, some hesitated, and some started to think about the future of their tribe. Is there really no way to take down the Great Wall? Some of the savages asked unwillingly. Mance pointed at Varamir and said, "Among the free people, he's the strongest. He should be the one to answer this question." The six form being's pale face flashed with embarrassment. I don't know. How about this? Mance thought for a while. We'll follow the principle of voluntary participation. The free people with families can form a large tribe and sign a lease agreement with the Dragon Queen. Those who think they can feed themselves and their families can continue to stay beyond the Great Wall. Those who can't survive beyond the Great Wall can sign a new contract with the Dragon Queen. They can also cross the Great Wall and go to the north to rob and make a living. You want to divide the free people? Varamir asked in disbelief. We've never been united. Mance smiled bitterly. Chapter 306. Mons had made a huge mistake and Danny and the Night Watchers did not notice it at the time. In the morning, the Magna of the barbarian tribe had a three-way meeting with the Night Watchers and Danny. In the afternoon, Mons tried his best to promote the tripartite lease agreement among the barbarians while protecting himself. Because Tormund, Snow and the rest of the Magna, whether they were subdued by Danny's dominance as a queen, or by her personal charm, or by her promises of benefits, or perhaps they were like Mons, who had enough reason and wisdom to recognize the sincerity of the Queen's offer of a treaty. In short, the majority of the Magna supported the signing of the agreement. Therefore Mons' promotion was effective. At least a quarter of the barbarians were moved on the spot, another quarter were resolutely against it, and the remaining half were at a loss, ready to go with the flow as the majority. Therefore Mons made the decision of free choice. Free people could freely choose whether to accept the Dragon Queen's conditions and go to the south for the winter, or cross the Great Wall with their own abilities and plunder the northern territory. He was doing it out of kindness, dividing the barbarians beyond the Great Wall, eliminating the unruly plunderers, and allowing more barbarians to survive. This was also very beneficial to the Queen and the Night Watchers. Those who crossed the Great Wall were obedient people, easier to manage, and lower the chances of conflict between the barbarians and the northerners in the future. Therefore, when Tormund brought the revised terms to the city gate and told Danny and the Night Watchers, they immediately agreed. Then Jon and Barristan, as the representatives of the Night Watchers and Targaryen respectively, brought a parchment scroll to the barbarian camp. The parchment scroll contained the full amount of the tripartite lease agreement, 2 official terms, one of which was proposed by Mons. The barbarians could freely choose to become the barbarians of the Great Wall in batches, and the Dragon Queen and the Night Watchers had to abide by the first 2 terms of the agreement, treating all barbarians equally. This was Mons' effort to resolve the hostility between the barbarians and the Southerners. At the barbarian leaders' meeting at noon, he promised the barbarians, "It's all voluntary. Those who can't stay beyond the Great Wall can find the Dragon Queen to sign another contract." To put it simply, the third revised clause of the agreement changed the one-time surrender activity to retain honor into immigration, and the surrender that signed the agreement became an immigration visa. Danny thought to herself, transporting nearly 100,000 people to the other side of the narrow sea would require too many ships and a huge amount of work. If the barbarians came in batches and she sent them in batches, it would definitely be easier. The Night Watchers also thought that if they took in tens of thousands of savages at once and something happened, the hundreds of Night Watchers would not be able to manage them all. It was better to tame them batch by batch. If they encountered any problems, they could slowly solve them under control. Mance thought to himself, instead of arguing endlessly and even causing internal strife among the savages, it's better to divide the savages. Those who are willing to live can live, and those who are diehard can die. First of all, the divided barbarians would lower the Southerners' wariness of him and the barbarians. After all, only the barbarians who were united under the king of beyond the Great Wall would be feared. The scattered barbarian tribes would never be seen as a threat by the Southerners. Secondly, he really couldn't think of a second way to survive other than surrendering to the Dragon Queen. She had a dragon. However, none of the 3 parties had ever considered the thoughts of the unruly people. The savages were all unruly people. The unruly people thought to themselves, "I don't know the Dragon Queen. Although the big shots all acknowledge her reputation, what if? Why don't I let the others migrate first? My family still has a few months of food storage, and there are still more than 3 months before the end of autumn officially ends. After the first batch of migrants is settled in the south, I will decide whether to migrate them based on the situation. After all, my life is mine and I only have one life. If the life of the migrants is harder than it is now, then anyway, I'll migrate sooner or later. The conditions that the Dragon Queen offers are the same. Therefore, in the spacious square of the barbarians' camp, John, Baristan and Mance, who were standing behind the wooden table and waiting for the barbarians to come forward to sign their names, were dumbfounded. Under the setting sun, John and the other two scanned the barbarians in a daze. Hundreds and thousands of barbarians surrounded them. Their blue, gray, black and brown eyes blinked like innocent little stars as they stared at the three of them in a daze. Baristan looked at Mance resentfully. Why don't you even know how to arrange a few support staff? Such petty tricks, and you call yourself the king of the beyond the Great Wall. Mance seemed to understand the meaning of the old knight's gaze. He rubbed his nose and said awkwardly, Tormund, you were the most enthusiastic before, and you have always been very supportive of the tripartite lease agreement. Come and sign it. Tormund gave him an innocent look and replied, I have 4 sons and a daughter, a big family and thousands of people in the Red Hall, Baristan said angrily. His Majesty and the Night Watchers have promised your safety. His Majesty has also sworn to the 7 gods and all the old gods in front of you. The tripartite lease agreement is a sacred oath. You should understand the meaning of the sacred oath. Yes, we all understand the meaning of the sacred oath and the rights of the guests. The 6 Forms people stood on the back of the White Bear and sneered loudly. The King of the North, Robb Stark, has violated the sacred oath. The Southern feudal lord has trampled on the rights of the guests in the blood wedding, and the Night Watchers have killed Karst, who was serving them in Karst's house. The king, the feudal lord, and the Night Watchers are all untrustworthy people. Why should we believe you? Mance looked at the shapeshifter expressionlessly and said in a low voice, The day before yesterday, when we were charging at the gate of the Great Wall, that woman rode on a dragon and flew over our heads. She could have burned our tents, people, livestock and food. But she didn't. The Megalosaurus' terrifying dragon flames burned the mud, snow and soldiers in the forest. She could have easily disintegrated our troops and helped the Westeros to solve the crisis of the Freemen invading the south. But she chose to negotiate. She chose the most complicated, time-consuming and money-consuming method to help us survive the winter and avoid the invasion of the other ghosts. I think her actions can be called benevolence. Valamir, what kind of person do you think she is? A soft-hearted, cowardly woman? The 6 Forms people laughed. Mance saw that many of the barbarians were nodding in agreement. He could not help but think of a sad question. Were the Freemen beyond the Great Wall really a civilization that should be eliminated? The corner of Baristan's mouth twitched. The Dragon Queen's enemies had made many comments about her, but they had never said that she was cowardly or soft-hearted. The Gith, the Volantis, the Lisi, the Quills. Most people in the world would laugh their heads off if they heard what you said, he said to the shapeshifter with a straight face. Mance said, Valamir, you should at least admit that she is soft-hearted. A soft-hearted person would not trick you into entering the Great Wall and let the dragon eat you, right? Mance, have you forgotten? To the Freemen, being bound and enslaved is far more terrifying than death, the 6 Forms people retorted. That's because you've never experienced the horrors of hunger and cold. You've never worried about food and water, but we all know that the food we have now is not enough to feed all the savages. Mons suddenly stopped talking because the way some of the savages looked at him had changed. They were filled with suspicion and malice. Do as you wish. It's all up to you. He said this and lay down on the chair without saying anything else. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, and that a tribe of barbarians who were willing to be the guinea pigs did not appear, Tormund became anxious. He pulled a few of the tribe leaders to discuss for a while. In the end, a group of widows who had lost their husbands but had children to support were selected from their tribes. They formed a group of about 1,000 orphans and widows with orphans under the age of 10. These people were a complete burden to the barbarians, and they were not afraid of sacrificing them. Similarly, the Night Watchers could accept them without worry. 10 spear-wielding women with children were the representatives. They pressed their bloody fingerprints on the tripartite lease agreement. Yes, they used a knife to cut their thumbs and left a mark on the snow-white sheepskin scroll. Beside it were the signatures of Dany and more than 10 high-ranking members of the Night Watchers. The sacred contract was signed. That night, the barbarians of the Great Wall left the camp of the barbarians beyond the Great Wall. The spear-wielding women pushed the sleigh and followed the night watchers down the city wall. Piled on the sleigh were moldy furs, tattered tents, dirty sleeping bags, a few meat bones, a small bag of barley, and one or several children who were crawling around. There were also hundreds of boys and girls in ragged clothes with blank expressions on their faces. They held hands and stretched the line very, very long. Whoa! This time, when the barbarians arrived, the horn that represented the return of the night watchers only sounded once. However, not all of the barbarians in the Great Wall wanted to enter. Some chose to rent themselves to the night watchers, some were willing to rent the land gifted by the night watchers to farm, and some were more willing to trust the queen who rode the fire-breathing megalosaurus. Tall boys were selected by the night watchers to become the new night watchers or to do chores for the night watchers. Little girls without parents could not farm or stay in Dark Castle. They could only follow the king of the Great Wall to the other side of the narrow sea to make a living. Well, the barbarians who joined Danny could not enter the Great Wall. They had to go east along the Great Wall until they reached the East Sea, which was 250 kilometers away. There were almost 140,000 barbarians. There was no doubt that there were at least 100,000 barbarians who followed Danny across the sea. The night watchers wanted all the barbarians to follow her. The night watchers were too few to manage 100,000 barbarians. People's minds were unpredictable. If the barbarians suddenly changed their minds after entering the Great Wall and did not want to risk crossing the sea again, Danny would have to kill them all, but she would not be able to kill them all. If she left tens of thousands of barbarians behind and rushed into the north, she would turn from a great hero to a sinner in the history of Westeros. Danny was not afraid of being a sinner in the history of Westeros. After all, she was the one who wrote the history books. But she did not want to be a failure. The best way was not to test people's humanity and not to give the barbarians a chance to riot. As long as they were outside the Great Wall, they would not be able to rebel. Therefore, the barbarians who had obtained Urso's residence had set up camp at the foot of the Great Wall. In the afternoon, some barbarians cut down the forest and transported a large amount of wood to build a second barbarian camp, the camp of the savages of the Great Wall. The barbarians lived in the new camp for the first time. When the number of barbarians reached 5,000, they began to move east together. The night watchers were busy for most of the night. In total, they accepted 147 young night watchers and 183 spear-wielding women with children. The spear-wielding women would take their children to the land given by the night watchers to farm and hunt. The next morning, Jon and Barristan came to the barbarian camp again and sat at the table as immigration officials. But not long after they sat down, the urgent bugle call suddenly sounded in the east. Chapter 307. It was another sunny day. The blue sky was dotted with 4 or 5 white clouds. The snow on the ground slowly melted under the warm sun. The gray glacial wall that stood between the sky and the earth began to sweat. Drops of crystal-clear water gathered together and flowed into a small stream. In this quiet and peaceful morning, there were instructors training the night watchers in the yard. There were also night watchers shouting loudly to command the giant prisoners to move bricks and build the wall. Danny was also in the yard. There was a large round table in front of her. Scholar Yemont spread out a detailed map of the frontier. A few night watchers and Yrgrik gathered around the table and were discussing where to find the deviant ghosts. Well, after helping the night watchers solve the problem of the barbarians invading the south, Danny was ready to move on to the next step of her plan. She wanted to find a few living ghouls and deviant ghosts and test their strength. It would be best if she could capture one. Suddenly, the sound of a horn came from the sky. Then Golan, who was on duty on the wall, hurriedly shouted to the dark castle below, "The Rangers are charging towards the barbarians' camp." Rangers? The night watchers' Rangers? Blacksmith Tanner raised his head and asked loudly. "The Eastwatch's Rangers?" Golan shouted from the wall. "Is Katek crazy?" Bowen and Maxie were shocked. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She guessed one possibility: Stannis was here. They immediately climbed up the wooden ladder in a zigzag pattern and ran up the wall. They were wearing black chainmail, black half-helmets and black woolen cloaks. There were 40 to 50 riders in the uniform of the night watchers. They spread out in an arc and came from the east. They passed through the roots and rocks, picked a path between the bushes and trees, and slowly pressed towards the barbarians' camp. The barbarians reacted quickly. They did not hesitate even when they were ambushed. They rushed out of the tents in groups, cursing loudly, "The crows shamelessly ambushed us." The Dragon Queen went back on her word. They waved their wooden sticks, bronze swords and stone axes, charging towards their mortal enemies without any regard for their own safety. The Rangers sped up and dodged the barbarians' heavy weapons. They easily cut open the enemy's leather armor with their gleaming long swords and pierced through the barbarians' chests. The savages had not undergone systematic military training. They did not know how to form a formation, nor did they know how to charge in groups. They were like waves, rushing forward in waves and then dying heroically. There were also night watchers who were dragged off their horses and hacked to death, but they did not retreat. They were as fearless as the savages. But gradually, the barbarian infantry, giants, barbarian cavalry, and mammoths carrying wooden castles of archers, almost all of the barbarian army flooded the eastern rangers. The rangers finally couldn't hold on any longer. Their formation collapsed and they fled into the forest behind them. "Your Majesty, what do we do now? Commander Carter and the others can't hold on any longer," Sir Glendon said anxiously. "Don't be nervous. The barbarians have fallen into a trap," Danny said calmly. "What?" While everyone was puzzled, the barbarians had caught up with the rangers. They scattered in all directions to hide. The barbarians laughed and cheered as they swung their weapons, chasing the black-clothed men to the edge of the forest. They saw a group of heavy cavalry pass by the rangers and suddenly emerge from the forest. The barbarians were shocked, and Magna immediately shouted loudly for the barbarian cavalry to gather around him to deal with the next attack of the heavy cavalry. However, the new cavalry had already sped up and rushed forward, and the barbarians' light cavalry was scattered into a mess. Toot 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 toot. Something even more terrifying happened. Suddenly, from the east, northeast, and north came the sound of charging horns. The savages found that they were surrounded by enemies in all directions. A group of terrifying armored monsters. In fact, there were only 3 groups of cavalry. The only group of heavy cavalry was the one that rushed out from the northeast, and there were only about 200 of them. The remaining 2 groups of cavalry were mainly free riders wearing short leather vests and round helmets, mounted archers and ordinary soldiers without horses. Each group had about 400 to 500 people. The scary thing was their leader. There were close to 200 true knights. They were noble knights wearing steel armor and bright wool jackets, with obvious clan emblems painted on their chests. They charged the savages from 2 directions. A surging torrent of armored troops suddenly came out of the wood in the north, and struck the upper flank of the savages. A cavalry came from the east, along the base of the wall, and struck the lower flank of the savages on the other flank. The rangers used the main force of the barbarians as bait. Then a group of heavy cavalry blocked the barbarians' front. The other 2 groups of light cavalry were like pincers, cutting the barbarians' waist in half. It was a very simple tactic. It would probably be useless against the regular army of the 7 kingdoms. But the savages did not form into groups. They fought in their own tribes and did not have a perfect command system. They ran in all directions in confusion. Some of them shouted and rushed into the battle, while others ran away in a panic. There was also Magna who beat the war drums, trying to command the savages to form a square formation. But they were slow and disorganized. There were hundreds of true knights with excellent military training opposite them. The barbarians were split up and scattered. The barbarians' camp was trampled by the cavalry and set ablaze by the fire arrows. The flames spread from one tent to another. The tall ironwoods, pine trees and soldier trees near the camp were also set ablaze. Smoke filled the air and the sound of killing filled the air. Stannis did everything that Dany could but did not do. That's right, Erlu is here. In the midst of the blood and fire, a large flag stood out. It was 5 meters long and the flag was as big as a bedsheet. One side of the flag was yellow, with a long and sharp tongue of flame drawing a burning red heart. The other side was like gold leaf, embroidered with a black-crowned stag. Erlu's flaming red stag flag. The armored knights rushed into the camp and shouted, "Long live Stannis! Long live the Light King! Long live the Holy Son of Fire, King Stannis!" Roar! A snow bear the size of a horse carriage rushed out of the forest, roaring and swinging its paw the size of an iron pot. A noble knight holding a black dagger piercing through the red heart flag was slapped into a pile of meat paste along with his horse. Then the giant snow bear rushed into the squad of knights. Its sharp claws flashed as it went on a killing spree. Its snow-white fur was stained with blood, some from the enemy and some from itself. A squad of 20 knights was wiped out in half a cup of tea's time. But when the giant snow bear ran to the next squad, a shocking scene occurred. A red-haired woman in a red robe rode a horse in front of the giant snow bear as if she was taking a stroll in the park. She only glanced at the snow bear before she continued to move forward. Boom! The snow bear seemed to have been drenched in a rain of gasoline and then set ablaze by a lighter. Its huge body was instantly enveloped in yellow flames. Roar! The giant snow bear roared as it rolled on the ground. Even the night watchers on the city walls could clearly feel its pain and anger. But no matter how it struggled, the flames showed no signs of extinguishing. Instead, it set the nearby tents and trees ablaze. But in Danny's ears, she also heard another person's voice. It was a man's wail, a wail that came from his soul. Chirp! The goshawk flew through the clouds and under the blue sky. It was like a sharp arrow piercing towards the red-haired woman in a fluttering red robe. At the same time, 3 gray wolves and a shadow lynx the size of a warhorse ran quickly through the crowd, silently sneaking to the side of the red-robed priestess. The moment the goshawk, cat and 3 wolves pounced towards the red-robed woman from the ground and the air, time seemed to have slowed down. From the perspective of the dragon spirit, Danny could even see the mocking smile on the priestess' lips. Boom 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 boom. With a light wave of her sleeve, the 4 beasts on the ground and the goshawk 500 meters in the air were set ablaze at the same time. Roar! The man's soul howled again, filled with hatred and despair. The goshawk turned into a ball of fire and smashed into the forest. The 3 wolves and shadow lynx only had a small part of their bodies covered in yellow flames as they fled into the depths of the snow forest while howling. What happened? Why did the giant bear and the goshawk burst into flames? Professor Paris Tan was puzzled. Danny glanced at him and said with contempt, "Don't you still have the Valeglia steel chainring hanging on your chest? You didn't even notice such an exciting and intense battle between mages?" "Mage? Shapeshifters?" the old man asked. The strongest shapeshifters of the barbarians, the 6 forms person, fought against the red priestess of Stannis. The 6 forms person lost miserably and was almost unable to retaliate. Danny said calmly, "Ah, how tragic." The night watcher suddenly shouted. It turned out that the heavy cavalry had pierced through the barbarians' cavalry and infantry and crashed into the group of giants behind them. Like a naughty child playing with a doll, the giants easily lifted the armored cavalry from the horses' back, pulled off their heads and broke their arms. One of the giants, who was 4 meters tall, lifted the heavy cavalry's legs with both hands and pulled with all his might. Red blood, green intestines and brown liver flowed into the giant's bloody mouth. Roar! The giant chewed on the innards of the cavalry and pulled with both hands. The corpses on both sides hit 2 of the heavy cavalry like cannonballs. The horses neighed and flew back 4 to 5 steps. Stannis' 3 cavalry units, including the footmen without horses, had a total of less than 1,500 people. There were only 200 heavy cavalry units in the middle that were responsible for holding off the barbarians' main force. However, there were more than 100 mammoth cavalry units and more than 300 footmen running barefoot. The heavy cavalry units against the barbarians' light cavalry and footmen who were armed with wooden sticks and bronze weapons was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. It was like an iron pot smashing into a glass bottle. However, when faced with the real heavy giant footmen, just one collision was like an iron pot hitting a hydraulic press. Bang! The giant swung the tree trunk in his hand and a cavalry unit flew at least 12 meters high like a baseball from one end of the battlefield to the other. The giants are so scary. Stannis' heavy cavalry units are done for, Sir Mallister said with a pale face. In less than 10 minutes, the last heavy cavalry unit was also torn apart by the giants. Nearly 200 heavy cavalry units were wiped out and the giants only lost 2 small men who were only 3 meters tall. Roar! The giant's gray hair was stained with blood and he roared angrily in the direction of the Great Wall. Those idiots still think that a certain queen betrayed them and ambushed the barbarians' camp. Well, the barbarians' camp was indeed filled with the slogan, Dragon Queen's Shameless Ambush. However, after seeing the flaming red stag flag, most of the barbarians gradually fell silent. Even if they did not understand the meaning of the flaming red stag flag, they could tell that it was not a 3-headed dragon. "Your Majesty, should we go and save them?" Bowen Marcy leaned over and asked softly. "Save-o? The giants are ferocious. I think the barbarians are going to turn the tables." The chief of Red Pomegranate huffed. "Haha, the barbarians are our potential allies, but Stannis is our clear enemy. I didn't ride my dragon down and spray that guy's face with dragon flame because I was giving you Night Watcher's face. I didn't want to fight for power on the neutral Great Wall. Chapter 308. My Lord Steward, look! Sir Glendon exclaimed. The giants are in disarray. His Majesty Stannis is so powerful, he personally led the team to disperse the mammoth cavalry. Seeing the heavy cavalry being destroyed in the blink of an eye, the huge flaming red heart flag immediately changed direction. A team of knights in a wedge-shaped formation, mounted on armored war horses, bravely charged towards the giants. Stannis was the most eye-catching leader. He wore black armor and a black helmet, and his golden cape with a red heart embroidered on it fluttered like a flag. He held a long sword that radiated a magical red light. Flames flashed in the midst of the giants, creating a bloodbath. The long sword burned fiercely, and the flames at the tip of the sword flickered. The short flames were 4 to 5 feet long, and the long flames were 10 feet long. Occasionally, it would strike a giant and ignite half of the giant's body. The fearless giants seemed to be frightened by the flaming magic sword that radiated a strange light. Although none of the giants died under Stannis' sword, they lost their courage in an instant. They could only scream and run away without any thoughts of turning around to attack the enemy. Less than 500 knights were chasing after 100 mammoth cavalry and 300 giant foot soldiers. It was a complete mess. Good. The Night Watchers felt their blood boil as they cheered excitedly. It was as if they had become one of the brave knights chasing after the giants. There was even a group of people who shouted rebellious slogans such as "Long live King Stannis." Sir Mallister frowned and said doubtfully, "Strange, why are the giants so useless? They dared to chase after the fire-breathing megalosaurus. Why would they be afraid of the magic sword that radiates a strange red light?" Professor Pereston's face darkened. That is the Lightbringer, the weapon used by the legendary hero Asal Ahai to end the long night. There are also rumors that Stannis is the child of prophecy, the reincarnation of Asal Ahai. I used to scoff at these rumors, but now... Dany stared suspiciously at the red-robed woman who was running alongside Stannis. Stannis's Lightbringer was indeed bursting with red light, and a flaming sword aura, that was 2 to 3 meters long, flew out. However, it only burned the giants until they screamed in pain. It did not have the flying limbs of Abyss Annihilation when she charged into the 5-element flags with the heavenly sword. Don't you think that the Radiant Envoy is too weak? She could not help but ask. That's weak? Even the giants were forced to flee in panic. I don't think dragon flames are anything special, Slater exclaimed. Dany glanced meaningfully at the guy who had never seen the dragon flame. She left the battlements and walked towards Dahe, who was lying on the ground meditating. After condensing the meditation rune in the Sea of Spirit, Blackie's requirement for food was much lower. Whenever it was free, it would immerse itself in the strange meditation rune in the Sea of Spirit. As soon as the horn sounded, Barristan, who was sitting behind a wooden table in the empty space of the camp and waiting for the tribe of savages to come over to sign the contract, stood up alertly and climbed onto the table to look into the distance. Just like Dany, he guessed that they were just bait when he saw the scattered cavalry slowly approaching the campsite. The reason was simple. There were no more than 800 Night Watchers at the Great Wall, and they were scattered in Dark Castle, East Sea Watch and Shadow Tower. The 300 Night Watchers from Dark Castle would never break the agreement between the Queen and the barbarians. Therefore, the cavalry coming over were either from Shadow Tower or East Sea Watch. The total number of cavalry from those two places did not exceed 200. The cavalry were never idiots. Less than 100 people dared to attack the barbarians' campsite? They must be bait. There was a large army behind them, and that army was not an ally of the Targaryens. In fact, none of the vassals of the Seven Kingdoms were the Queen's allies. Therefore, White Knight immediately pulled Jon and prepared to escape. Since the other party dared to take the initiative to attack the barbarians' campsite, they must have the confidence to win. He deeply understood one thing. No matter how much the Queen wanted to subdue these barbarians, it was impossible for her to help the barbarians stop the attacking army before the agreement was signed. She had no position. If she really did that, she would violate the oath she made to the Night Watchers that day. She would never treat the Great Wall as a battlefield for power games. She would not take the initiative to provoke any army that came to the Great Wall, no matter what grudges they had with the Targaryens. If you are not stupid, you should understand that they can't be Targaryens. Barristan said loudly to Mons and the leader of the barbarians. The other party came with ill intentions. If you trust me and Queen Dany Lys, please follow me to the new camp immediately. I promise on behalf of the Queen that I will not take advantage of the situation and force you to sign the tripartite lease agreement. As a guest, I will only provide Her Majesty with a reason to protect you from the other vassals of the Seven Kingdoms. The ones who attacked the campsite were the Rangers. You broke your oath and attacked. We will no longer trust the Raven and the Mother of Dragons, a barbarian shouted. The Hexagon Valamir stared at the old knight viciously and said in a dark voice, "They deliberately used negotiations to make us lower our guard. These two idiots are abandoned pawns. Mons, let me kill them." Barristan was so angry that he laughed. He stared straight at the gloomy king and said, "Mons, I don't understand this shapeshifter. Don't you know my identity? Abandoning the captain of the Kingsguard just to attack you? Do you think that Her Majesty's 2 dragons are decorations? Or do you think that a megalosaurus kills faster than a sword? She doesn't intend to stop those people?" Mons' expression was ugly. It was not because he believed the hexagon, but because he guessed the Dragon Queen's attitude towards this matter from Barristan's reaction. "If you sign the contract immediately," Mons raised his hand and interrupted him. "We will take your words as a threat. The freemen will be even more disgusted by the agreement." "I know, that's why I didn't intend to mention this at all." The old knight smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You also understand the current political situation of the Seven Kingdoms. If the Queen helps the freemen deal with the vassals who come to the Great Wall, not a single soldier, a single grain of wheat or a single copper coin will be sent to the Great Wall in the future." The barbarians were never the reason for Her Majesty to come to the Great Wall. The deviants are our real enemy. We need the Seven Kingdoms to unite and deal with them together. This is also why Her Majesty has always been tolerant of the freemen. You are also an important force against the deviants. I understand. Mons slowly exhaled. As he put on his leather armor, chain mail and raven-winged helmet, he ordered loudly, "Hamo, lead the raiders to mount and form a cavalry. Tormund, form 3 rows of spears with your son. Wang, blow the horn and summon the giants. Valamir, hide in the forest and use your animal companions to help us tear apart the bastards who have broken into the camp. Snow, you lead." At the end he turned around and said to the White Knight who was about to climb onto his horse and leave, "My wife is about to give birth. Please take her to the new camp and ask Master Ymont to help take care of her." After a pause, Mons pointed at the simple wooden fence beside the camp and smiled bitterly. "I've been thinking about how to deter the megalosaurus flying in the sky. The barricades and other defensive measures against the megalosaurus are ineffective against the megalosaurus. This is bad. Sir Barristan, take as many women and children as you can from the camp." Well. Mons shouted at his white bearskin tent. When a tall blonde woman in animal skin lifted the curtain and walked out, he said loudly, "Well, the camp did not prepare any barricades. The cavalry might charge in. Cooperate with Sir Barristan and Jon Snow and bring Dana and the women and children to the new camp." At first, Wael and Jon rode their horses and shouted loudly in the camp. Not many of the barbarians ran to the new camp. However, when the first cavalry unit charged into the camp and set the tents on fire with fire arrows, the men, women, elderly, and children all ran for their lives. Most of them ran aimlessly. They ran into the forest and ran into the hooves of the enemy's horses. When they saw some people running down the wall, a group of them immediately ran in that direction. The new camp at the base of the wall was opposite the barbarians' camp. The outer fence was less than 600 yards away. Even the children could reach it in 2 minutes. By the time Stannis chased the giants into the forest, the new camp was already full of people. The new camp was a temporary base for the settlers. When the number of barbarians reached 5,000, they began to move to Eastwatch. Therefore, the maximum number of people in this camp was 5,000. Many of the barbarians were herding sheep, sled dogs, pigs, chickens, ducks, and other livestock. Such a large group of barbarians naturally attracted the attention of Stannis's cavalry. However, the flag at the gate of the camp made them hesitate. The flag of the red dragon on a black background represented the former royal family, the Targaryens. When Stannis and his army completely defeated the giants and the barbarians were left without any resistance, a group of riders finally came to the gate of the camp with the flag of the Red Heart of Fire. "I am Sir Gordy Farron, a subordinate of King Stannis." A young and powerful voice came from under the visor. He shouted at the night watchers outside the camp gate. "You are the night watchers. Why are you helping the tyrant and stopping the king's army?" John stepped forward and explained, "Sir Gordy Farron, this camp belongs to Queen Dany Liss. In fact, how dare you?" Before John could finish, Gordy Farron shouted and raised his bloody long sword at the night watchers. "Do you want to be a traitor? There is only one legitimate king in the Seven Kingdoms, and that is King Stannis. She is a Targaryen, a dragon, a megalosaurus, a true dragon," Toad shouted behind John. Gordy Farron waved his sword as if he wanted to cut Toad and his rebellious words in half. He declared loudly, "Only King Stannis is a true dragon." Without Dany Liss, the Targaryens have been completely destroyed. Get out of the way or I will execute all of you for treason. The 100 or so knights behind him also pointed their long swords at the night watchers, issuing a silent but real threat. John frowned. "Sir, before your arrival, the barbarians beyond the wall were no longer a threat. Instead, they might become our allies." The night watchers colluding with the barbarians? He admitted it. Kill. Gordy Farron kicked his horse's belly and was about to speed up towards the camp. Squawk. The never-before-heard roar of a beast caused the hearts of the knights and their horses to tremble. As soon as they looked up, they saw a ferocious beast that had walked out of a nightmare and was charging towards them. "Dragon, it really is a dragon." The knight screamed in horror. His voice was shrill and filled with fear and despair. Boom. The bright red dragon flames descended upon the world like a pillar of fire. Chapter 309. Mud splattered on his body like a rainstorm, and the bright red dragon flame brushed past his body. He could even smell the faint smell of sulfur and burnt air. The warhorse under him swayed as if it was drunk, unsteady on its feet and neighing in fear. Screech, the terrifying roar of the dragon gradually faded away. Gondifalon looked around. A dozen riders had fallen off their horses, and all the warhorses were restless. There was a twisted, charred trench on the ground as wide as a palm and half a finger deep. The sparks and smoke proved that everything that happened just now was not an illusion. The pillar of dragon flame fell from the sky like a sharp sword of divine punishment, brushing past their bodies and brushing past them. Gulp. Understanding all of this, Gondifalon swallowed hard. Cold sweat broke out, instantly drenching his inner shirt. The White Knight walked out of the camp and said slowly, "Sir Gondifalon, go back. The might of the true dragon is not to be blasphemed. If you have any questions, you can let Lord Stannis negotiate with Her Majesty personally." You really are Sir Barristan." Seeing the White Knight's appearance, Gondifalon's thumping heart trembled violently. He said in disbelief, "When did you join that woman, and why didn't you go to Dragonstone Island? King Stannis has long prepared the white robe, and has been waiting for you for a long time." Barristan's solemn face twisted a little. "It's good that all of you kings think highly of me, as it proves the value of the name Barristan the Fearless. But what kind of person do you all think I am, that I must join a king? Fine, as a legendary Kingsguard, the White Knight naturally needs a king. But in your hearts, am I so thirsty that I can't be choosy? Well, I've served Robert. I've served Queen Cersei. I've served Joffrey. It's kind of, after King Joffrey stripped me of my white robe, I prayed in the great cathedral of Baelor for 7 days and 7 nights. Finally, I received a revelation from the 7 gods. I can only serve the true king for the rest of my life. This is my destiny." The old knight held his head high, as if the light of the 7 gods was shining on his face. He had a holy, pious, and determined expression. The White Knight had indeed gone to the Holy Church to pray, but it was not the 7 gods who had enlightened him. It was the 8-clawed spider Varys. Screech, under the clear blue sky, 2 megalosaurus, 1 black and 1 white, emitted endless majesty and dominance in their elegance. They stretched their bodies, flapped their wings, and flew freely around the battlefield that was filled with corpses and smoke. The snow was trampled into a grayish-brown mud, the broken wood of the camp emitted sparks and smoke, the fur tents were trampled into the mud, and Stannis's army was proudly shouting as they escorted the captives. However, the appearance of the megalosaurus was like a bucket of cold water being poured over their heads. Even the great victory of 1,000 cavalrymen against 100,000 barbarians could not suppress the fear that was gradually rising in their hearts. Woo! A bugle horn sounded from the great wall. The melodious and loud sound spread in all directions. Bang! They represented the return of their allies. The gate creaked open and Slint, Bowen, Marcy, Mallister and the other night watchers filed out. They were worried that the Dragon Queen would kill Erlu with her dragon flame. Gaudy Fallon's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately found a way out of this awkward situation. The barbarians have been destroyed, and the king beyond the Great Wall has been captured. Victory, victory. He ran back and forth under the Great Wall with the flag of Red Heart, and the knights behind him, as well as the 1,000 or so soldiers of Stannis on the battlefield, followed him and shouted in unison. The night watchers on the Great Wall were livened up, or it could be said that subduing the barbarians was never their first choice. Stannis' straightforward method was more hot-blooded, more satisfying, and also more able to vent the thousands of years of hatred between the night watchers and the barbarians. Thus, they began to shout along with the knights below the Great Wall. Victory, victory. When Gaudy Fallon waved the flag of Red Heart and loudly shouted, "Long live Stannis, long live King Stannis," everyone followed suit. Sir Mallister, who was walking towards the battlefield, stopped in his tracks and said to the people beside him with a bitter smile, "This is going to be difficult. It won't be easy to mediate between these two families." The Red Pomegranate Chief Steward said worriedly, "We can't let them fight. Even if they fight, they can't fight on the Great Wall." "Master Ymont, what do you think?" Sir Alliser looked at the old scholar. Ymont had been staring at the megalosaurus soaring in the sky. In fact, he had been spending a lot of time in the past few days staring at the two dragons as if he couldn't get enough of them. "Don't worry, Her Majesty Dany Alice won't start a civil war. Under normal circumstances, His Majesty Stannis won't take the initiative to provoke her," the old man said softly. The one-armed tanner shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "I'm afraid it's not that optimistic. I know the three brothers too well. If Robert was real steel, then Renly was shiny copper. They looked beautiful, but they weren't worth much in reality. As for Stannis, he's a piece of pure iron. He's black, hard and strong, but he's also easily damaged. Like iron, he'll break before he bends. If it's Robert, he'll lead his army and charge at the megalosaurus. If he's not dead, he'll probably surrender to her and be a valiant general on the battlefield. If it's Renly, there's no need to fight. As long as she promises to keep everything he has, he'll surrender immediately and continue his life as the Duke of Storm's End. But if it's really those two, they probably won't come to the Great Wall's rescue. Robert is wasted in wine and women, and Renly has no feelings for the country's crisis. Only Stannis is strict with himself and treats others harshly. He has a stubborn sense of responsibility. His ambition for power is undeniable, but it's more like an obsession for everyone's heartfelt approval. When he was the acting castellan of Storm's End, even when food ran out and he could only eat boiled rats and leather, he never thought of surrendering. When he became Robert's Lord of the Navy? After a pause, the blacksmith skipped over the matter of Stannis leading the navy to besiege Dragonstone Island. When he settled Balon's rebellion and helped Robert rule the country, he was strict with the law and did not care about others' feelings. Even when he was cursed by all the nobles, he still did his duty and worked hard to complete his duties. If he thinks of himself as a subject, he'll perfectly fulfill his duties as a subject. If he defines himself as a king, then he'll definitely insist on the rights and responsibilities of a king. Unfortunately, not only does he think of himself as the only legitimate king of the Seven Kingdoms, he's also been bewitched by the Red God Priest to think that he's the child of prophecy, the savior. There's no doubt that he'll work hard to bear the burden of being the savior even if none of us are willing to be saved by him. The savior is here. Slint rubbed his nose and reminded. The rumbling of horse hooves approached. A group of cavalrymen waving the flag of the Red Heart slowly approached the night watchers. "Greetings, King Stannis." "Thank you." Seeing Stannis enter the city gate under the escort of the night watchers, Dany also ended her flight to show off her martial prowess. She brought Blackie and Whitey to land in front of the Imperial Tower. She sat on Blackie's back and watched as Stannis and the red-robed woman walked out of the city gate. As if worried that she would kill Erlu with a mouthful of dragon flames, Scholar Ymont even came over to advise her in advance. "The Night Watchers hope that you two can get along peacefully and fight against the other ghosts. Stannis is always here to guard the Great Wall. Look at the big picture. Targaryen, your words are as heavy as a mountain, you said it yourself." To be honest, Dany really wanted to throw a fireball of dragon flames at Erlu. It wasn't that she wanted to kill him. If she really wanted to kill this competitor, she would have already done it outside the city. The main reason was that she really wanted to see Melisandre's fire witchcraft. Or she could let Erlu try using the Radiant Bringer to split the fireball and see if the legendary wife-sacrificing sword lived up to its name. The second son of the Lu family was born with broad shoulders and strong limbs. He had black hair and blue eyes. His skin was as hard as iron after being exposed to the sun for a long time. He was 36 years old and severely bald. He had a square chin and sunken cheekbones. His thin lips were tightly pursed. One look and one could tell that he was a difficult person to get along with. Erlu was in front and Melisandre followed closely behind. The moment she appeared, the surrounding night watchers let out a gasp of surprise at her beauty and sexiness. Compared to the Night Queen who was always clad in gray iron armor, the voluptuous red-robed woman with a graceful figure and light clothes was more attractive. However, in Dany's eyes, Melisandre was like a ball of red, flirtatious flames. Her flushed heart-shaped face, red eyes, red hair that reached her waist and red robes. Even from 7 to 8 meters away she could feel that her body was like a burning furnace, emitting waves of heat. The heat was real. It was not an illusion nor was it magic. Even ordinary people could feel the heat from her body. Just like her dragon, her blood and fire came from the same source. Her body was also made of magic and emitted heat unconsciously. However, when it came to a fire mage, what kind of witchcraft did it represent? As soon as Stannis and Melisandre entered the yard, they noticed the Megalosaurus breathing out smoke and fire and Dany watching them from the back of the Megalosaurus. For a moment the air seemed to be heavy. Melisandre, Red Pomegranate and the other night watchers looked nervous and sweaty. Their mouths opened and closed but no words came out. Erlu did not avoid Dany's gaze, nor was he affected by the awkward and heavy atmosphere. He went straight to the king's tower and said while biting his cheek, "I didn't expect you to come to the Great Wall." Dany smiled and said, "I don't care about the barbarians." However, when I was looking through the recent intelligence of the Westeros in the City of Knowledge, I noticed the warning of deviant ghosts that the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers sent to the scholars. Stannis pulled out his long sword. The red sword shone with a magical red light, as if it was made of magma and surrounded by a circle of red flames. He held the sword and raised his square chin. He gritted his teeth and said, "Dany, since you know about deviant ghosts, you should know that the night is long and dangerous. Ordinary people can't survive this disaster. Only the child of prophecy can bring light to the world again." Dany looked at him strangely and then turned to the red-robed woman who was staring at Blackie. She asked, "High Priestess Melisandre, Supreme Priest Benello insists that I'm the reincarnation of Yasuo Ahai. What do you think?" "You're not the child of prophecy." Melisandre's voice was a little hoarse, like a small brush, gently brushing in people's hearts. It was as sexy as her body, but her tone was very firm, without the slightest hesitation. Dany patted Blackie's neck and said proudly, "I've hatched a dragon." Melisandre said loudly, "A dragon has 3 heads. You're only one person. Dany, King Stannis also has the blood of a true dragon. He's the real savior. If you really have a kind heart, you should cooperate with him to fight against the evil and powerful ancient gods." "Haha, a dragon has more than 3 heads. I can make it have as many heads as you give me dragon eggs. If you want a dragon, go hatch it yourself." Dany sneered. Chapter 310. Then, Dany glanced at the knights and night watchers who were looking at her with complicated expressions and said loudly, "There has never been a savior. Even if the Supreme Priest Benello believes that I am the child of prophecy, even if my experience is somewhat similar to the prophecy of Ashaya, I have never thought of myself as a savior. The night is long and there are dangers everywhere. The only one who can save us is ourselves. When we are hungry, food will not fall from the sky. We can only work hard to open up the fields and graze the cows and sheep. When we are cold, winter will never end suddenly and then summer will come. We can only cut wood to get firewood to keep warm. Men will hunt, women will weave cotton clothes and leather coats. When we are sick, the 7 gods, the red gods and the old gods will not help us. Only healers with medical knowledge can cure our illness and restore our health. When we die, we can pray for our souls to be converted to the kingdom of God, but the world after death has never been seen by a living person. From birth to death, from summer to winter, from kings to monks, to ordinary people, from beyond the Great Wall to the Old Town, there has never been a savior or a god to help us. Now the barbarians are here and the deviant ghosts are following closely behind. The ones who can stop them are the Night Watchers, the Great Wall, you with swords, me, my dragon, Stannis and his priestess. This is the result of everyone's hard work. No one can take all the credit alone. Acknowledging a savior is denying yourself and denying the kingdom itself. Night Watchers, knights, your swords are still stained with blood. You are still injured and bleeding. You are fighting for your lives. Are you going to deny your own life because of a prophecy, an unconfirmed reincarnation of Yasuo in Ahai? Dany shouted loudly, like the head of a shipping organization, trying to push an idea into everyone's mind. The effect was not bad. Almost all the Night Watchers agreed. Many knights under the banner of Blazing Red Heart were also thinking and nodding silently to show their agreement. Good, well said. Dr. Paris Tan, whose gray robe was stained with blood, squeezed out of the crowd. He was so excited that his eyes were brimming with tears. He waved his arms and shouted, "We can only rely on ourselves. Gods, saviors, children of prophecy, magic and dragons are all illusory and unreliable. In this real world only our hard work is the most real." Dany blankly glanced at the red-nosed old man and asked, "Why are you back?" The old doctor was startled and said, "The barbarian queen's child has been born. It's a son. Both mother and child are safe." When Stannis attacked the wildlings' camp, old Dina Mance had a difficult birth. Jon had planned to ask Scholar Yimont to help Dana deliver the baby, but Dany thought that the old scholar was too old to take the trouble of dropping him off the city wall in a hanging basket, so she asked the red-nosed old doctor to do it. Almost all of the scholars knew medicine, not to mention that he was an experienced doctor. Dany waved her hand and chased him away. There are still many injured people outside the city, including the wildlings, the rangers and Theon Bella. You're already wearing black clothes, so be careful. The old man felt wronged. Didn't I stand up for you because you were alone? Melisandre looked around and smiled charmingly. You don't know what you're about to face. The ancient god is gathering power. It's terrifying, evil and powerful. Mortals can't fight against it. The cold wind is already blowing. Soon it will be a long night that will never end. I don't deny the power of everyone, but kings against kings, soldiers against soldiers, farmers grow food and lords rule. Compared to the deviant ghosts, the wildlings are just appetizers. However, compared to the god who preaches death and coldness, the deviant ghosts are not worth mentioning. Then, we can only rely on the children of prophecy. The god you're talking about is the old gods. Dany frowned. I know that the great king of light is the only one and sees all the gods and sects as heresy. However, we're just mortals. We don't participate in the battle of the gods. We only need to deal with the deviant ghosts. Dany Alice, you're very extraordinary among mortals, but your mortal eyes still can't see through the fog, Melisandre said slowly. Your Majesties and all the knights, the snow is melting outside and it's a little cold. Why don't we go to the hall and sit by the fireplace to discuss the settlement of the wildlings? One-armed Tanner suggested. Old Yimont frowned and said, King Stannis just led his subordinates in a big battle. I'm afraid he didn't rest much last night. There are also soldiers who died in battle. The corpses in the wild can't be left there. Why don't we rest for a day and let the soldiers treat their injuries? The corpses outside the city should also be burned immediately. We'll hold an official meeting tomorrow. Yes, the corpses must be burned before dark. Otherwise, we won't be able to find them tomorrow, Ygritte said. You are. Stannis coldly glanced at the wildlings and giants in the yard. They were clearly different from the Night Watchers. Why aren't you locked up? You're not even wearing chains. Yes, I'm a prisoner of war. I was captured by the Dragon Queen. Ygritte rubbed her flat nose and smiled, revealing her uneven white teeth. With a dragon watching from the side, we wouldn't dare to rebel. We're helping the ravens to build the wall. It's not convenient to work with chains on. After Redhead's reminder, Stannis noticed that there was an additional curved stone wall around Dark Castle. The foundation was still being laid and the wall hadn't been built yet. Stannis's face turned serious. His eyes were like small lanterns. He roared at Red Pomegranate, the Night Watchers aren't allowed to build a wall. Are you trying to rebel by building a wall? Bowen Marcy's face turned pale. He said with a trembling voice, Yes, it was Her Majesty Dany Alice who ordered us to build it. Dany explained, Last time only 150 raiders almost took down Dark Castle. If the deviants follow suit, the Night Watchers will be finished. Deviants can climb over the wall? Stannis frowned. I don't know, but deviants are intelligent. Even the resurrected ghouls retain their memories. They pretend to be corpses and are brought into the wall by the Night Watchers. Then they get up in the middle of the night to attack Commander Mormont. Deviants were much smarter than zombies. When the Night Watchers didn't know about them, they deliberately arranged a few ghouls to pretend to be corpses at the gate of the wall. The Night Watchers naturally had to bring their brothers' bodies back to be buried. In the middle of the night, the ghouls would crawl out of the cellar and sneak into the commander's tower according to their original memories to avoid the patrols of the Night Watchers. If John's dire wolf hadn't been alert enough to wake John up when it sensed the danger, many senior officers of the Night Watchers would have died. In the end, Danny added meaningfully, "And I'm not afraid of the Night Watchers rebelling. The wall is useless against dragons." Stannis gritted his teeth and turned his horse around without saying a word, heading towards the commander's tower. Melisandre pursed her lips and glanced at Danny, then followed Erlu and left. Dark Castle could accommodate 5,000 soldiers at most. Even if the king's tower was occupied by Danny, there was still enough space for Stannis and his men. Soon Erlu's knights were busy. Some of them were injured, while the rest were escorting captives and cleaning up the barracks. Under the lead of the Night Watchers, they went out of the wall to collect the corpses. Melisandre even led some people to burn a big horn. When Danny was about to enter the new camp outside the wall to check on the surviving barbarians, old Ymont suddenly came over and grabbed her arm. He looked at her seriously and said, "Don't leave the dragon." "What's wrong?" Danny was shocked. She immediately looked around and found that there were only busy knights and Night Watchers around her. There was nothing out of the ordinary. When she entered the dragon spirit state again, her sense of danger was not strong, but it was more than 10 times stronger than before. She understood Ymont's concern. She helped the old man into the king's tower and said, "Old man, are you worried that the knights under Stannis will suddenly attack me? You are too young to understand the cruelty of the game of power." Ymont seemed to be worried. Stannis is right about one thing. He has the blood of a true dragon. If you die suddenly, your dragon will most likely be inherited by the person closest to you. At this moment, other than me, an old man with one foot in the grave, only Stannis is left. "My dragon is different," Danny emphasized. "I know what you want to say. Your dragon egg is from Asha and not from the Targaryen family. But the Dragon King and the Megalosaurus have a mysterious spiritual bond." The old man frowned and thought for a while. He said uncertainly, "Maybe your soul can change the Megalosaurus? Sai, let's put it this way. Without you, the black dragons and white dragons would not be too close to the Targaryen bloodline. They would be closer to the Targaryen bloodline than normal humans, but not as close as the ancestral Megalosaurus to the Targaryen bloodline. But your soul and bloodline are slowly changing your dragons, making them closer to the Targaryen bloodline, until the birth of a dragon knight." "How do you know all this?" Danny was surprised. The old man smiled with nostalgia and said, "In the royal library, I have read all the books related to dragons. I also know a lot of royal secrets passed down orally. Our ancestors were not as stupid as you think, telling all the secrets to the City of Knowledge. I have personally tested your dragons in the past 2 days, and they are not hostile to me." Danny also smiled and said, "Then let me tell you another secret related to dragons. Even Sir Barristan was kept in the dark." The old scholar was interested. "I am not an ordinary dragon knight. In the form of a dragon spirit, I am similar to a shapeshifter. My soul can enter Blackie's soul realm, and his soul can also enter mine." At this point, the light in Danny's eyes suddenly dimmed. "Gondifalin is provoking my giant captive." Then, her purple eyes were dyed with a trace of blood. Her pupils slowly elongated and became vertical. A substantial pressure spread from her body. Even old Ymont could not help but avert his gaze. "In this state, I can imitate the dragon's horn." "As long as I wear armor, I will not be afraid even if 10 knights surround me." As she spoke, she dispersed the dragon's aura and returned to her purple eyes. 7 gods above, I did not expect there to be a dragon spirit state. I always thought that the Dreamwalker Danny C. was the most powerful and mysterious dragon king. Old Ymont widened his eyes and looked at Danny in surprise. "That is a dragon dream. I can do it too." Danny smiled proudly. Dragon dreams are divided into 2 types, conscious and unconscious. In the unconscious state, I can see some fragments of the future. Of course, like the glass candle, most of the scenes are illusions. Before Blackie and the other 3 dragons were born, I have seen the black dragons in my dreams. In fact, the 5 dragon eggs in my hands, including the red dragon egg in my bedroom, can all meet them in my dreams. That is amazing. Our ancestors have never had a dragon king as gifted as you. Yimant said excitedly. Chapter 311. That's not the most amazing thing. Through the dragon spirit state, Blackie copied a full set of meditation runes from my mind. Now his magic power is increasing crazily every moment. In the future he will be at least 10 times stronger than Beleriand. By the way, old man, do you know the lifespan of a megalosaurus? Beleriand died of natural causes. He was not more than 300 years old. However, I have seen the information left behind by my ancestors. There is an old dragon in Valeglia who lived for more than 1,000 years. Danny nodded and guessed, I suspect that Blackie is not the first dragon to learn meditation. There are some powerful wizards who can enter the dragon spirit state like me. So, the necessary condition to hatch a dragon is a dragon spirit? The old man asked. No, if the Dragon King, Dreamwalker and Dragon Spirit are the 3 levels of a dragon rider, there is a 4th level above them, the Mother of Dragons, which is my current state. In the magic era where the magic tide surged, hatching a dragon is a natural phenomenon. As long as the dragon egg is alive, it can hatch when the time comes. However, in the magic era where magic is dead, hatching a dragon is equivalent to creating life. It is not creating life out of thin air. It is more like a kind of mending. The dragon's life imprint exists in itself. It is not creating something out of nothing. No wonder so many Targaryens in history failed in hatching a dragon. The requirements are too high. Yimant smiled bitterly. The ancestors of the Targaryens did not need to waste time. They only needed to treat the dragon egg as an ornament and place it where all the Targaryens could see it. If someone can dream of a megalosaurus, place the dragon egg at her bedside. After a year or 2 the dragon will naturally come out. I heard from Sir Barristan that you are also an immortal? Can you burn it to test the constitution of the Mother of Dragons? Old Yimant asked curiously. The Mother of Dragons was not born immortal. At first I was just more resistant to high temperatures. After dreaming of the dragon soul in the dragon egg, my constitution slowly became stronger, to the point that I could not burn. To put it simply, the Mother of Dragons hatching dragons was a process of mutual improvement between humans and dragons. I gave them life and they gave me a megalosaurus strong physique and heat resistance. Yes, there was also a huge amount of magic power similar to that of the megalosaurus. It's impossible for bright flame Elon to pour the wildfire can directly into his mouth. Old Yimant was a little embarrassed and a little sad. Our Targaryen blood contains a crazy desire for dragons. Aaron is just a little more radical. Aaron called himself Bright Flame, but the others called him Aaron the Devil. He was old Yimant's second brother, Dany's second uncle, and a landmark figure in the history of House Targaryen's mad blood. That guy was the crown prince, the heir to the Iron Throne, and the future ruler of the 7 kingdoms. He clearly had a great future, but he stubbornly believed that he was a dragon in human form and that wildfire could help him recover his true form. Then he drank a can of wildfire, and burned until not even his bones were left. I saw a message when I was flipping through the royal blackmail in the Old Town Library. Dany had a strange expression. Aaron once sneaked into Igor's bedroom in the middle of the night, grabbed his manhood, gestured with a knife, and laughed that he would cut it off so that he could have a sister to marry. Is it true? The City of Knowledge even knows about this? My father explicitly ordered that this matter is not to be spread. Yimant was angry and embarrassed and his face was red with anger. This is nothing. The City of Knowledge dared to provoke the royal family to start the dance of the blood dragon. Why would they care about this trivial matter? That's why I have to warn you. Old Yimant's expression became serious. You have to leave the wall as soon as possible. Other than Sir Barristan and me, there is no one you can completely trust here. Just like just now, if you enter the city gate alone and someone shoots at you with crossbows from the killing hole above, calling for the Megalosaurus won't help. Also, Master Tanner, he suggested that you and Stannis go to the hall for a meeting. I deliberately found an excuse to help you decline. He may not have any bad intentions, but if you really enter the main hall of the castle, there may be hundreds of knights who will immediately attack you. In short, before you bring a large group of trusted people here, never face Stannis alone, don't test his humanity and even—" Old Yamant's eyes were sad and his tone was sad. Since Stannis came to the wall he could not even trust the Night Watchers. "I think my performance is not bad," Dany said with a gloomy expression. "Your three-way lease is almost perfect. To be honest, I'm glad that you can be kind to the barbarians." Old Yamant smiled with relief, and then shook his head and sighed. "But the Night Watchers and the barbarians have an 8,000-year blood feud. When the Raiders and the Night Watchers fall into each other's hands, their humanity will be completely suppressed by their bestial nature and hatred. Being beheaded is the best outcome. Before Stannis came, you were the only savior of the wall. They had no choice but to listen to you. But without a doubt, the way Stannis dealt with the barbarians was more approved by the Night Watchers." After a pause the old man sighed. 4 days ago, on the night you came to the wall, I sent a messenger crow to Eastwatch and the Shadow Tower, telling them that the Targaryen Dragon King had come to the wall's rescue. Stannis must have arrived at Eastwatch by then, but Scholar Hamuin did not reveal any information to Dark Castle. As the commander of Eastwatch, Carter Pike personally led the Rangers to attack the barbarians' camp with Stannis. They do not know about the dragon spirit, the mother of dragons. I did not expect you to have such a close relationship with dragons. But everyone knows that dragons only have one rider. When that rider dies, the dragon will accept a new knight. I can even guess what some people are thinking. If they kill you and let someone more familiar with the bloodline of a true dragon inherit your dragon, the conflict and killing of Westeros will be reduced by 90%. The Targaryens have an irreconcilable blood feud with 5 of the dukes of the 7 kingdoms. Old Yamant said bitterly. Killing you is equivalent to saving the Westeros. Killing you is a righteous act. Dany, let's go. Leave tonight. No, leave now. You've completed your mission. Dany was silent for a long time before she asked, "After I leave, what about the barbarians? Let Sir Barristan stay." "He is your captain of the Kingsguard. He can sign the sacred contract on your behalf." Dany was struggling. Rationally, she agreed with old Yamant's suggestion to leave immediately. Also, there was a voice in her subconscious that reminded her that there was something important waiting for her in Ursos. But she was still worried about the threat of the other ghosts. She did not want to leave just like that. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Stannis and his 1,000 men will not be able to stop the army of other ghosts. I will take the barbarians to the forest tomorrow to look for the ghouls. When we catch the ghouls, I will leave immediately and have the Night Watchers send them to the King's Landing and to the Old Town. I will ask the nobles of the 7 kingdoms to end the war and support the wall." "Will it be dangerous?" "We can ask Stannis's men to do it," the old scholar said worriedly. "I will ride my dragon there. Besides, I also want to evaluate the abilities of the other ghosts." After chatting for a while, Guylan, the stupid bull, called for Yamant in the yard. "Master Yamant, there is not enough milk of the poppy flower. Night Demon with a hole in his stomach is waiting for you to stitch it up." "I will be right there," Yamant replied. He then reminded Dany again, "Do not go out after dark. It is hard to guard against a sneak attack. Jon is getting busier these days. He has no time to help you guard the gate. I will ask Guylan to take his place. If there is anything you need, ask him to do it." He dragged his old body to the door. Before opening it, Yamant turned around and reminded her, "I almost forgot. From now on, do not accept food from anyone. If you want to eat, you can wait for Sir Barristan to return. The White Knight knows this better than I do. Do not go to the hall for dinner. I will arrange for someone to send it over." Sigh, there are so many bastards in the shallow pond. Even the allied forces of the free cities did not annoy me this much. You have a dragon. You have an absolute advantage on the battlefield. Those who are unwilling to lose can only use methods outside of the battlefield to deal with you. Even if they lose their honor and go against tradition, the 7 kingdoms now. Old Yamant shook his head and left with a sigh. Not long after Yamant left, Yrgrit called Dany out of the door. "Dragon Queen, those knights have been harassing Marg and the others," the red-haired girl said as she pointed at Godifalin. Godifalin had already taken off his helmet. He had a handsome face, a bum chin and a short golden beard. He was in his early 20s and looked like a tough guy. However, his eyes were a little frivolous, which ruined his good looks. "I just want to compete with him," Godifalin said with a smile. "I heard that he is the Giant King. I killed a giant this morning and received the title of Giant Killer." If I can defeat the giant king, I will receive more honor. The strong Marg was 3 meters tall. That day he used his fist, knee and shoulder to smash 3 iron fences that were as thick as an arm and an old oak door that was 10 centimeters thick. Yes, only the inner city gate was broken by him. The outer city gate was 30 centimeters thick and was smashed by a mammoth. At this moment the giant King Marg was a little miserable. There was a white cloth wrapped around his back to his shoulder armor. There was also a large gray bedsheet that emitted the smell of herbs on his lower abdomen. He looked dispirited and weak. No wonder this stupid knight wanted to use him to become famous. Dany crossed her arms and glanced at Godolphin and his companions in disdain. She sneered, "Go find Stannis. As long as he signs the no-responsibility life and death contract, any of you can challenge Marg." Godolphin looked at the big guy beside him in surprise. The giant Marg looked back at him indifferently. There was no fear. Instead, he clenched his fists and seemed to be eager to fight. Could it be that this sickly look was an act? The knight could not help but suspect. He smiled and said, "I mean a spear competition. There is no need to fight to the death." You took a seat in the latrine and stepped on a white maggot that was wriggling over. Could you control your strength and not step on it until its stomach is broken? This disgusting and vicious comparison made the young knight explode with anger. "I killed a giant," he emphasized. Dany raised her chin and said coldly, "Before Stannis used the flaming sword, the giant tore apart more than 100 knights like you without much damage. Wake up, without that weird red sword and the red-robed witch, you wouldn't even be able to touch a single hair of the giant." Wah wah wah, wah wah wah. While they were talking, the sound of a baby crying came from outside the newly built wall and the hole in the city gate. A fat man walked over from outside the wall and pulled out his long sword. He stood behind a blonde female barbarian who was holding a crying baby. He screamed in despair, "7 gods above, Dark Castle has been conquered by the giants? Gilly, we are done for." "Sam?" Gilly, who was beside Dany, quickly walked over and exclaimed, "Sam, you're not dead." Gilly?" Sam, who was as fat as a pig's shoulder, was stunned. He asked in confusion, "Did you guys surrender to the barbarians?" Gilly's face darkened and said in a bad mood, "We won. These giants are all captives. They are helping us repair the city." "Captives? Why aren't they shackled?" Chapter 3:12. On the other side, Jon and a tall girl walked out of the city gate. Behind them were 2 spear-wielding women carrying a stretcher. The cries of a baby could be heard from the stretcher. "Your Majesty, this is Mance's wife, Dana." Jon bowed before pointing at the pale blonde woman on the stretcher and explained, "The environment in the new camp is too bad. It's under the wall and can't see the sun. Now it's crowded with people. Dr. Paristan is worried that she won't be able to make it through." "Okay." Dany nodded. "You can bring the seriously injured to the wall. Don't worry about Stannis. Can you let my sister see Mance?" The tall girl looked straight at Dany. "You're Dana's sister?" "I'm Whale." Whale was the prettiest and cleanest savage girl Dany had ever seen. Her thick, honey-colored hair fell to her round breasts, but they were not oily or clumsy. They were soft as silk in the wind. Her face was white and clean, and her white fox fur coat was not stained with much dirt. She was not like Yrgrat, who had lice crawling in and out of her greasy hair. Her neck was covered with layers of dirt. Her face was often washed, so it was very white. However, her body below the neck was greasy and dirty because she had not washed for months. "Hey, giant killer," Dany shouted at Gordy Fallon. "Mance's wife gave birth to a son. Go and bring him out. Let the family have some fun." Mance led more than 1,000 cavalrymen to fight against Stannis. But he could even kill 400 giants. Why would he be afraid of a group of savages who did not even have iron weapons? Thus, the king beyond the wall was captured by Stannis and was now imprisoned in the prison of Dark Castle. Half of the clan leaders who had negotiated with Dany that day were also dead. King Stannis is going to sacrifice Mance to the Light King tonight. He won't let him out. Gordy sneered. "You're just a soldier. You're only responsible for passing the message." Dany waved her hand and said in a casual tone, "Go and tell your king that either he sends Mance out, or I'll let the giants take him out. I'm a knight personally appointed by the king. I'm not a soldier." Gordy was so angry that his butt and chin were trembling. In front of the queen you are just a small soldier. Gao Di held back a mouthful of blood, gritted his teeth and said, "You swore that you would not stir up internal strife among the 7 nations at the Great Wall. If you dare to snatch our captives, you will have violated the sacred oath." "Wow, you even know about this. It seems like you guys know about my negotiations with the barbarians." "I just heard it from the night watchman." "We didn't know you were negotiating with the barbarians," Gordy said, his eyes flickering. "I'll pass on the message, but the king might not agree." With these words, the square-faced knight ran towards the command tower opposite the king's tower. The other knights also dispersed and left the courtyard. I didn't expect the infighting between the southern kings to be so serious. The king of Blazing Red Heart was afraid that you would gain the power of the free people. Knowing that the agreement was about to be signed, he purposely attacked our camp and destroyed the trust the free people had in you. Wer's gray eyes flashed with mockery. "Yes, you can despise Westeros as much as you want. Our civil war is endless and the 7 dukes are in conflict. The old king on the Iron Throne is addicted to wine and women, and the young king is still a child. The lords with real power are addicted to the game of power and the people are poor. The people of the country have no way of making a living." As the big-breasted girl held her head high and smiled elegantly, Dany changed the topic and said, "But this kingdom that has fallen into the abyss only needed to send a destitute lord who was banished from the center of power to lead 1,000 people to penetrate the camp of 100,000 barbarians. Even the king of the barbarians was captured. What are you so proud of? In this era, no matter how bad the nobles of the 7 nations are, they can't be worse than you barbarians." What? Pursed her lips, her face pale. The baby on the stretcher started crying again. Although Jon agreed with the queen, he also pitied Wer's situation. He pulled the fat man who was staring blankly at Blackie and Little White over and introduced him to Dany. "Your Majesty, this is Samwell Tarly, the affairs officer of Dark Castle. He has seen other ghosts and even killed a white ghost. Not a corpse ghost but a white ghost." Sam had a round face like a piece of fermented dough, and a pair of cowardly gray eyes. Your Majesty, your dragons are so powerful. I've always wanted to see the Megalosaurus since I was young. I didn't expect them to suddenly appear in front of me today." Fat Sam stuttered. "I've seen your father and brother." Dany looked at the sausage, that looked like it was about to burst out of its casing. She laughed and said, "Your brother Dickon is a brave knight. Not long ago he showed off at the old town's Honey Wine River tournament." "Dickon?" Fat Sausage's gray eyes suddenly welled up with tears. "He's always been so brave and good at fighting. I haven't seen him for years." "He's married. She's the daughter of the Mouton family in Nuquin City. I even saw your father at King's Landing. Old Tarly was so arrogant. He led 1,000 armored soldiers to massacre the great cathedral of Baylor." Dany continued. Everyone gasped. "Calm down. It didn't work. The Archbishop compromised." Then Dany told them about Little Rose and Cersei. "I didn't expect King's Landing to be so chaotic." Jon murmured. "If we don't catch a deviant ghost to wake them up, it will be even more chaotic in the future." Dany sighed and turned to Fat Sam. She asked, "With your size you can't climb the wall. How did you get across the Great Wall?" Sam had followed Mormont to the north. If they wanted to return to Dark Castle they could only go through the north gate. However, Fat Sam came from the south. "I can't say." Sam's face turned red and he said in a sobbing tone. "You can't even tell me?" "No, I can't. If you don't tell me I'll feed you to the dragon." Dany put on a stern face and threatened. "Hiss." Blackie immediately got up and stuck its neck out. Its head came to Fat Sam's face. Sparks from its nostrils fell on Fat Sam's hair, causing smoke to rise. Fat Sam's body went limp and he immediately collapsed on the ground and cried loudly. After a while, a warm smell of urine came from his crotch. Blackie glanced at him in disgust and retracted its head. "Are you going to tell me?" Dany asked again. "Don't let the dragon eat me." "I won't tell you." Fat Sam cried on the ground. "Wah." The baby in Jilly's arms also cried. Jilly's eyes were filled with fear. She begged Dany with a sobbing tone, "I'll tell you." "There's a tunnel in the well that leads to the outside of the castle. Don't let the dragon eat Sam." "Don't." "Damn it." Dany cursed and scolded Fat Sam. "Are you stupid? How can you hide something like this? If we don't block the tunnel immediately, the north will fall immediately when the savages find out." And deviant ghosts, when they see the savages running to the Long Night Castle, won't they follow? Sob, 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 I can't tell you. Jilly, you shouldn't tell either. Fat Sam could only cry. His face was covered in snot and tears. He looked extremely pitiful. Sam, Her Majesty is right. If there really is a tunnel, we must block it immediately. John crouched down and held Fat Sam's shoulder. Sam pulled John's sleeve tightly and pleaded with a pleading expression. No, John, you don't understand. Apart from the night watchers, no one can pass through that place. We can't let outsiders know either. John secretly glanced at Danny, who had a gloomy expression, and said awkwardly, Her Majesty isn't an outsider. Danny's eyes flashed. She was about to ask again when the stupid cow, Golan beside her, reminded her softly, Your Majesty, the King of Savages is here. Melisandre held her hands together like a lady and hung them in front of her abdomen. Her red robe fluttered as she walked over with light steps. The mud in the courtyard smelled like she had walked out of the palace's ballroom. Behind the red-robed lady was Sir Gaudy and 2 guards with red hearts emblazoned on their chests. Mansfred's brown hair was messy, and his brown weasel skin coat was stained with blood. No one knew if it was his own blood or the enemy's. He has the king's blood. The red-robed lady walked to the side of the stretcher and was about to touch the baby's cheek. Slap. Whale rushed over aggressively and slapped the priestess' tender fingers away. He stood in front of his sister and shouted, Which, you can't touch my sister's child. Melisandre turned around and glanced at John, Danny, and Sam with a faint smile. Finally, she said to Mansred, It's better not to meet. Even if King Stannis doesn't punish you for leading the savages south, the Night Watchers won't let a brother who breaks his oath go. Well, Mansred used to be a Night Watcher and swore an oath to Weirwood. In the opening episode of Game of Thrones, I'd cut off the head of a sloppy man with a sword of ice. That man was a defected Night Watcher. Anyone who broke their oath and fled the wall would be beheaded, no matter who they were or what reason they had. When the news of Id's death at the King's Landing came, John fled on horseback in the middle of the night. If it weren't for Gren, Sam, and a few other friends who chased him back, Old Mormont would have cut off his head. Well, Old Mormont guessed that John would run away and sent someone to wait for him in front. Even though Old Bear had been grooming John as the successor of the commander-in-chief, he still sharpened his knife and waited for him to make his choice. Mansred smiled at the red-robed lady and walked straight to the stretcher. He leaned over and kissed his wife's pale cheek before carefully picking up the baby wrapped in a sheepskin blanket. He sighed and said, Dragon Queen, Dana and my son aren't Stannis's captives, are they? All right, I'll register them as barbarians of the fortress later. Danny nodded in agreement. Then she asked, What's the child's name? You can give him a name. Mansred stroked the baby's wrinkled cheeks and replied, He doesn't have a name. The custom of the free folk is that he can't be named before he's 3 years old. John smiled and said, Everyone calls him Prince of the Barbarians and born on the battlefield. Born on the battlefield, Danny's mouth twitched. She couldn't help but think of her own born on the battlefield. Aren't these foreigners a little too casual with their naming? No, the free folk have a king beyond the fortress but never a prince. Our king is chosen. There's no succession system. Mansred shook his head. It's too windy outside. Let's carry Dana inside first. John and Sam brought Gilly, Whale and the others to the spear tower that housed the barbarians. It was the tallest tower in Dark Castle. It was more than 70 meters tall and had 20 floors. The hall at the bottom floor was more than 6 meters tall. Danny's giant captive also lived there. Gaudy and the 2 soldiers escorting Mansred followed them. Melisandre stayed behind. Danny, Rise, can we talk in private? Danny only hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. The wooden door to the hall on the first floor of the King's Tower was wide open. The 2 of them sat by the fireplace and could see the busy crowd outside. Danny, Rise, when I first heard that you were hatching a dragon, I had my suspicions. Melisandre's peach cheeks had a hint of confusion. Yesor and Ahai would be reborn in the land of smoke and salt, and awaken the demonic dragon in the stone. Your rise to power confirmed part of the prophecy. At that time Stannis and I both felt lost and sad. So, we held a sacrificial ceremony, hoping that the King of Light would illuminate the future for those who were lost. That night, what we saw in the flames was still Stannis holding up the Lightbringer. Your figure was faintly discernible, as if you had appeared with him. Do you understand what this means? Stannis is the true child of the prophecy, and you. Melisandre looked at the expressionless Danny and bit her red and full lower lip. You might be his lover. Danny gritted her teeth. Squid. Chapter 313. Melisandre stared at Danny and said, "It's very likely that you're the wife of the child of prophecy. Melisandre, you're the third shadow binder I've met. You're the most powerful sorceress, but you're also the most conceited prophet." Danny had a strange expression. She wanted to say the stupidest, but the shadow binder was too powerful. What if she attacked her? Through her red eyes, Danny observed the foundation of her meditation technique. Danny had a feeling that she was shrouded in a world where flames were the sky and shadows were the ground. Her wizard power was 10 times, no, 100 times stronger than her own. This was terrifying. This red-robed priestess was most likely a demigod. However, the demigods of this world were a little weak. Danny did not back down. She mocked, "Do you think a true dragon would marry a grasshopper from the ground? King Stannis is a true dragon, not a grasshopper." Melisandre frowned. "He's a grasshopper after autumn. He won't be able to live for long. Actually, from the moment he killed Renly, he had no chance of ascending to the Iron Throne. In the Kingdom of Knights, no Westeros would accept a kinslayer as their king. Look at the history of the Seven Kingdoms. Targaryen was the rightful ruler. His family believed in the seven gods, and he had several megalosaurus as his military force. However, the marriage between a brother and a sister caused a rebellion that lasted for more than a decade. Even when Meg rode Balerion and burned the Great September of King's Landing, the Church and the Knights did not submit. Stannis is not popular and he converted to the Light King. He doesn't have a dragon, and his kinslaying is 10 times worse than the marriage between a brother and a sister. Who in the Seven Kingdoms would support him as king? The red-robed priestess hesitated and said, "Stannis is not a kinslayer." The news has spread. Lady Catelyn saw Stannis' shadow slit Renly's throat open with her own eyes. Danny waved her hand and said with certainty, "That kind of magical scene is very mysterious to most Westerosi, but I have a few Shadowbinder friends who have seen them use blood witchcraft to control their shadows. I'm not the only one who knows. Many people in Ursos have guessed the truth. There is only one truth and everyone will see it." The red-robed woman said calmly, "The night is coming and only Stannis can save the world. Do you believe your own words? In this world, individual strength is limited. No one can save the world alone." Danny sneered. If he hadn't ambushed the barbarians' camp this morning, he might have been the savior of the world. But now he has ruined his last hope. "Why do you say that?" Melisandre frowned and asked doubtfully. "Melisandre, you're just a mage, you don't understand politics. Stannis is a good general but not a true strategist." Danny sighed and slowly explained, "You should know about the agreement between me and the Savages, right? At least you know that I'm negotiating with the Savages, right?" After hesitating for a moment, the red-robed woman nodded in agreement. "My guess is that Stannis doesn't want the negotiations to succeed, lest I obtain the power of the barbarians." This time the red-robed woman didn't make a sound or move. She didn't admit or deny it. "But you've forgotten one thing. The barbarians can help me, but you can also take them for your own use. According to the lease agreement, the barbarians only have 2 choices. One is to follow me to the other side of the narrow sea and take down a piece of land for farming, and the other is to stay in the north and guard the Great Wall. The risk of going out to sea is too high. There are many who desire the warmth of the south, but there are very few who can make the decision to leave with me. If Stannis can join the agreement, as the second king, he can get a large number of soldiers to help him conquer the south." "You'll allow him to take away your men?" the red-robed woman asked doubtfully. "This is the difference between Stannis and me." Danny sneered and asked, "If Stannis is the one who has 2 dragons, what would he do?" "First of all, he won't come to the Great Wall again. Taking down the Iron Throne is his primary goal. Second, even if he comes to the Great Wall, he won't negotiate with the barbarians. He'll ride his dragon and burn the camp. Finally, when I bring 1,000 men to disrupt his plans, he won't hesitate. He'll ride his dragon and burn the 1,000 men who don't carry heavy crossbows." You and he are still looking at the problem from the perspective of the warlords of the Seven Kingdoms, but I'm thinking of integrating all the forces at my disposal to solve the other ghost crisis. Of course, I have the dragons, so I'm confident. But even if they know that the other ghosts are real, Roose Bolton, Waldfry, and the others won't put any effort into the Great Wall. If Stannis can bring the barbarians down south and unite the north, I'll be happy to see it happen. At least he's always thought of himself as the savior who dispelled the long night. If the north falls into his hands, the strength of the Ghost Resistance Alliance will increase. Melisandre sighed inwardly. She began to regret and feel a little depressed. She didn't foresee this possibility in the flames. It's not too late now. Stannis has defeated the barbarians and captured the king of the barbarians. As long as Mansred submits to him, it's too late. Dany interrupted her rudely. I have the dragons, but I didn't burn the barbarians' camp. Therefore, the rational barbarians will always have some trust in me. Now that Stannis has messed with me, even my trust has been reduced by more than half. Will the barbarians be convinced by him? As for Mansred, the king beyond the Great Wall, you don't understand the customs of the barbarians. Their king is elected, similar to the Archon of Volantis, but his power is far less than that of the king. The red-robed woman indeed didn't understand the customs of the barbarians, but she didn't value the power of the mortals. Therefore, she only regretted for a moment, and then returned to the main topic. Dany, rise, you're a woman and you'll have to marry. Marry Stannis and fulfill the ancient prophecy. It's the best choice for you and for this world. He has a wife. Queen Celis is a loyal follower of the Lord of Light. In order to fulfill the Savior's prophecy, she will be willing to dissolve her marriage with Stannis. Does Stannis know about your plan? Dany asked calmly. I'll persuade him. In order to save the world, he's willing to make any sacrifice, Melisandre said seriously. You're doing something more difficult than ending the long night, Dany said unhappily. Didn't you leave Slaves Bay and come all the way to the wall to stop the other ghosts? First of all, he may not be the child of the prophecy. Second, I don't think the reincarnation of Yazuir and Ahai can really save the world. If the world has fallen to the point where it needs to be saved by ghosts from thousands of years ago, then let the other ghosts destroy it. Finally, destroying the other ghosts and ending the long night is for a better life. But marrying Stannis is more disgusting than dying at the hands of the other ghosts. These words were so vicious that even Melisandre, who had been calm all this time, had an unpleasant expression. You can't change your own fate, Dany Lilith. Two flames rose in the red-robed woman's crimson eyes, as if she could see through a person's soul and fate. The claws of the Yes God have already targeted you. Your dragons can't help you, your witchcraft can't help you, you're unsullied, and the guards of the Mother of Dragons can't help you. What do you mean? Dany felt her hair stand on end. A bone-piercing coldness was about to wake her up, and she immediately felt like she was shrouded in fog. Reciting the name of the Lord of Light might be of some help to you. The red-robed woman sized her up with a strange gaze, stood up, flicked her sleeves, and elegantly walked out of the hall and left. Dany had an idea. She went back to her room to pick up her backpack, walked out of the door, rode on Big Black, and called out to Little White. Amidst the cries of the knights, Big Black jumped up and flew toward the south. The sun moved west and the sky was gradually dyed red. Shadow Leopard's fur cloak was like a flag, flapping in the wind. After flying for more than an hour, Dany patted Big Black's back, and her body changed from crawling to sitting up straight. The black dragon was connected to her mind, and it slowly circled above a pine forest. The sunset left a layer of golden powder on Dany's white cheeks. Taking out a glass candle from her backpack, Dany's witchcraft power surged, and a silver-gray ball of light started to flicker at the top of the candle. She was activating Kashi's soul coordinates. However, Kashi did not respond. Dany was not discouraged. It was very likely that it was early in the morning on Lightning Island, and the shadow-binding knight was most likely sleeping. After trying for more than 10 times, finally 15 minutes later, Dany's consciousness entered a silver-twisted tunnel. In a trance, she arrived at a spacious and dark underground palace. It was even darker than the underground palace she saw last time, and the space was also much narrower. She could see a low and rough rock ceiling. 3 meters away was the wall, and there were ancient and abstract murals carved on it. Kashi sat cross-legged on a soft wooden couch, staring at her with its eyes. I've looked for you at least 30 times in the past half a month. Why didn't you respond? 30 times? I didn't receive any mental waves from you. Dany was confused. Half a month? Has it been half a month since we last met? Kashi's tone changed and it asked anxiously, where are you? Westeros. The last time I contacted you in the old town, your memory has deteriorated. Have you forgotten? Dany was confused. Someone blocked our connection. Kashi said in a gloomy voice. What are we doing now? You're different. The dragon is with you, right? No one can block your witchcraft, but I was blocked by that person, Kashi said seriously. I'm not kidding. I've been trying to contact you for the past few days. Danny stopped smiling and said in surprise, This? Who blocked you? A great wizard who's 10 times, no, 100 times more powerful than you and me. Melisandre. Danny blurted out, gritting her teeth. I finally met her face to face. As you expected, her magic power is 10 times more powerful than mine. I'm almost sure that she's a demigod. Just a moment ago she even threatened me. That's why I left the Great Wall and contacted you a few hundred kilometers away, asking for your help online. Other than the prophecy, I can't help you. After a moment of hesitation, Kashi advised, the best way is to leave the Westeros immediately. If you're far enough away, even the gods can't hurt you. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill them, ha ha ha, 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 kill them. Suddenly, a low misty voice sounded in the room. Hundreds of people were speaking at the same time. There was the dignity of an old man, the cowardice of a woman, the crispness of a girl, the voice of a man going through puberty, the whispers of a lover, the roars of fury, the curses of hatred. Kill him, kill them, peel off their skin, cut off their testicles, cut open their bellies. Then there was the sound of chewing. A heart that's still beating is the best. The voice was like a flexible steel wire twining around Dany's heart and drilling into her soul. Chapter 3:14. 7 Layers of Hell. When the strange voice came into contact with the 9-colored whirlpool in her sea of consciousness, Dany suddenly woke up. She looked around nervously and asked anxiously, Kueishi, what is this? Kueishi sat cross-legged and didn't say anything. Hey Kueishi? The shadow-binding soldier didn't respond at all, as if it was dead. Suddenly, Dany had an epiphany, and the main consciousness left in her body immediately entered the dragon spirit state. Soul attack. Scram. An invisible wave of air spread out from Dany's body on the dragon's back. The spiritual projection on the Thunder Island also opened her mouth, causing ripples on Kueishi's wide crimson robe. Kueishi left a soul fragment on Dany's right wrist, and the soul attack fell on the soul in her body through this fragment. The shadow-binding soldier's body trembled slightly, and wisps of visible black fog drilled out from under the red lacquer mask. The black fog twisted into various half-human, half-beast forms in the air, and finally with a pop sound, it exploded and disappeared in the grotto. You now understand? Understand the drawbacks of the forbidden spell soul coordinates, right? Kueishi gasped and said intermittently. Dany nodded with a complicated expression. I can attack your body through the soul fragment on my wrist. Witchcraft that played with souls was really dangerous, especially when it played with one's own soul. Since Dany could attack Kueishi with the soul fragment on her wrist, Barristan, Dark Star, and Faceless could also attack her with it if they mastered the soul attack technique. It can also help me drive away the curse of the evil god. Kueishi stared at Dany with a complicated expression and sighed. Megalosaurus is really the pinnacle of the material world, so powerful. Usually when the curse breaks out I have to spend half a day to suppress it. But now your Megalosaurus only roared once, and the evil god's power in your soul was completely expelled. It's not just the roar of Megalosaurus, it's the dragon roar witchcraft that Blackie and I combined our souls. After explaining, Dany was worried again. You were targeted by the evil god in the underground palace of the Thunder Island? I just touched the edge of the evil god's whisper and my soul was captured. One night a week ago, the queen of the Thunder Island killed Countess Rose, who was sleeping beside her, without warning. She even used her nails to cut open her stomach and ate half of her internal organs while lying in a pool of blood. Regarding this, King Bogan was worried. I had no choice but to speed up my exploration of the underground palace. In the past few days I've already sent 100 or 200 palace guards to the underground palace into a frenzy. Dany's attention was diverted. She asked curiously, a countess is sleeping beside the empress? Doesn't your centaur maid sleep with you too? Kueishi said calmly. It's not the same. A countess isn't a maid. She doesn't need to serve the queen. I didn't do anything strange to Iri or Jaisai. Dany hurriedly refuted. Who knows? All right, let's stop talking. How is your situation now? Are you in danger? Dany asked seriously. The favor of the royal family is very important, but I won't joke about my own life. Dany tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she said, how about this? Every night from now on, I'll roar at you from time to time. You don't have to light the glass candle to project your spirit. You just need to use the soul fragment on my wrist to cleanse your soul. Kueishi frowned and looked at her sincere face. She had mixed feelings. She nodded gently and said, "Thank you." Danny was also very happy to be able to help the big boss that she could only look up to in the past. She put on a serious face and warned her, "You have to take it easy. Even the dragon's aura has its limits. You'd better solve your own problem first." Kueishi also noticed the change in her tone. She rolled her eyes and said angrily, "I predicted that you may be in great danger. The red crow fell between your eyebrows, your mother's vision was blocked, and her child was quietly taken away by a white wolf. I don't know what it means, but it obviously indicates that something bad will happen to you." The child was taken away by a wolf? Danny frowned and pondered. Could it be that her cheap son was taken away by a wild wolf? No, the child was taken away because the mother's vision was blocked. If I'm the mother, in the prophecy, I can't see the child, and it doesn't matter if my vision is blocked. But the thing that blocked my vision is the red crow, and the crow fell between my eyebrows. Danny suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Why did I forget this? She muttered with a pale face. What did you think? Kueishi asked hastily. The red crow. Someone once warned me that it was a forest witch who was proficient in prophecies. She also said that the red crow fell between my eyebrows, but I didn't notice it. Danny said with an unpleasant expression. Then do you know what the red crow represents? Kueishi asked again. I'm not sure, but... Danny raised her head and looked at Kueishi. She asked, do you know about the three-eyed crow? I don't know. A green prophet. Kueishi exclaimed, the strongest shape-shifting person? Yes. The green prophet is the person with the strongest soul talent in the transcendent world. Damn it. I understand now. Kueishi's expression changed. She suddenly understood and was worried. She said anxiously, a green prophet with the codename Red Crow has his eyes on you. A trace of his spiritual will sneaked into your soul realm and is subtly influencing you. Where are you now? Exact location. At the Great Wall of the Northern Region. I plan to catch deviant ghosts. Danny said hesitantly. I remember clearly that you didn't plan to go to the Great Wall, Kueishi said coldly. Indeed I didn't. But I saw news about deviant ghosts in the City of Knowledge. Do you know about deviant ghosts? Kueishi said seriously, what does that have to do with you? You have always been steady. Why are you so reckless this time? It's possible that your will has been distorted. But you said that the great wizard Valeglia is the strongest transcendent in the world. Even the gods stay away from them. Danny did not want to admit that she was being manipulated like a puppet. What you have is only the basic meditation technique. You don't know any of the secret techniques of the great wizard, Kueishi reminded her. I have a dragon. A dragon can protect me from magic damage. A dragon is not a god. Danny, no matter if my guess is correct or not, it is not wrong to be more vigilant. Kueishi's tone was unprecedentedly serious. After a long silence, Danny asked in a muffled voice, what should I do? Leave the Westeros immediately? No. If her will was really influenced by the Green Prophet, she might change her mind before leaving the Westeros completely. Or worse, I'll teach you a spell to sacrifice Lalo. As Kueishi spoke, she quickly pulled out a wooden box from under the soft couch and took out a roll of smooth black parchment. Sacrifice to the Light King? The parchment was 1/2 meter wide and 2 meters long when it was opened on the couch. It revealed a strange pattern that looked like a shadow drawn by light gray ink. Both sides of the pattern were densely packed ancient Asiatic characters. Lalo the Shadow Devil. Use sacrifices to please him and you will be temporarily blessed with divine power. As long as there are enough sacrifices, you will be able to dispel the will of the Green Prophet in your soul realm. Kueishi pointed at the pattern on the scroll and quickly explained, this is the layout of the altar. You don't have enough time to master all the sacrificial witchcraft. However, Lalo is very greedy. As long as you follow the layout of the altar and offer enough sacrifices, he will definitely respond to you. Here, the shadow-binding sorcerer consecutively marked 17 or 18 locations on the map. Place a couple in each of these locations. It doesn't matter how old they are as long as they love each other. Find a few more villages, wait. Danny interrupted her. Her expression was unpleasant. You want me to sacrifice living people? If not living people, then livestock? That is Lala we are talking about. He is not interested in livestock. I won't sacrifice. I won't sacrifice even a chicken to any evil god, Danny said firmly. She slowly moved her right hand away from the parchment and said with a complicated tone, Then do you have any good ideas? If the Green Prophet really can't deal with one dragon, then 2 or 3. I have a similar experience before. Let's call it a day. I will try it now. Before she could say anything else, Danny's spiritual projection suddenly faded and disappeared. After a long time, she muttered to herself in a low voice, This guy is growing fast and there are more and more troubles. I hope we can be safe this time. The black dragon circled above the snowy mountains and forests at a low speed. The afterglow of the setting sun appeared on Danny's uncertain face from time to time. Beside her, Little White slid across the top of the cedar tree in boredom, hoping to find 1 or 2 prey to eat. After a while, Danny came back to her senses and put away the glass candle. She smiled at the black dragon and said, Blackie, after learning meditation, your hunger resistance has increased a lot. Squawk. Blackie's voice was obviously proud of itself. Yes, your brain is smarter too. Squawk. Blackie screamed at the idiot Whitey and flew towards the southeast according to Danny's instructions. Hogwan Town was an abandoned village south of the Great Wall and west of the King's Road. The kind, Elisa once rested in the watchtower in the lake beside the village for a night, so it was renamed Hogwan Town. It was a famous place. Bran had stayed here when he went north, and the barbarians had also stayed here before they attacked the Dark Castle. At this time, Danny and her 2 dragons landed in an apple forest outside the village. Withered yellow leaves were spread on the ground, and there were only a few fist-sized brown shriveled apples hanging on the branches. Danny found a dry ground and sat down. Blackie and Whitey crawled on her left and right sides. She put her hands on the foreheads of the 2 dragons and murmured, Blackie, Little White and Little Green, Little Gold, now Mom is in big trouble. Bran, that bastard, is crossing the timeline and distorting my will. Blackie and my dragon spirit state can't detect his spiritual fluctuations. Now we have to deal with the old dragon king in the dragon's horn. 3 dragons, no, for dragons, enter my spirit realm together. For dragon spirits will definitely make Bran vomit blood. Come in, Blackie, you go first. Very good. Little White, you take it. Little White, hey, Little White. After calling for a long time, she still couldn't enter the dragon spirit state with Little White. Danny opened her eyes and stared at him. Little White stared back innocently with his golden eyes. Clap, clap, clap. After slapping Little White's forehead 3 times, Mother of Dragons scolded loudly, We are in a crisis now, why are you still so stubborn? Last time, in order to save you 2 little bastards, you immediately joined forces. Now, in order to save me, you have no reaction at all? Little White's eyes were blank. On the other hand, Blackie's blood lake-like eyes flashed as if he had made a difficult decision. Boom. Danny, who was scolding Little White, suddenly froze and a bloody flame rose from her body. Chapter 315. While Danny was angrily scolding Whitey for being unfilial, Dahe, who had entered the dragon spirit state, seemed to understand her current dangerous situation. Its blood-red eyes flashed with a very human-like look of determination. Its head was completely on the ground as it closed its eyes. The next moment, Danny's scream stopped abruptly. In the blue soul space, a 9-colored sun suddenly flew in from the sky, like a meteor the size of the sun smashing into the Earth's atmosphere. Logically, such a huge star should not be able to enter Danny's sea of consciousness, just like a 1-liter bottle of mineral water could not hold 2 liters of water. If it was forcefully stuffed in, the small bottle would definitely crack. However, Danny did not feel like she was being torn apart at all. Instead, she felt as comfortable and warm as lying on a garden lawn in spring, sunbathing. Then she realized that the 9-colored sun was Dahe's 9-colored wizard power vortex. Dahe took the initiative to send its wizard power vortex into Danny's sea of consciousness and quickly approached her own 9-colored meditation runes. It was as natural as a traveler returning home. It was as natural as Danny's meditation vortex spitting out Dahe's illusory vortex. The huge nine-colored vortex that covered the sky merged into the small vortex without any hindrance. One big and one small. The wizard power foundation of Dahe and Danny was like the soul of the dragon spirit state, perfectly combining together. In an instant, terrifying wizard power spread out from Danny's body. She was like a fire elemental black hole. The fire elemental in the universe automatically drew close to her, so much so that a layer of blood-red flame-like fire elemental coat appeared around her wizard power materialization. Danny looked down at her hands covered by the blood-red elemental coat. She clenched her fists and murmured, "I can ignite this world." Boom, 2 meters away, an apple tree with many branches suddenly burst into flames, as if a barrel of gasoline had been poured on it and ignited by a lighter. The second level of fire control was to gather fire elemental to ignite natural substances. Once, Lisbon had exhausted all his wizard power and was sweating profusely. However, he could only ignite a small flame on Tyrion's beard. Even half a day ago, Danny could only light candles, kerosene lamps and firewood remotely. At this moment, just like Melisandre, he could ignite a 4 to 5 meter tall apple tree with just a glance. I'm actually this strong. Benevolence, responsibility, glory, faith. Benevolence, responsibility, glory, faith. Benevolence, responsibility, glory, faith. The blood rushing up from the terrifying increase in strength calmed down a little, and Danny heard the low chanting in her ears. It was like a chorus. A man with a loud voice was leading dozens or even hundreds or even thousands of young boys and girls. They were singing along with the man with their childish and crisp voices, singing a holy song deep inside Danny's soul. Go to the north, go to the Great Wall. You have responsibilities there. Go to the north, go to the Great Wall. Help the people there and show them your kindness. Go to the north, go to the Great Wall. Glory will be with you. Stay in the north, stay in the Great Wall. The people need you. Protecting the people of the 7 nations is the Queen's only faith. The low chanting in her ears kept repeating. It was like a recorder, like brainwashing a prisoner. It was like thin and tough silk, winding in circles around her heart, forming a thick cocoon. The whispers of the ancient gods? Not bad. I fell for it unknowingly. Danny lowered her head and laughed softly. The blood-red fire element coat around her rose with raging flames, twisting into the appearance of a roaring megalosaurus above her head. Scram, wizard power suddenly exploded, and a circle of scarlet air waves spread out in all directions with Danny as the center. Crash, the broken branches and withered leaves of the apple tree seemed to have been kicked at the roots. It shook violently, and the fallen leaves on the ground flew outwards. Boom, 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 there were even a few withered fruit trees that rose with orange-yellow flames, burning with popping sounds. Caw 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 caw. Danny's silver hair was scattered, and continuous black and red shadows flashed through her bright red eyes. A crow with blood-red pupils and black feathers struggled to fly out of her eyes, like a cormorant flying out of a calm lake. Caw caw caw. One after another, her pair of pupils seemed to be connected to another world. Crows the size of ducks flew out of Danny's eyes in a flock, forming a line. Caw 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 caw. Superman's eyes shot out red-hot lasers and Danny's eyes shot out a black line formed by crows. In just a few blinks of an eye, hundreds of crows flapped their wings and flew in circles in the dusk-gray sky. Caw caw, Whitey raised its head and screamed angrily. As the crows flew out of her eyes one by one, the whispers in her ears became fewer and fewer. It was like thousands of lit candles on a dark and vast land. Although the fire was small, it had always been incompatible with the land. At this time, the candles were extinguished one by one, and the world returned to its dark and deep state. Danny felt an unprecedented peace and freedom. Huff huff. She gasped for air, and tiredness was like a tide, attacking her body and mind in waves. Caw caw caw. Before Danny could make her next move, the crows that were circling in the air suddenly exploded one by one. Like illusions, the black crows silently exploded into a cloud of thick smoke, like a blob of ink dripping into a basin of clear water. Gradually, more than 2,000 crows exploded, and the gray sky was dyed black into a huge face. The face mask was as big as a football field with a nose, a mouth and eyes. What caught Danny's attention was that it only had one right eye that was flashing blood-red light. Danny, rise. The black masked face spoke, and it was exactly the same as the voice of the leader in the whispers. Without a doubt, Danny immediately believed that this guy was the mastermind behind the scenes. But when did Bran become blind in one eye? Could it be that she would blind his left eye in the future? That's not right. When did she, the Dragon Queen, become so easy to talk to? Based on what he did today, when she had the ability to take revenge in the future, she would definitely tear him apart. How could she just blind one eye? Or Bran would be evenly matched with her in the future? What state are you in? Even if he was curious, the one-eyed blackface's voice was as cold as the cold stream outside the Great Wall. Never seen a pay-to-win player before? I'm in a cheat state. Dany sneered and retorted, who are you? The Green Prophet? Cheat? What state is that? Your wizard power suddenly increased by 100 times, and you even have a trace of divinity. It's very strange. A trace of confusion flashed across the black face. Then he said, I am the Green Prophet, and also the guardian of this continent. When did the Westeros have a guardian? Dany was puzzled. Could it be that the Green Prophet has always been protecting the Seven Kingdoms? The Green Prophet is not necessarily a guardian, but I am willing to dedicate my life to protect the peace of the Seven Kingdoms. Thus I am a guardian. Dany Rise, I have no ill intentions towards you. I only hope to help you walk the right path and become the next guardian of the Seven Kingdoms. Distorting a person's will is the greatest evil towards them. Dany sneered. Protect the Seven Kingdoms? Look at the current chaotic situation of the Seven Kingdoms. The disasters of war continue for years. The people are in a terrible situation. The winter is coming, but there is no food. Etiquette, justice, honor, and morality have all been abandoned. Is this the result of your protection? Other than you, I have not interfered with anyone's choice. I am a guardian, not a nanny. Most of the time, I only observe and do not make decisions. But you are different. Your thoughts, your stand, and your decisions can easily affect countless people. Dany Rise, I have no selfish motives. I only hope to help you become a good person, a better person, and at the same time, make this rotten world better. If he did not say this, Dany could still suppress the anger in her heart and communicate with him. Now that she heard this bastard sincerely preaching to her to be a good person, Dany could not hold it in any longer, her anger causing her wizard power to soar into the air, the fire elements turning into a cloud of fire that covered the black mask. At the same time, she roared into the sky, unleashing a soul attack in her strongest state. Demon die. Ugh, even at a time like this, she still habitually put the blame on the enemy. Whoosh. Hiss. Under the dusky sky, a blood-red waterfall of flames suddenly rose, mixed with a powerful soul attack, upstream for 3,000 feet. The black mask's face was like the surface of a lake that had encountered a hurricane, rippling, black waves rolling. Caw. The huge black face let out a crow's caw, the red right eye sunk into light gray spiral ripples, almost exactly the same as Abito's. Under Dany's shocked gaze, the black smoke was sucked into the bloody eye at the center of the whirlpool. Slowly, the color of the black mask became lighter and lighter. It turned from black to light gray. Finally, it completely disappeared. The only thing left in the sky was, crow. Dany exclaimed, it's just a crow. There was only a red-eyed crow flapping its wings left in the sky. Caw, caw, caw. A mental wave passed into the apple forest below. Dany could clearly hear the black-faced man's voice. Dany Rise, one day you will understand the great spirit of sacrificing yourself for righteousness. I will wait for you. This Green Prophet was unexpectedly Chinibu. Dany's beautiful face was almost twisted out of shape. Damn it, sacrificing one's life for a righteous cause, how scary is that? Just you wait, I won't look for you even when the deviants destroy the human race. Big Black, Little White, go and kill that bald crow, Dany ordered loudly. Caw. Little White, who had been ready for a long time, jumped, accelerated quickly, and rushed toward the red-eyed crow, but Big Black didn't react at all, lying there motionless and silent. Big Black. Only then did Dany realize that Big Black's condition was not right. Although he was still in the dragon spirit state, she couldn't feel his soul. Roar. Just as she came to Big Black's side and anxiously patted his head, Little White, who was in midair, wailed, his wings and tail twisted into a ball as if he had cramps and struggled to dive down. The next moment, there was another soul in Dany's sea of consciousness, Little White. Previously he couldn't get it, but now he came uninvited. In the blue soul realm, Dany looked at the panicked white dragon with a wooden face. You idiot, your body was controlled by someone again? You need my help? Ka. Little White cried out in grievance. Without saying anything, she transmitted her mental power in the dragon spirit state. Little White understood what she meant, and she also understood Little White's current state. The Green Prophet's soul had entered Little White's sea of consciousness, intending to subdue the white dragon like a shapeshifter controlling an animal companion. Chapter 316. In the orchard, Little White screamed crazily and rolled around in the mud. It bent the apple tree and broke the brittle branches. It unconsciously spat out dragon flames from its mouth, igniting the rotten leaves and branches on the ground. Crow landed on the top of an apple tree beside Whitey, its red eyes flickering with a flickering light. Danny, on the other hand, was standing tens of meters away. She seemed to be in a daze and did not react at all. Blackie was lying beside her and did not move at all. Suddenly, Little White's body stiffened, no longer struggling, opened its mouth wide, and let out a long and loud dragon cry. Ong! You're courting death. At the same time, in the spirit realm, Danny rode on Little White's neck, roaring angrily at the giant blood-eyed crow opposite her. With the experience of the three dragons working together to deal with the old Dragon King in the Dragon's Horn, Danny easily combined the power of Blackie and Little White, entered Little White's sea of consciousness, and attacked the Green Prophet's will. Oh, it was strange, Blackie was not there, but he did participate in the second-level dragon spirit this time. It seemed that he had completely merged with Danny's soul, and was one step further than when he was in the dragon spirit state. Caw-caw, once again out of Danny's expectations, the crow was like an eagle in the eye of a storm, facing the soul attack of the second-level dragon spirit state. Although its wings were messy, its body was stable and it was still soaring. Damn it, the Green Prophet's soul is even more tenacious than the old Dragon King in the Dragon's Horn. Danny's face was pale and she patted Little White's neck, shouting, We are true dragons are invincible. Rush up and tear it apart. Caw-caw, Little White howled and quickly flew towards the red-eyed black crow. Pung! What surprised Danny was that she originally thought that the two giant beasts, one dragon and one crow, would pounce on each other and kill each other. Who would have thought that when she and Little White crashed into it, the red-eyed black crow was sent flying backwards with its feathers flying all over the place. The two were not on the same level at all. The crow was crushed. His soul is tough and his will is strong, but his body is not big, and his attack power is far inferior to the Megalosaurus. Danny suddenly realized and was very surprised. Shapeshifters specialized in the Tao of the soul and had high resistance to soul attacks. That was why they were immune to her soul attacks. They even sneaked into her soul realm and used the whispers of the ancient gods to distort her will. However, the combat style of shapeshifters was not suited for close-quarters combat, and they did not have any complicated spells. In just a short while, Little White had bitten the crows until their black feathers flew everywhere. Blood splattered all over the sky as they cried out repeatedly. Danny was also constantly using fire control techniques, turning the battlefield into a fiery hell, burning the crow's feathers and limbs. Of course, the black crow also retaliated. Its claws and long beak continuously scratched out bloody scales on Whitey's body, creating bloody holes. However, blood and fire came from the same source. Blood contained fire and fire gave birth to life. The fiery hell that Danny summoned was very destructive to the crows, but it was a holy treatment for Little White. The dragon's blood, scales, and flesh were burned in the flames, turning into energy to replenish the white dragon's deficit. On the other hand, the crow's torn feathers, flesh, and limbs turned into black smoke in the flames, disappearing into Little White's soul space. The battle was obviously developing in the direction that Danny was going to benefit. Caw-caw, the black crow cried out miserably and a man's voice came out, We don't have to fight to the death, Danny Liz. Dragons have 3 heads, you are only one of them. No, they are my children, no one can take them away. Danny roared. A dragon only has one dragon knight, and a dragon knight cannot control more than one dragon. You should know this better than I do. The gods asked you to bring the 3 dragons back to the human world, and each dragon is not superfluous. Fate has its own plans for them, let go. Not even the gods can take what is mine. If a human dares to reach out, I will kill. If a god dares to reach out, I can kill a god. Danny looked up to the sky and laughed. Anyway, I have killed more than 1 or 2 gods. You are too greedy. Dragons belong to Targaryen, not just you. The crow cried out. Danny sneered. Valeglia's ancestor Belarus once said the same thing to me. Therefore he is lucky enough to be at the top of my must-kill list. I swear that one day when I have mastered my magic, I will go to the ruins of Valeglia and kill that bastard. At this time, the crow's torso was almost completely torn apart, and the remains of its body were annihilated in the fiery clouds, leaving only the head under Little White's foot. You can't kill me. The crow cried out. You are about to die, Danny said coldly. Bang! The crow's head exploded into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared under Little White's claws. But in the next moment, the crow's voice sounded again in Little White's magma-like soul space. You don't understand. When you meet my original body, even 1,000 of me will not be a match for you and your dragon. But in the realm of the soul, I will never be destroyed. Outside the fiery clouds created by Danny, a cloud of black smoke turned from light to thick and slowly formed into a red-eyed crow as large as a hill. Shit. Danny was stunned. The Green Prophet's soul was so strong and indestructible. I really mean you no harm, the crow said in a complicated tone. There is nothing more vicious than twisting a person's will. Benevolence, responsibility, glory, faith, the crow said softly. Which one of them does not belong to the glory of humanity? You already have all of these qualities. I am only helping you to strengthen your faith and make you more determined and perfect. Danny pointed at the crow and said, I am the king. The king accepts advice, but refuses to accept the control of the king. Don't talk nonsense. You are going to die today. Squawk! Little White roared again and rushed over. He waved his claws and spat out dragon flames. The crow was badly mutilated and its limbs flew everywhere. Danny continued to summon balls of flames to burn the crow's limbs and feathers to ashes. The crow cried, It's useless. My soul is indestructible. Awe. The Green Prophet howled in pain as if his balls had been crushed. What did you do? My soul origin has been destroyed. Stop, Danny. Liz. Ha! You dare to say that your soul is indestructible in front of the Mother of Dragons. Do you know what the Mother of Dragons is? Danny laughed excitedly as her guess was confirmed. In Little White's consciousness, the crow's body was burning in flames. In the sky above Danny's soul realm, green spiritual rain fell continuously. Every time the crow lost a piece of flesh, it would immediately be cleansed into a pure spiritual quality. The Green Prophet had completely lost a part of its soul origin. However, unlike the colorful spiritual quality in the past, the spiritual quality transformed by the Green Prophet's soul origin was crystal green. Moreover, it did not immediately fuse into the soul realm. Instead, it gathered into a small lake of crimson green. However, Danny did not have the energy to study the Green Prophet's unique spiritual quality. Right now, the most important thing was to kill the three-eyed crow. She could leave the matter of checking her spoils of war for later. What did you do? I'm not telling you. Just be a confused ghost. Danny continued to enter this spiritual bestowment state of the Mother of Dragons. She focused her energy and burned the crow's spiritual body while cleansing the soul power that was stripped out of it into spiritual quality. The Green Prophet and the dragon's horn had the same goal, to seize control of her dragon. However, the method to expel them was slightly different. The dragon's horn controlled the dragon completely by relying on the superior Dragon King's soul pressure. When the young dragon faced the old Dragon King, it was like a lamb facing the might of a tiger. As long as Danny entered the triple dragon spirit state, the three dragons would work together. The quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change, and their soul pressure would surpass the old Dragon King's. Then, the dragon's horn's dragon-controlling wizard spell would naturally lose its effect. The Green Prophet's soul pressure was not even comparable to a single megalosaurus. However, just like how humans tamed beasts with their intelligence and skills, shapeshifters had a unique talent for seizing. They could use their own will to replace the will of their animal companion. It was equivalent to temporarily seizing the body of a beast. Look at Valamir. He was a short and old middle-aged man. His body was weak, but he managed to use his shapeshifter's talent to seize the legendary creature Shadow Lynx. Valamir was definitely not a Shadow Lynx that was subdued by soul pressure. This was why Danny's old method soul pressure was almost ineffective against the Green Prophet. To be honest, Danny could not find a way to resist the Green Prophet's forceful seizing ability. Burning, tearing, and devouring by the Megalosaurus could not harm the Green Prophet's soul. She was almost at her wit's end. Fortunately, Danny remembered that she still had a bug-like spiritual bestowment skill. Through burning with fire, she could convert the essence of nature into spiritual substance and give it to a dragon egg or a megalosaurus. No matter how tough and immortal the Green Prophet's soul was, the fact that the soul was made up of spiritual substance could not be changed. Before you recover, I'll burn the soul into spiritual substance. The effect was unexpectedly good. When it came to killing, crows were far inferior to the megalosaurus. Every piece of the body that was torn apart by Whitey represented a piece of the soul. Danny burned the pieces and turned them into spiritual substance. In the end, "Ah no, Danny rise," the crow's head exploded into a cloud of smoke in the flames. Then, it turned into a rain of spiritual substance that fell into Danny's sea of consciousness. Huff huff huff, it's finally over. Even though she was a spiritual body, Danny could not help but gasp for breath due to exhaustion. But this guy doesn't seem to be Bran. The current Bran should not be this strong, nor should he be this old, unless he crossed the river of time and stood in the future to talk to her in the present. However, this guess was too exaggerated. If he could cross the river of time and distort her will, he would rather save Rob and Ide. It was obvious that the difficulty of changing the Dragon Queen's will and the resulting karma far exceeded that of changing Rob and Ide's decision. He was most likely the Bran's white-bearded grandpa. In the future, he would pass down his lifetime's worth of skills to the lame little Bran, making the poor little boy the strongest shapeshifter in the world. Of course, at the same time, he would also pass on the white-bearded grandpa to Bran. This was not a common plot in fantasy novels where he would leave a cute and beautiful granddaughter to Bran. Instead, it was faith and will. Perhaps it could not be considered a possession, but his personality and worldview would be completely reconstructed. Squawk! Whitey intimately came over and rubbed Danny's stomach with his head. "Hurry up, this is a rare opportunity. Before the dragon spirit state ends, hurry up and follow me to learn the meditation technique." Danny pulled Whitey away from the Megalosaurus's magma-like soul space in an instant and came to her own soul space in the serene blue planet. "Big Black, it's over." Just as Danny was about to separate Big Black's meditation vortex, a thought came to her mind. If I send Whitey into this huge 9-colored vortex now, then the meditation technique of me, Big Black, and Whitey, will we be able to achieve a perfect three-way fusion in the future? Just Big Black alone is already close to becoming a super god. If we add Whitey and even 5 dragons working together, then, Whitey, hurry up and go in. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Danny immediately urged Whitey. Squawk! Whitey hesitantly approached the 9-colored vortex. Then it was swallowed bit by bit. The vortex suddenly expanded by almost twice its original size. The vortex spun faster and faster, and the clear 9-colored vortex turned into a bright white ball of light. Pop! Pop! One was illusory while the other was solid. 2 huge 9-colored vortexes were spat out from the white ball. The illusory one flew into Whitey's soul space, and the solid one belonged to Big Black. Danny did not care about Whitey, who was condensing the meditation technique runes, and immediately entered Big Black's soul space. Oh my god, the side effects are so big? Looking at Big Black's meditation vortex that was full of holes, Danny was extremely shocked. Chapter 317. Blackie was in a very bad state. Not only did the meditation vortex in its soul space slow down, but there were also many illusory holes. In reality, its body was also severely injured. Although it was not injured, it was bleeding from its 7 orifices. His body was also much weaker. Its blood-red dragon eyes that were as big as wine cups lost their divine light. Its broad wings and strong hind legs could not even support its body. It was a bit like a drunkard whose spirit had been emptied. Blackie lay on the ground for a while. Blackie stumbled and stood up. Its body tilted and broke an apple tree. Danny hurriedly went to support Blackie's big head. Squeak! Blackie weakly squeaked and then closed its eyes to meditate on the rotten leaves. The sky was dark green. Danny exhaled a mouthful of white air. Stepping on the rotten soft ground, she carefully searched the forest. Finally, she found a dead crow on a branch with 2 rotten apples hanging on it. What a big crow. I wonder if the Green Prophet is dead. She held the crow and looked around. It was as big as a wild duck. It was slightly warm to the touch. Its mouth, nose, and eyes were bleeding. There were no 3 eyes on its forehead. Even the 6 forms people had 5 pets. Danny did not believe that the Green Prophet only had 1 crow. According to the plot of the last season of Game of Thrones, Bran seemed to have inherited the white-bearded grandpa's thousands of crows. How did such a big crow get into my sea of consciousness? Dany was puzzled. She put the crow close to her eyebrows. She could smell the smell of bird feces like a chicken coop. It was definitely real. A real crow that needed to eat, drink, and defecate. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly Whitey put its head over and squeaked anxiously. What's wrong? Can't get used to the new wizard vortex? Dany threw the crow aside and held his forehead as she asked concernedly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Whitey put its head on her forehead and touched her nose. It was so sour that tears came out. Dany hurriedly dodged to the side and covered her nose. Softer, softer. What do you want to say? Boom. Little White's head twisted from side to side, and it was unusually irritable. It even spat out a mouthful of dragon flames at the fruit tree beside it. This time Dany panicked. She knew that there was an 80% chance that something had happened to Little White. Sigh, let's try the dragon spirit. As soon as the thought came to her mind, she instantly contacted Little White. A huge 9-colored vortex came crashing into her soul space, as if it had been waiting at the door for Dany and her dragon spirit. Don't be agitated, don't fuse too deeply with me. Dany was shocked and hurriedly tried to dissuade it. She didn't want Little White to become as weak as Big Black. Her worries were unnecessary. Little White's 9-colored whirlpool was not condensed at all. Only 1/3 of it was solid, and the remaining 2/3 was in an illusory state. The way Dany looked at Xiaobai changed. She said in disappointment, "Why are you so stupid? You don't even know how to copy homework from the answers." In the soul space, Little White's golden eyes were full of grievance. Dany's heart skipped a beat. Little White's cry sent a mental wave to her. Go to my mindscape. In the next moment, Dany and Little White arrived at a dark red magma space at the same time. Wisps of light gray smoke came from the sky, the ground, and all directions like snakes. In the center of the space they formed a crow that spread its wings and flew high in the sky. "Oh, 7 gods, the Green Prophet is not completely dead yet?" Dany shouted. She immediately jumped on Little White's back vigilantly and prepared to fight together again. However, when she rode closer on Little White, she was shocked to find that the crow was not a soul. It was a witchcraft rune. For example, the meditation rune of the Valyrian Grand Magus manifested as a 9-colored spiral vortex. The meditation rune of the Fire Magus manifested as a ball of flame. The Moon Chanter manifested as a clear silver moon. The Shadow Binder manifested as a bonfire of shadows. The light-colored crow in Little White soul space was also the manifestation of a type of meditation spell. Shit, this is the Green Prophet's meditation spell foundation. Dany exclaimed in realization. No wonder Little White went crazy. He already had an incomplete meditation technique in his sea of consciousness, but he just had to copy another meditation technique from me. Meditation spells are the foundation of witchcraft. A house can only have one foundation. No wonder the Green Prophet's soul is immortal. No wonder he can control the Megalosaurus. Dany rubbed her chin and fell into deep thought. A normal person's meditation rune can only be a stable combination. Just like the 9-colored whirlpool, it can only appear as a whole. It can't be split into 9 different colored whirlpools. If it breaks, the witchcraft power will be wasted. However, the Green Prophet's meditation spell is very special. Not only can it gather and disperse at will, but the individual runes can also perfectly fuse with the soul. The runes and the soul are interdependent. As long as the runes are not destroyed, the soul can gather and disperse at will like the runes. It's almost immortal. What's even more terrifying is that the Green Prophet's meditation runes can not only fuse with his own soul, but also accept the souls of his animal companions without any resistance. Previously, these runes had been hidden in Little White's soul realm. Thinking of this, Dany could not help but feel a lingering fear. The Green Prophet's soul was too strong. If not for the fact that she had never given up on researching this spirit bestowment skill, she might have. After thinking about it carefully, she sighed in relief. As long as she could enter the dragon spirit state, the Green Prophet would never be able to control Little White. Now that the Green Prophet's soul has been transformed into a spiritual substance, only an empty shell of a meditation rune is left. How should I deal with this meditation corpse? If Little White did not have the 9-colored whirlpool, this matter would have passed without her knowing. She might not even have had the chance to find out. Learning the meditation technique also required talent. Otherwise, everyone could become a green prophet, and the test of the great wizard's inheritance would be meaningless. The Megalosaurus was perfectly compatible with Valeglia's meditation technique. This was because the Valeglia blood wizard was the most basic meditation technique that was created by imitating the operation of the Megalosaurus magic power. However, the Megalosaurus was not compatible with the green prophet profession. Perhaps after a year or so, these runes without an owner would disappear on their own. It would not affect Little White at all. However, he just happened to replicate the 9-colored whirlpool. I wonder if I can learn the Green Prophet's meditation technique. Danny had to admit that she coveted the ability of the three-eyed crow. Immortal soul, millions of thoughts, control thousands of crows. Alright, Danny was not that ambitious. She would be satisfied as long as she could communicate with 5 dragons at the same time. Unable to resist the temptation, she started to try. Firstly, a person could only have one type of meditation technique. No one could change it. She would not neglect the fundamentals and destroy the great wizard's meditation technique. Secondly, the meditation technique could evolve. Just as Tam had said, apart from the creator God, no one could be omniscient and omnipotent. Even the meditation technique created by Lalo was not perfect. This also meant that the great wizard's meditation technique, which was known as perfect, also had a lot of room for improvement. Lastly, she had a little trick to avoid the conflict between the runes of the meditation technique. She stored her 9-colored whirlpool in Blackie's place. Blackie, let me borrow your place. Danny chuckled. She moved her and Little White's 9-colored whirlpool into Blackie's soul space. She then went to Little White's soul realm and moved the light-colored crow into her soul space. Then she asked Little White to move her 9-colored whirlpool back to her home. With that, Little White quietly stayed at the side and condensed its meditation foundation. Danny helped it bear the danger of the conflict between the meditation techniques. She was superior to Little White in terms of intelligence. Little White and Blackie did not know how to condense the witchcraft runes. She knew how to. It was similar to the day when she accepted the great wizard's inheritance. She used the light-colored crow as a template and analyzed the runes bit by bit. Then she reorganized her own meditation technique foundation. Voila! A single dark red rune could be constructed with spiritual power. However, the QR code meditation rune was made up of hundreds of runes. The moment it was assembled, it collapsed. As expected, she failed. I don't have the Green Prophet's talent. Danny sighed. However, she was already mentally prepared. It was like selling a lottery ticket. There was the expectation of winning the grand prize. However, if the ticket was scrapped, no one would lose their soul. She did not believe in the old gods. She did not have the ancestral bloodline. In fact, the Long family had been in the Westeros for 300 years. They had already mixed the ancestral bloodline with them. She did not even have the talent of transfiguration, let alone the Green Prophet. What a pity. This is an incomplete Green Prophet's inheritance. Just as Danny was about to completely disperse the light-colored crow, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a verdant spring in the corner of the blue soul space. She could control the soul space as she wished. Danny waved her hand. The spring turned into a small lake and floated in front of her. She reached out her hand and scooped up the verdant lake water. A strange scene happened. Her palm was white and clean. However, the lake water was visibly dyed a light pink. It was as if her hand was stained with red dye. However, Danny did not show any signs of surprise. She knew that her soul was being contaminated by the ownerless soul substance. Previously, the soul substance did not automatically merge with Danny's soul and reveal its original verdant color. However, now that Danny took the initiative to extend her spiritual power into the soul substance, the ownerless soul substance did not resist at all. Perhaps because of the soul physique that came from the same source as her blood and fire, Danny's soul essence appeared red. Voila! The pink liquid in her palm fell into the lake. It was as if a drop of red ink had fallen into the lake. In a moment, the lake with a diameter of 20 meters was dyed a light pink. The water in the center of the lake protruded. Pop! The protruding liquid spread out and turned into a beautiful girl with silver hair and purple eyes. She had light pink skin. Another Danny. How magical. This soul substance clearly belongs to me. I even transformed it into a part of my soul. However, it can exist independently outside my main soul. This is like a second soul. The second primordial spirit in novels? Pink Danny looked left and right, up and down. She was amazed. The pure soul substance had been absorbed by Danny and became a part of her soul. Hence, she could project her spiritual body. However, under normal circumstances, when Danny absorbed the soul substance from the outside world to strengthen her own soul, it was like a child eating meat to grow taller. Her body would become stronger, but the newly grown muscles would not be any different from the previous ones. She would not grow a human head on her neck after eating a pig's head. The newly grown soul was also a part of the original power. There was no order. However, the Green Prophet's soul was so tough that it turned into soul substance. After being absorbed by Danny, it still retained some characteristics? Danny was not sure what characteristics the soul substance had, but it was true that it was outside of her main soul. Right now it was like eating a crow's head. Her body had also grown fat, but what was born was a second Danny's head. The two-headed monster Danny? Ugh. Shivering, Danny hurriedly abandoned this terrifying thought. 2 souls in one body, 2 souls from the same source. Does this mean that I can have 2 meditation techniques as the foundation? Also, this little Danny's head originated from the Green Prophet's soul substance. Danny was eager to try. Her eyes shone with extreme excitement. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.